And at long last, I caught the one I'd been waiting for. With steady hands, I crafted amazing furniture in no time. Down the wide, open road, I raced faster than everyone else. For the very first time, I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. Adventure in every direction.
Dinkum.
Balance changes for SMGs in the Panzerfaust. Some updates to the recall system. And a PvE collaboration flush with interesting enemies. All this and more as we dive into the Update 38.1 patch report. First up, we're doing a balance shuffle for SMGs in the Panzerfaust this update. Across the board, SMGs will have less accurate hip fire, and the MP5K is also seeing a slight reduction in damage. For the Panzerfaust, players will now be restricted from running, jumping, and vaulting while wielding this powerful weapon. And players inside a vehicle will be protected a bit, taking reduced damage from its blast. There are a couple more changes as well to make sure there's enough risk to the Panzerfaust's reward. So let us know how these changes feel. Next, the recall system is getting some alterations. Time required to register blue chips beyond the first will now increase by 5 seconds for each additional chip being registered. We've also added information about how many players are returning to the battlegrounds with each recall, and have removed the Phase 6 recall on 8x8 maps. Once again, let us know how these changes feel once you get in-game. Next, we're dressing up a bit for spooky season with an arcade mode that gives new meaning to the term crapshoot. In this collaboration with the popular internet show Skibidi Toilet, you'll assemble your squad of 4 and plunge into Miramar to clench victory against the toilet invasion. Collect chemical cans to upgrade your weaponry and make flushing your enemy that much easier. Can your squad save Bidet? Or will you get wiped and end up number 2? Will this announcer ever run out of crappy puns? Log in and put a lid on the invasion starting October 22nd on PC and October 30th on console. We've also added destructible terrain to Miramar, which doesn't include building destruction, and updated the pass system to allow for multiple passes at once. This allows us to introduce an event pass tied to the new arcade mode, while still launching a new Survivor Pass. Now you can work on both at the same time. There's also a new ranked season, destructible gas tanks on Destin, map bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 38.1 is here, so recall some friends, aim down the sights of those SMGs, and dump some rounds into the skibidi toilets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
In the wings for the connect.
3. Is he going to punch the can?
No.
자 여기서 이제 오른쪽
웰컴 수류탄 위치도 괜찮은데요.
자 배고파 진짜 도망가야 돼요. 그냥 쭉 도망가요. 싹쓸이
这地方是看不到车的。
铁拳哥哥铁拳1红2，
提出来打吗？我们还有一个，这是苏泽把12月给炸下来了。在自己还有一发铁拳，苏泽打一个1炮。
怎么还有？
You know what? I want to know. I want to know exactly what the devs thought about this. Like, is this a main for the game? Like, Toffees, is that assault?
이런 대폭발 상황 안 일어났죠.
네, 서클은 위로 올라갔고 여기서
자, 내가 책임진다. 간다 더블 인사.
야 파철 피하면서
이거는 뭐?
자 같이 가자. 와 2개예요.
themselves in this position. It has been pretty successful. BWD making a mad dash for it. He goes down. More shots coming in from Lurex. Takes down Spiro. Quizzy, the last remaining one alive, and he gets
Slam G here. What a great game for them. How they're sending it in. They want to make sure that this last one doesn't get denied here. Molotov comes in. And if you're Kilyakai, they're on fire. Oh, they got it as well.
然后我在旁边就抽一个，
又来，哎呦，
太难受了。
机会特别大，哦，就看多少分吃鸡了。
哎呀，Spaceman 这里急了一点，但是影响不大。恭喜 JDG。
좀만 기다려줘. 기자님한테 좀 말해줘.
잠깐만.
Your attack. Can they get some more out of it? Rock does go down. Explosions just rolling around.
Have to come back and commit to this fight.
So we go back up. Here comes a set coming into the blue zone. And CJ, he got run over.
1 versus 1 versus Lou.
It's gonna be a miss once more. Lou goes for the swing and he gets some headshot. Boostic falls down. But now it's next up. It's Example.
Turns into the fight for the circle. Tending blows, heavyweight fights, no speedo. He might have to go for a desperate attempt. In the wings for the connection though. But it goes back to twist.
3. Is he gonna punch the can?
No.
I'm not
He's
sure.
got it.
There you go.
来，直接就撞你这个最好的房子。
这一推雷，对方是一个火力车，全是残血。
火，这个火真的太好了。
哇，苏泽，
完美的封住了对方。苏泽1穿4。
And most of them is more full aggressiveness, more control, and Flash, he got the hit. He got the second hit as well. That will lead to the knock here.
I'm pretty sure at this point.
No Aurora actually earned a lot of points here, but Real Homie on the other hand, this is just one of those few risks. You're dropping in into a spot where there might be a peak here. And unfortunately, of all the peaks here, it was iconic.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Cool.
Yeah, baby.
Wait, where the hell is Johnny?
Hey guys, hurry up!
What's the plan, guys?
Gather as much scrap as you can. Oh, a froggy. And bolt out of here.
What's that weird noise?
Follow me. It's this way. It's not this way. You?
Wait, are you a mimic?
Are you? Are you? Leroy! Johnny, no! Oh, a froggy. Oh, a froggy.
Oh,
Ah!
Shh, they can mimic our voices too.
Oh, what the fuck?
Come on, Johnny. Hurry up, man.
Hey, wait for me! Hey guys,
Huh?
hurry up! Hurry up!
Unforeseen disaster falling from the sky. No due to stay what I signed up for.
Right. We need to save the ring.
Look out at the crowd, guys. They want us to win.
Bullet!
走！
吃把长军石，吃把鸡。
加
油！加油！
再好点，再给。还有，进埋，進埋。嚟咗。埋到喺度冇啊。OK。你3番。8點3예중 싸우가. 예중 싸우냐? 예중 하려면. 딴거 부탁이냐? 2층 내려와줘. 포하나 갈게. 다음에 포하나 갈게. 그럼 왼쪽 방 나온다. 여기 있다 그대로. 기다려. 그리고 차한참 깔았어. 나 이거 탭하고 차살했으면 웨포를 나가도 된다. 살짝 붙었다 나. 3번 쪽 하나. 나 그냥 웨포 나가서 얘 잡을 생각 할게. 뭐라? đâu ngay tầng 1 vào đây, vào đây cả. Không có tầng 2. Tầng 2 yếu. Một ngoài nhà tao nè. 나 라스트 chạy nhà mày nè. 라스트 3번 쪽 조심. 나 소리 안 들려. 핑 때문에. 삐삐 밖에 4번. 여기 4번. 아직도 안 들려.
He's chasing them. It's a one-man army trying to chase these two players down.
Well, Khan's going to bleed out. I mean, obviously, considering it's about a fifth bleed.
Oh, nice spray from him. Duck Juice, can he pull it off? He's down to 1 HP.
Em đã biết thì có khi nó vẫn đi em ở đối diện nó đấy.
Он лево пошел? Ну, непонятно. Хейт куда угодно могло прилететь.
Я думаю, что он слева. Вам фул право надо идти вот так вот, ребят. Так же, как вы шли.
But now, with example back up, this is going to be so hard for Tanvu. He's got the high ground to work around, though. Now has to step away from the angle with the blue zone nade out, the Molotov out. Now he's had to step away. He surrendered the center dot. He has to find his way back in. Does get the knock on to example. Spots out Batulins. Hasn't gotten a knock yet. Batulins drops down. It's going to be Tanvu chasing.
Go high right now. Go high right now. Go. Go now. Run high right. Take green.
Yeah, the guys on the rock that was shooting at you earlier, right?
Yeah, he's still on the
Push me,
rock.
comes.
左边，靠边，倒，就是下面两个，下面两个吗？对，下面两个，别漏，压上来一个，别急，不能急。
Shin now has moved into the high ground, flanking around. This could spell the doom for mission ready if they do not expect it.
他右下可能会拉。 下可能会拉。我拉左边靠位置，这边树可能有一个。
Can you peek with me?
Yeah, I'm gonna stun and peek. Ready on my stun.
That's holding your smokes. I know.
还有闪吗？没了没了，我快给火砸老子身上了，兄弟，我打一下。打包打包。没了，我领了，打头了。抓这个打头了。这里有一个。
Gats wins a huge battle against Shen there. Still very weak. Not feeling like, or I don't even know, he might not have a first aid at this point.
两个。他不知道你。来看，两个都在，左边踩掉。左边有听到。慢慢打，慢慢打。
เล่นเลยหาจุดไม่เจอจุดอ่ะถ้าเซตมึงปาตรงไหนมึงก็ปาเลยก็ได้สมองปาขอบอ่ะเพื่อนหาจุดเพื่อนหาไม่เจอเลย
One low, one orange. I'm holding that green guy. He's a free kill for me.
Nade green.
I don't have.
Nade him one, so he doesn't have.
I'm
I'm
nading.
ถอยเดี๋ยวใต้ตัวนึง
เฮ้ยกูบัก
ซ้ายสุดเลยตัวนึงเหรอ
ซ้ายตัวเลยรอได้นะ
ซ้ำ
ค่อย
ไปหาขวาไปพี่
ซ้ายอยู่ซ้ายจับไอ้สมองมันผ่านให้ไอ้เทลมองขวาซ้ายสองตัวเลยเล่นอะไรด้วยกัน
First and reset. I'm healing.
We have two blows on things. Makes sense, two blows on.
We should play right side together. Yeah. I'm loosening it.
Yeah.
You have any util?
No, nothing.
Like smokes? I'm just throwing flashes, yeah? Ready? Play right side.
แฟนเลยวิ่งได้ไหมแฟนเลย
The blue zone is out to clear some space. A rotate here from full sense to try to bamboozle, and it works.
ท้ายขอสมองซ้าย
ค่อยได้อยู่สบาย
มันอาจจะรีเพื่อนไว้นะตรงที่มันยิงเลยคนยิงน็อกอ่ะ
พาไปดูดิ
One directly in front of me. Low.
Where? I'm nading.
Mark him. 245 west.
Can you mark him?
No, I cannot. It's
Careful nades.
The grenade follow-up is going to be just a little bit of Tingleton. One will hit, though, as Bean retreats.
What's on green tree?
Let's slow down. Let's look for this gut angle. I'm gonna throw smoke towards green and we peek gut. Coming in.
Another one on the tree in front of me. Alright, then take high ground. Take the left tree.
Close tree. Yellow.
Nading it. Killed me.
One shot.
Naded.
한 바위 쏴줄게 쏴줄게 천하
수면 사이 정하나. Low right is smoke on me. You tagged low. He's running left.
Last guy anchored.
They have the info now. They know exactly where they are. Issue is they are revealed.
떴다 내꺼 내쪽 뛰어 나 너무 패야 내쪽 너무 패 내시 봐봐 내시 라인 너무 패게 그냥 막 팔리는 거 조심 장하나 아니다 알았어 해볼게 포기 사이
Where is he gonna be? Can you give us a mark?
He's going to go low right. He can't push high ground. I have a heavy to the high ground. He has to go edge. He could be by the tree on blue.
He's in green line, guys.
You guys can smoke.
We're just gonna win from. We'll win from you.
Yep. He's
on edge.
Running up the edge in the wide open. Well done, boys.
지금 3번에 사람 있다.
저기 위에서 했어
하기. 나 매달려줄게.
피할게
3번 각 조심해 얘들아.
아까 도핑템 있어, 도핑템?
줄게
안 매달려도 돼.
안 매달려도 돼
내 자리 좋아, 내 자리 알아서 할게.
콩 날아오는 거야.
잔 넣어 해봐, 잔 까야. 해봐, 나가 봐.
А ты залутал Питер? Сверху надо челов фармить, который пушит Нави сейчас. 쳐다가 넘길 거야 이거.
나 폭. 천천히 해.
우리가 라스트 빼. Бля, если выиграете 200 поинтов сделаем. Там возможно многие, кстати, чел.
On over, they've been sat in this compound all game long. They should have plenty of util to work with. First one down already. Just one more left to be found.
Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Alexander Batulin from Team Twisted Minds.
What's up everyone, I'm Tiggleton from Team Falcons.
Hello mọi người, mình là Tân Vũ đến từ đội tuyển Dispensable.
Hello， 大家好，我是17战队的小武。
你好。
你好。来。
Ready guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay.
Alright.
I think we're gonna smash another team because our communication skills are much better and faster, so teamwork will help us.
That's just completely wrong. Communication is key, everyone knows this, and I speak perfect Chinese, so Zhao and I are going to take one free.
Let's go.
Get me. Okay, okay.
Okay. I have shotgun.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, good.
Let's go.
Here.
Here, okay.
Go.
Oi, Lalio. Yeah, blue mark.
Good job.
One more.
Kill.
No!
Oh!
打了。
Okay, good job. Now we need to hurry up.
Yeah. Oh!
Hey, this right?
Yeah. Oh, there are so many people.
Oh, so. Whoa!
Hey!
Let's go. Oh! Let's go together.
Let's go, Tiggleton. All good. So we go to Picard now. We need vending machine and then gas tank. Okay.
Whoa.
Oh!
Go.
Go.
Oh no, I don't see any.
Third floor, lucky.
3 sec.
Oh yeah, I found. Let's go. Oh? Okay, nice. I have one.
It is the one that you needed. It's the first
Yeah.
No!
Let's go. Tanvu, come to me. I know how to finish the last challenge.
Wait.
Come to my car.
Okay.
Wait to me.
Hey!
Fucking hell.
Lalio.
Let's go, bro.
Lão liêu.
Let's go. No, you have 8 times scope, Zhou.
Yeah!
What?
Oh, people fighting.
Yeah.
You know, there's 2 of them in warehouse.
Huh?
Be careful, Tamil. Maybe there are people here.
Okay.
We're gonna win this game now. Just go with me.
Nice.
One more.
In my house. Oh,
okay.
Wait, where's the last one? Ah, here.
Okay.
Easy.
It is in the casino.
You just go loot.
Oh yeah, go loot.
Go loot it. Yeah.
chill, you know what I'm saying? We out
Here.
here. Gongdo.
Let's go.
Oh, done. Hand up.
We also have to win the game, you know?
Enemies on blue, 4 guys on blue.
Yeah, what? Yo, we're gonna die, you know? Should we just go inside?
Play circle, you know, 2019.
Okay. Yeah, Falcons, twist the minds. Let's go. Good. Oh no, guys, don't die. Good job.
I don't have smoke.
Diggy, you should survive.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of the circle.
Oh! Good take.
What?
Holy! Oh!
What? Yeah, he naded me from this.
Fratella, I coming.
There is a guy coming from blue.
Right.
Orange, you can kill him. Yes. Thanks for saving my life. Wait, I have C4. Let me do it with a style, you know? Don't kill him.
Oh, grenade. Over the ridge. I will push with you, brother. Right side.
No!
Okay.
Nice.
Let's go.
Yes. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh. Wait, we have to be this good.
Yeah, you gotta eat the chickens. You don't want to eat the chicken?
I mean,
hello, the B-man. Oh, I want the big boy. Come on now, no, please.
Is it really a loser challenge? You want to leave? I will just bite once.
Isn't it in Chinese? 小飞跟来喽. Here comes the aeroplane. 小飞过来喽.
小飞过来呢。
老六。
Wait, I'll give you a meaty part. I'll give you.
One more. Thank you. No hot test here. You like hot shit? 不晕蟹. Oh, okay. It's fucking cold. I think in terms of like public games didn't change too much. Maybe in terms of competitive gameplay, this spot will be played differently. The circles inside will be played differently. So I think it's just more interesting because map changes is always interesting for competitive.
Thì em nghĩ là những cái hầm đồ nó nằm ở giữa đường, mình có thể đem vào trong nhà để mình lút, nó sẽ an toàn hơn.
I'm happy with the update on Minas because with the old Minas layout, people used to camp like the high ground and it was really hard to move around. But now like you can move around a little bit more, push things and have some motion. So definitely a big fan of the changes there, and also the gas cans and canisters that are like in the brick buildings and the warehouses.
这个挺好的，因为毕竟有复活机制嘛，很多时候复活的队友下来没有物资聚铁，然后我觉得这个东西挺好的。
拜拜。
Live inside of Forces, Spatulans with a Panzer in hand, take out the approaching 4 AM, a triple knock for him.
We get the replay here of Batu. Yep. Oh boy.
What do you even do?
That's true. It was 22nd and 23rd place here, and honestly, that fight could be the deciding factor. Who comes in, who comes out, who goes off.
Yeah.
And for I would say, a somewhat home turf circle for FaZe Clan, I was actually looking for more points.
Sneak attack from the car as we see the replay. There's the grenade. Yep. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, right where it needed to be.
Navi trying to fight forward. E-Arena losing players. Jacob alive for them. He's the last one on his feet. He's at least going to get extends down. Looking to do more damage. Still have 2 trailing players.
Tori being a bit more bold. Oh, good shots coming from Jacob. Does the juke around. Hakatori goes down. E-Arena survives.
Get a look at 17's pins. What they think's going on is Hakatori will get that knock on a Xiao Wu. And the knock on a Xiao Bei. Can he get another one?
30 bullets.
Nah, Hakatori is doing a little bit of farming of his own here. He's gonna find 7-7 Owo on the drop shot. 6 HP, my man is still pushing.
11 bullets, push it on forward, no help to work with. Spots, Little Ghost as well, and with the final bullet in the chamber, Hakatori single-handedly takes out the entirety of 17 Gaming. Day number 2 of the grand final here for PGS 10, and I sense some magic in the air because our lobby has never been closer. We have an opportunity to crown ourselves potentially a new champion, and with that magic, actually, Toffees, open the portal, allow us to present to you what is going to be PGS 10 here for day number. Thank you very much. You know what? I didn't know you had those powers.
You know, a lot of people don't.
Oh, that's cool. Awesome.
I keep it to myself.
We're going to be using that some more later on.
You want to have some witch lineage in your stories back in the day.
Everyone around, a lot of people around the world are celebrating Halloween. Some of us just live it every day.
Yeah, there you go.
Magic.
What a magic man. It's, of course, Toffees, as well as Avenger joining me. My name is Kalaris, your host throughout all of this, and we have 2 more days, 12 games, which will determine who is going to become our champion. So far, so good for everybody. Yesterday, of course, Toffees, we had a very close run of the day with Evan Pochon being able to take number 1. I think it surprised a lot of people.
Yeah, I think it wrecked a lot of people's fantasy rosters. Did not expect that to happen the way it did. They surprised a lot of people. I like the look of it. I mean, this, to be honest, is the first time we've seen that team with Rex at full health in a while. So maybe that was the secret weapon.
Maybe. First and foremost, though, of course, we have Crafton as well as Hero Esports making everything possible here. So thank you to them for making PGS 9 and PGS 10 all the more possible. And we also have on the other side of this, op.gg. You can overpower your game if you head on over to op.gg. And we have the drops. You should be watching in and tuning in to make sure you get all of those lovely drops that are available to you right meow. And of course, we have the bingo that you guys can be involved in and get yourself some G-Coin. Not only are we giving G-Coin away here, but at the end of games as well, Martin, there's even extra codes for people to join.
I saw some crazy codes, 2,000 there, 1,000 there, 2,000 here. Okay. Just gotta be fast. Make sure you have the game open. Make sure you're ready to redeem those codes because there's a limited amount of number here.
Yes, you've got to Swift indeed. All right, let's talk about what we actually had going down yesterday because we have a lot to talk about regarding all of these teams. As we were mentioning, very, very close indeed. We start things off with something that we didn't expect to occur. The highest kill game being broken by our world champions, Avenger.
Yeah, amazing. 22 kills, 10 from Tanu. It's kind of been a story, especially for me, after watching him at PNC break. Just a ridiculous amount of records and a ridiculous amount of kills for him personally in 18 games. Like, he was in there just wrecking the lobby. And then, of course, not so much. They had that one game.
Yeah.
And it was kind of that was kind of it for yesterday. Yeah, there's the rest of the 5 games, Toughies, was 8 points, but it's cool to see them break it. And here, as we talk through all the kills on your screen,
every single kill from one game. Yes, I will say the fact that there was only 8 points on the rest of the day is actually a little bit worrying. That said, to be here in the top 5 with a bunch of teams who took 6 games to do the same thing they basically did while we're watching right now does make them a terrifying prospect. And again, reminds us of why the Expendables were able to do what they did at PGC. A lot of people didn't see them coming. That final day comes out, and they're just putting points on the board and playing out of their mind. This is what they do best. Will it continue for 3 days? I'm not sure, but this is one of the coolest games I've seen in a long time.
No, definitely. I mean, as close to as a perfect game as you're going to get, right? I mean, even just kind of playing in from the edge as well. Oftentimes, if you're playing center positions, you're not really going to give yourself a chance of getting these kind of high kill games, but playing it from the edge, always doing very well for themselves and being able to round it out.
I would just love if they were able to combine this style of play where they're just full smash mouth, run at everything, gun at everything, to combine and then think, okay, guys, we actually have a pretty bad circle here. We got to do something proactively to set ourselves up for a better spot. But they have so much confidence in them winning every single engagement. That's also why the reasons why we're seeing these 22-point games here. 22 kill games.
And that results in a 4th place for the Expendables. You'd expect with them having got that, obviously, maybe you would be challenging for number 1, but as you guys say, the other games did not go their way at all. Virtus Pro will be at number 1 at the moment, who, again, they are unbelievably consistent here on the international stages.
They were consistent at the last PGS. We saw them kind of quietly catch up and then chase Twisted Minds on the last day. Here, when we talked to them yesterday, they said we started strong, we figured it out, we came in hot on day 1. They're already 20 points ahead of Twisted Minds. I think this may be their chance to raise the trophy.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, for me, though, in this case here, is if we look at PGS 9, Virtus Pro were way far behind Twisted Minds on day 1, but their day 2 and day 3 combined actually had more points than Twisted Minds. Now they flipped the table here, 21 points more, if they can align themselves with the stars and continue that day 2, day 3. Because we talked to Nix yesterday, and also what he said is we had really good prep. We looked at day 1 games and finals, and we adapted that to our games for day 2 and day 3 in finals for PGS 9. Now, again, if they can continue adapting, continue playing like they have here, 61 points is amazing.
I mean, that last fight that we just watched, that I think sums up what we've been seeing. Kurexi willing to put himself in that front line, but his ability to sort of manage sight lines and give Nixie the chance to flex out and make plays has been really impressive to watch. Their game sense in general has been exciting, but you brought up amongst the stars, we also have some big stars. You just saw Twisted Minds on the highlight reel. 40 points, sure, but it's Twisted Minds. Expect them to go big today. Gen G, a little bit slower than I expected yesterday, but they are also one of those teams that they have been impressing me at EWC. They impressed me at PGS 9. I expect them to do it here.
That nade from Lyrics, fantastic burst on the 3 kills in the end. And if you continue things on, of course, FM Pochon has been able to surprise a lot of people, I think, with their day number 1 performance here. Rex has looked fantastic, Martin, and I'm excited hopefully see more of that.
And in their win here, they were 2 men down, and they just took so many engagements. And some of the sprays you saw from Rex, 18 kills as well, by the way, in the set of 6 games. That is 3 games per game average here. Like, it's just 3 kills per game average. Just insane, right? 1,700 damage. He had 700 something in that game as well. The 4x spray, when he took Relo down, Alcacia, guys, they had a huge advantage. They had the whole southern side. They had the ridge to work with. But they played it so good. And the 4x spray with the Oct just took Relo down with the headshot, like on that range. Rex, man, that's next level. Imagine if you play that good after being injured. We should consider injuring him some more. Like he could have some bionic implants. Imagine he progressively gets more and more like the Terminator.
Well, I was talking to Tiggleton earlier. We might have him on a little later as well, since of course Falcons isn't in the final. But he was saying, Rex, you know what? Oh, so handsome. He shouldn't be this good at pro games. He shouldn't be this good. He shouldn't be this good. But yes, it has been great to see him kind of back to form. The EWC thing was a rough situation.
I mean, for anybody who's just tuning in, a very quick history. EWC, a piece of furniture broke or something like that, and he was injured. His fingers, had to go to the hospital, and has sort of had to deal with that over.
They may have got to the final.
Exactly. Yeah. So he had to miss the first day of group stages here at PGS 9 because of that. So he's sort of been getting back up and running. She said his finger is feeling better. He's feeling confident, and he's not allowed to touch furniture ever again in the hotel.
That makes sense. I heard that Cheese had bolted everything down. He didn't want to have to stand in again.
As a good coach will.
Yeah.
He's Rex-proofing the room.
Takes care of his players. There he is. Yes. All right. FM Pochon is going to be making their way to the stage here in just a moment. But of course, we've got Algadzia as well. You've not got many America's representatives. but here they are.
We have 4, and there they stand. Here's what I like about them, though. 2 of them are young guns who don't have any LAN experience. Here they've stood up. Particularly D at PGS 9 was a breath of fresh air, and Cowboy here at PGS 10 has been a very confident player. So both of these 2 young guns, I think, really latching onto the senior leadership of Rello and Roth, and I think they are growing into, maybe not this year, but in the coming seasons, a really, really strong force to be reckoned with.
Honestly, like what we saw from D and Cowboy, also PGS 9, like I think that's some of the best showings for first-time LAN experience. Like I was so impressed with them, and as you said, like when you have seniority on the team like that, Roth and Rello is a very, very good team to come in under and kind of have that tenure in between.
It's
very good leadership.
And I think that's a big part of it, right? Even to the point where we interviewed Gatza a couple days ago, and he was kind of stressed out. He's not even on their team. And I saw Roth and Rello come over and be like, hey, man, you're going to do a great job. It's just they have that sort of...
And he did.
Yes, they do. But they have that sort of leadership potential, like, that I really like to see with the young guys.
They're going to start selling motivational speeches before the game's going for other teams.
Sign me up. I'm in.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it. Maybe some motivation for the other American teams.
Vietnamese coffee, half a jacket, and a motivational talk from Roth, and I'll be the best player.
Oh, yeah, the half a jacket style that all the Korean teams are. There's been some crazy meta-defining things here at this turn. But on the other side of the pond, of course, there from the Atlantic, we have FaZe Clan, who, again, it does feel to me, Avenger, like this is just a LAN team. Online, some hiccups here and there. Offline, they're always in the mix.
Yeah, and especially with Vard obviously being the newest guy in the roster, it's been good. And we talked to a few of the guys, both Fex and Gustav here during our rehearsal, and they were like, yeah, man, he's been having so much clutch situation. The Wrangle game where he took down Lou, he clutched up multiple points. There's salvage games, there's other games too where like he's getting so many kills. Like he's just contributing overall to the team in a way, and they're like, okay, yeah, he might be like one of the older players here, but still, he's such a mechanically gifted player still, and will be for many years to come.
Yeah, you'd think so. How about you?
I still wear his old team sweater in the game on a regular basis, right? But I think that to me, that's the fun part of Vard. Is we haven't
try hard.
It's true, but we haven't. We all come on. I need to be a try hard.
I never got it. I've never got it. I can't even try hard.
Discount Gilly loser over here.
I've been 7-8 years.
It's nice to see Vard sort of back in the conversation, and it's fun to see when our classics come back again.
And here are the 16 teams, of course. If you've missed on any of them we've not spoken about just yet, don't worry. You're going to be seeing them on the battlegrounds in just a few moments. We only have 12 games remaining, but the great thing about it is, Toffees, I've said it multiple times in this segment, but the fact that we are so close in our day one results that even 16th place, as all the teams are going to be making their way into the arena, could easily get a win, rocket up to that top of the leaderboard.
It's a huge grind up for anybody. And so if the first day is about testing a true system that you have in place, and the last day is about desperation and surviving, today, with the leaderboard as close as it is, it's about teams and how will they handle small adjustments that they don't have time to test. And that's what I'm excited about. With this close, whoever went home last night and found that little key and is confident in playing it is going to jump that leaderboard very, very quickly.
Yesterday, very much about getting the building blocks. Today, very much about building the foundation to get on that podium tomorrow. For sure, for me, especially for the teams. And even if we have, and the reality is, from 3rd to 16th, we're talking 14 teams here, guys. 14 teams, 20 points difference from last to 3rd. It's never been closer for a day one. It's never been this tight. And still, everything is possible for the teams at the very back, at least to try to get to a podium.
And those are the 6 games that we're going to be covering today in that map order. I think we're very blessed in PUBG, and I've covered a lot of esports, right? I've covered a lot of it. I'm an old guy, all right? No, I don't need assistance.
Sportscaster of the year.
No. We have a great position in PUBG esports where every region is competitive. And it very rarely happens in esports. Normally, a region dominates, and then the other ones get swept by the wayside. But here in PUBG, everybody's competitive. It's awesome.
Except America's right now.
Well, the Falcons.
You both looked at me. I knew it was coming.
Third places. Third places. It's fine. And if that's the break they need to go into PGC and dominate, I'm completely for it.
Yeah, they could definitely do that. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to get day number 2 of PGS 10 well underway here. 6 more games today.
when you're on such an edge of not qualifying and qualifying, the games feel like 10 times more harder. But we managed to overtake this situation in our hands and successfully qualified. It feels more amazing to qualify from 16th place than from first one.
Я думаю, что в финале 10-го ПГС мы сфокусируемся именно на нашей игре. Мы очень сильные личным скиллом, у нас очень сильные файты, мы умеем играть.
So this event, we just knew that we needed to mentally reset, come back in with as much fire as we possibly could, and I want to try to instill as much confidence into my team, because if you're not playing to win, what are you playing for?
항상 모든 대회에서 말씀드리지만 저희 팀은 항상 우승할 준비가 돼 있고 우승할 자신감이 다들 차 있는 상태이기 때문에 언제든지 우승을 해도 이상하지 않을 팀이라 생각해서 항상 자신 있는 것 같습니다.
ถ้าในรอบไฟนอลเป็นตามที่เราต้องการหรือว่าแบบเป็นตามที่ทุกคนในทีมเป็นตัวของตัวเองก็คิดว่าไฟนอลรอบนี้เป็นไฟนอลที่ไม่ได้ยากอย่างที่แบบเราคิดไว้ครับ
Of course, I have the confidence in myself and in my team. I cannot guarantee that we will win the event, but I can guarantee that we will show up and play our hardest to win the events.
希望我们在这个 PGS 剩下的比赛里面，我们能把自己的配合打出来，以一个全新的姿态面对 PGC。我对我的队友，包括我自己，都有信心去拿下 PGS 的冠军。
Кожен з цих ПГСів, я для себе їх використовував для того, щоб отримати досвід. Починаючи вже з нового сезону, час перемагати.
프로게이머는 우승 아니면 하는 게 딱히 의미가 없다고 느껴져서 항상 꿈에 그리고 있던 국제전 우승을 바라보고 있습니다.
I completely agree with the example, and I think that other teams should make such a challenge for us. Otherwise, we're just gonna take another trophy.
Tangu spots out Siluk, gets him low.
1,000 damage for Tangu in this game already.
Bọn em vẫn sẽ hướng tới chức vô địch thôi, kể cả bọn em có thất bại hay như nào nữa thì bọn em vẫn luôn là hướng tới chức vô địch.
Two days remain of the PGS 10 Grand Finals. Just 12 games from now, we'll crown the champions of the last PGS tournament of 2025. Who will rise to the top? Will it be VP to stay up there, or will we see some of these other contenders go up and swipe them off the throne that they've sat on early in tournaments past? Happened once again. We'll find out as these games unfold. Our eyes go to Expendables and many other teams, but of course, Toby here, joined by Poro.
Hey.
And Poro, last chance for us to go into this one for this tournament as well. What are your thoughts coming into this day?
I mean, yesterday, obviously the biggest story had to be FM Pocheon before going into the final 3 games of the day, where Virtus Pro started looking like an absolute snowball. A third, a second, followed by a first to close out the thing. I mean, you'd have to be crazy not to think they're building a little bit of momentum here.
And an analyst said on any other team than VP has got to be getting confused right now, because we look at PGS 9. Almost the entire success for VP came on Miramar. Yesterday, Miramar, they probably don't want to think back to too much, but then you go to Erangel, and as you said, had blinders of games. So where are they good? Where are they bad? How do we prevent this VP team from staying up top? Well, if you know, you better put it into play now, because there's only 12 more games left to do so.
And they've looked really good. And FM Pocheon also the same. It feels like FM Pocheon kind of stole Gen G's game plan a little bit. Like they were hanging out on the edges of circles. They were avoiding fights, but they were in perfect position to third-party, fourth-party stuff, and Rex obviously just went bananas in that last couple of games. I think he had 8 kills in one game by itself. So, you know, the question is, can they keep that going, right? Like FM Potion, like these are old heads at the PUBG scene at this point. Do they still got the stamina to make it all the way to the finish?
Honestly, I mean, I think you said the magical word. It's Rex. I mean, looking back a year and a half ago when he was still on the Gen G roster, the reason I was so baffled when he ended up being dropped from that team was because the success, every time Gen G had something going, it came off of the success of Rex. When he did well, the entire team around him were able to make something happen, and here we've seen it once again. If he has a good day, the team can build around it with him in the head. So we'll see if he can repeat what he did yesterday and maintain a top position here today.
Biggest problem for these guys, though, is you got a couple of sleeping giants in the lobby, essentially. You talked about the Expendables. Look at Town. Pumped up, man. He's pumped up.
They're ready. They're ready.
But, I mean, the desk talked about it, man. There was one good game, obviously a record-breaking game for the Expendables, and the rest of the day was just kind of nothing. And then Twisted Minds looked like they might have started finally getting the gears rolling in the right direction, which is spooky for everybody up at the top of the table. But that's the thing, like, these are some really hungry wolves nipping at your heels if you're up there at the top.
Definitely are. Let's get this day underway. Match number 1 of day number 2 here at the PGS 10 Grand Finals. So we go over to Miramar to kick this one off. We're hearing the chants in the back from the players on stage as well. Everyone excited to get this one going.
They better be excited because they got some work to do.
Oh, yeah.
You got a big log jam.
Are they singing now as well?
They might be singing.
I'm definitely hearing somebody chanting in the background. I love it. I love it. I'm all for it.
I have to figure out who that was and what it is they were singing. It couldn't have been Rebecca Black, but hard playing covering that eastern side. Seems like we've seen a lot of these on Miramar, so these guys should be pretty used to what to expect from this by now.
Definitely. An eastern one of that, but of course, as you said, I mean, a tournament and a half way through of these teams playing once another, so would not expect to see too much commotion. There is, of course, the conversation to be had about teams actively dropping on one another to for PGC implications, but I mean, we talked about it, or they talked about it on the desk yesterday, and we mentioned it today as well. The PGC stage is almost set, so it would require some pretty big risk involved for anyone to try and go out and jeopardize that.
Well, retracing our steps to yesterday, the first game of the day on Miramar yesterday saw Force Natural Gaming getting the win, and Begopa with a second, 17 Gaming in the third, and that was the best performance for all 3 of those teams for the rest of the day, essentially. So hopefully we see a little bit more of the same, and maybe we see some momentum building in the right direction as we see Alcacia dropping just very close to Gen G. So this is I mean, Gen G, they had their own struggles yesterday. Did not seem like the thing was go, okay, Rello.
I don't know what was louder. The Scar shots come through, a Roth screaming on stage when that knock came through. Excited about that one. Rello able to get one with a distance to it. And you just had to say it, right? Gen G in trouble. And then literally as you finish that sentence,
just once again,
Cowboy goes boink.
The Cowboy gonna make sure he finishes that one off. That's an easy pick up, but you know, he's not necessarily out of the thing here. Gen G could always get that blue chip, could always get their man back, but Alcacia, now that they know they're in a 4v3, they are looking to see if they can spot somebody slipping. You got Bean on the high ground, and it looks like D may have spotted out Tosi.
Now, the thing, I mean, when we stay on Gen G for a bit, as we probably will since they are sat right next door from one another, the thing that surprises me with the, I don't want to call it a downfall of Gen G yesterday, but the mistakes and whatnot that happened, the way I read it, the way I kind of analyzed it, looking back at the games and watching them yesterday, is they seemed very self-caused. Like, it was early game fights between them and Begopa in the Miramar games. Then going over to Wrangle, they got into a lot of commotion in the early game where through PGS 9, and honestly through big parts of the group stage here at PGS 10 as well, a big part of their success was being able to completely avoid early game shenanigans. And here you see it once again. Orca being picked apart, of course, a little unlucky with the shots being connected there. But still, I mean, it should be avoidable on their part, and it seems like they haven't been able to find their way here.
Seems like they were getting used to being able to bully people. Playing on the edge, they would get a knock, they would get the flush, and the team, whoever was fighting, would just kind of leave them there. But yesterday, they were finding teams that were willing to hang around on the edge and scrap it out with them, and they were just, you know, sometimes it's as easy as just losing your fights. And there were 3 games yesterday in particular that saw them going out very, very early. They did find some success, though. They did have a second place with 7 kills and another top 8 with about 5. But all in all, not necessarily delivering the same performance that we saw from them in those group stages. But it is day number 2, and they can probably get that thing righted here. But got to be careful here if you're Roth. Pushing with that MP5 against a Vector.
Love convenience. Convenience. Love these players being confident in taking fights early on. But given the fact that you have all 4 here, you've just heard another vehicle pull up inside of Gen G. There's a lot of risk management to be had and thought over here. And right now, it's only Roth in the building proper. His teammates around, but if he takes this fight at a closed angle against, I believe it is Tosi inside this building, there's no one there to save him, no one to try and help him out. Now he's been spotted on one side, he's pinned in between 2 teams. Good headshot, but even so, he needs help, and now it's finally here.
I was going to say, that's really bold from Roth, and I'm wondering if they maybe got being confused with Tosi. Tosi's just holding that angle, waiting for somebody to push inevitably, and you can see the guys are being careful about it. The second one is going to get it. Tosi gets both men from Al-Qadsiya, and D strikes from the high ground to trade out Flame.
Yeah, better make something happen real fast if you're D right now. Tosi is alive, and once he gets that first aid off, he's going to run down and flush the 2 players that pushed on in. So difficult to try and make your way through these buildings as B now hipfire comes through, finds D with the Uzi in hand, and Gen G, while losing Orca early on, able to get momentum back in their favor. Now Al-Qadsiya is sat with just Rello left alive.
That smoke dropped down, just making it so that Rello cannot do anything to support his teammate. As you can see, he just cannot see through that to provide cover for D. So Rello all by himself after getting that first knock. Now looks like Gen G is locking their eyes on him.
And again, goes back to risk management, right? Of course, they don't want to... I mean, I don't think Gen G were looking to try and contest for this at all. Initially, as you saw how they landed for vehicles, they were looking to go further west. It was just a tough plane path for them to really do anything. On the side of Al-Qadsiya, knowing that the circle went so hard towards the south, I mean, they had a chance to back off early, up to take the fight. And you talked about confidence, how Gen G maybe pushed their boundaries a bit through some of the fights they have had. Maybe this is Al-Qadsiya doing the same, feeling really good about that first knock, and then trying to see if they could get some more.
Gen G getting a flame before he bleeds out. Rello will use this opportunity to reposition himself. As you mentioned, we haven't gotten a chance to check and see where that circle has popped, but it is going all the way down back to that southeast. Again, huge amount of water in play as Rello looks like he's getting the call to just try to retreat. He probably will hang around in the city for a little bit longer, see if he can maybe get those blue chips, get the boys back, as I'm sure Gen G will be doing as well. Check in with 17. They're making their way down on the southern side, really, and JDG just above them, but you can see they've got an angle, but it's not a very good one.
Nope. Nope, it's an angle I think they're willing to sacrifice given the position that they've gotten instead. They're able to this southern crossroads compound is can be extremely good. Not even, I mean, yes, catch 9 circles on any compound is going to be good, but this one in particular, through that mid game, you have a lines of sight on a lot of teams that will be forced out into the open. As many more teams look down here now. I mean, I see that first circle point, I instantly think back to the end of the group stages that we had with the Arena bouncing out the Falcons in that one. If we go down Puerto Paraíso proper, again, that area of the map is so difficult to play in the open.
Indeed it is, and we can see a few teams playing that very similarly. As we see Tanvu is on a adventure. It wouldn't be befitting if we didn't have the 2 light gray teams fighting each other, so we got to figure this one out. Well, Breakers get spotted out. Nice shots from Delwyn. We'll get the knock on the Breakers. Rex is just on the other side of the cliff face. As the grenade follow-up comes, it's not going to land. Nice smoke from Rex. We'll try to slow things down as Clories is starting to collapse. You can see Olympus from Forest also off in the distance, so Rex needs to be careful about how he pushes this.
Yeah, this is a man on a solo mission on the side of Forest, though not expecting him to want to do too much. But Rex, we said the success of FN will come with him being on fire. Able to find the first knock. Here's a good start for them. Almost gets the second, but Delwyn shuts him down. Nice trade, though, from Starlord having the off angle.
Tanvu and the rest of the Expendables boys running into a little bit of trouble here early on when they had FN pretty much pinned. You see Olympus stealing Delwyn away, and he might get another one as well. He's going to take Rex, and Forest, just like that, find themselves with 2 kills, and the Expendables find themselves out in 16th place.
Huh? Quick shutdown, nice from Forest that as soon as they peek over, I mean, I like that Olympus holds his fire for those 10 seconds longer to allow for Kiss to be up there too, and even if it wasn't Kiss to do the majority of the damage there, the fact that there's shots coming in from multiple angles helps him out, gets the lockdown, and takes out one of the very scary teams. I mean, for both FN and Forest Gaming, now knowing that they won't have expendables to deal with on that north side of the circle, it's going to make the rotation a little, I think, a little more calm.
A little bit. Forest trying to do them most. They're only +1 in terms of kills stolen so far, but when we start talking about placement points and how close we know the middle of the pack is going to end up being, every single point matters so much, looms so large. So every point you can steal away could be the difference between you and a couple of $1,000 and a few more PGS points or PGC points in the pocket.
Definitely. For FaZe, sitting here in the south side, we've seen them be in this area of the map a lot. You see them sat circle center with a good 2-2 split right now, but I've rarely ever seen them be overly successful playing out of here. I want to see them hopefully change up the game plan a bit here today. We saw them in the group stages. They had a very similar position, ended up getting pulled up on, lost 2 players, split from one another. We'll see if they can capitalize on this first good circle and really good rotation tool to center here to kick things off.
Still even more, they're still yelling back there. I'm not
having a good time, man.
I don't even know what they're yelling about.
Warfare.
There's nothing going on right now. But
E-pickups. Maybe they're happy they found a C4. I'm not sure.
Could be. Well, Slam.
Wow.
We'll see the new circle pop, and it is going to cut back down. And still, again, this is, as you said, very reminiscent of that final game of those group stages. Arctics trying to use that bullet hose to find something, and somehow he's not. There you go. He finally get the knock on a flash, but Thanadol will be right there to shade it out.
92 bullets later, he was able to finally get the first one down. Boostic, as expected. I mean, we talk about the success of Rex and helping out his team. Boostic, too. It's a guy you cannot go unnoticed or unmentioned when it comes to Slam G's success in this tournament.
Full sense problems continue as they are down to just 2. So far, only 20 points through the first day of play. Definitely not what they expected of themselves. Slam G should be able to get Arctics back on his feet as we get a replay of what exactly happened in that Expendables FN fight.
Oh, wow.
Glory's just getting kicked out of the car. Rex has just been on fire so far. This, I mean, even going back to the group stages, FN really seems to have found a different gear.
Yeah. No doubt about it. And then, I mean, again, it's small things, but I loved that trait we saw there with Starlord peeking over the top at the exact time of needed be, because I feel like that's where FN has kind of struggled, and honestly a couple of other teams we could mention in that same conversation is being able to kind of see ahead what's going to happen. If you have a guy playing, peeking one angle, you got to be able to trade those kills, and good job by FN to do that and stay alive here. As we see, Orca will be revived. Gen G, of course, in trouble early on. We'll get a little bit of a reset, and all the Orca fantasy pickers, they will now be Cypher Leaf for not -3.
It'll be interesting. I mean, that Gen G Alcatsia fight, it might be a complete reset because you saw Rello getting the revives off as well. We'll see how many chips he was able to collect as Orca is coming in on the coastline, already getting shot at, though, unfortunately. As you see, he's getting lit up from the sky. And
yep, so much for coming back in.
It's going to be heaven that gets him. So no revives for Orca yet again, but he finds himself in the sea, which is where the Orca belong.
And he was sent to heaven by heaven. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that we could go on with that one. But at least now everyone else know that Freaks have made it into the shoreline city of Puerto Paraíso. They have a 2-2 split going right now, which I really do like, given how they have, I mean, both a chance to look for the city center with the players up top, but also have a really good opportunity to hold our teams
Escape
trying to
paths.
wrapping on that north side. I mean, escape too. There's like a three-way benefit from sitting where they are currently.
Kind of twisted in the same boat, except on the very far south side of this zone. So depending on where this next circle decides to go, one of those two teams could be in a good position. As we see, Forest has spotted out Slam. No shots. There we go. Kiss will take the first ones over at Arctics.
11 damage with a DMR.
Why not, Kiss?
Wah.
Look, so far, this has just been opportunistic Forest coming in at the perfect time to just catch people while they're looking in other directions, and that has worked out pretty well for them so far. We'll see if they can keep going in that direction. As Bagel Pa, they have their little compound with Na'Vi off to the side. As you see Gen G's Flame getting caught out in the middle of Los Leones by Star-Lord, and the new circle does pop, and it is going to go and center up just west of Puerto Paraiso.
I mean, it's never advisable going through a city if you can avoid it, but in this particular case, I don't even feel we can't really fault Gen G for making this rotation and try to make their way towards the circle. Star-Lord, though, was sat there ready and waiting. He might get rewarded with a kill on Rello, too, if he opts to go the same direction. Circle does go down towards the city proper, more coastal. At least you can see here now the sets come through everyone trying to get a piece of it.
All right, Bagel Pa making that gauntlet run right down the middle. Fortunately for them, oh, never mind. They're going to go ahead and stop up out the VP compound. Beamy's ready, though. He's going to spot out Park Pro. He's getting some support from, there you go. Rexy with a nicely placed grenade will find the knock on a Wakan. And now it is all down to the last two players for Bagel Pa. They do managed to get behind cover just in the nick of time.
And this is an insane hold by the two. Corexia and Beamer were the only ones here. Virtus Pro had set up an E-pickup. They had gone in the air with two players scouting to try and see if they could make their way further off to the side. Finally, Luggerooks comes down to help them out, but the fact that there's that two guys fending off against the entirety of Bagel Pa, what a nice setup by the two here. Corexia, the one up close, kind of baiting the attention, and then Beamer peeking up from that roof up high, able to find the two. Really good job by them.
The Virtus Pro train keeps chugging down the tracks as they now have 4 kills and a compound to themselves. Looks like Alcacia managed to get D back at least, and he manages to get to the ground as Star-Lord gets taken away by Tosi. A little bit of revenge there for the killing of Flame.
I know the never-ending meme is that, like, NA on NA action, how you always fight one another. I don't think I've ever seen as many Korean teams fight each other as I have through PGS9. So maybe it's because more Korean teams qualified than what we used to see. But yeah, I don't know. It's pretty interesting to follow nonetheless.
Rex not even bothering to try to land into Puerto. He's just going to go ahead and go for the swim. As you'd be hard pressed to find any on America's action in this lobby. Unfortunately,
that's going to require somebody shooting their teammates. That's for sure.
In a time machine. Well, D and F have taken up a residency. They've made their way through Puerto, and they've now come down to the south side, where they will be butting up right against the northern part of that 2-2 split from Twisted Minds. FaZe on the other side of the street. Slam G still working around the edges, and it looks like they have now spotted out Na'Vi. Again, Arctics sending so many rounds downrange, but none of the rounds finding where they need.
Yeah, big rotation to come through from Na'Vi as well. They're trying to wrap on the inside of this circle from where Slam G is currently positioned. They have Favor set kind of holding off that angle already, but had Soset been isolated in the blue in that position, maybe lost the vehicle altogether. I'm not sure how he would have been able to group up with his teammates without Na'Vi having to take an active fight with Slam G, and with how they're positioned, that would have been a terrible situation to be in. So good on Na'Vi for being able to get all players to safety, but I might have spoken too soon.
Gen G making very good use of the revive stations.
Oh, yeah.
Orca was shot down earlier, but they do manage to get Flame back. And look at that, he's going to get a crate.
He's going for the crate. Oh, and Rex was swimming for it, going, you've got to be kidding me, Orca. That was,
no way.
I've committed half Iron Man for that one, and now you're going to come down and snuff it away right in front of me?
Well, he's still being shot at by literally every European team and other team in the lobby, but it looks like he's going to be able to land. So good for Flame. He'll stay alive for now, but everybody knows he's there.
Going for it.
And Rex is also probably mad about the fact that Flame came down, because now everybody's looking out in the water. They might spot him as well.
Hopefully, when they then do find him, they're like, "There's no way. There's two people out there, right?" So maybe he can function as bait as we go back outside circle once more, where this just does not come to an end. We talked about Rello maybe being spotted by Star-Lord before, but it's going to be him and Gen G that end up fighting once again. Rello, this time around, able to find Tosi with a second nade lopped on over. Oh, bounces a bit short.
We're going to see how much Rello was able to pick up, or how much he's got left after reviving his other teammates. He still does have one. D is inside the city. Is Rello still just out in the middle of nowhere? I don't even know if Bean has anything here as we get to see the replay of Orca getting popped out. And yeah, that was... He has not touched the ground yet in this game alive. That is
twice.
That is not Not great if you're Orca. He just wants to get his feet on the ground, man. Come on.
It feels bad, man, when your kryptonite in PUBG is parachutes. Because you're kind of forced to try and make use of them at some point in the game. But yeah, hopefully come game 2, Orca will in fact be able to land. At least once.
Well, the battle of the 4-letter player names continues here. I'm not sure what... Oh, there you go, Bean. Cooks it perfectly, finds Rello, and will make his way on as we see the C4 whip is back in play for Suze.
And this is a very C4-able compound because you're coming off that hillside into it. For VP, there's very little to no chance to get shots at it prior. Maybe you lob a lucky Panzerfaust over right before it comes in. But looking at where all their guns are currently pointed on the side of VP, they're expecting this. They know there's going to be pressure coming from that warehouse.
Yeah, they were taking a little bit of time to commit to this. As okay, Suze will put it on the Golden Murado. Spaceman going to lead the way, so this is maybe a little bit of a bait to see if they can get somebody to shoot him. December 12th, stay out of his way. Suze down the hill. Listen for the beeps.
Disengage, disengage, get out of there.
Or don't listen for the beeps. There you go. Beamy will go very, very low. And now JDG, they have to push, man. Yep. They have the smoke wall set up. They were waiting for this. Cold is going to get taken down by Hackatory off in the distance. And now 7-7 OO and the 17 boys are getting involved in the third party.
Yep, absolute shutdown initially, but the breach has been made and successfully so. December 12th, only player left alive for now trying to make this happen. There are knocked players on the side of VP that could potentially get rest. The issue is for VP, they cannot collapse on the 17. Able to spread them apart, keep them apart. As I say that, though, they have opted to commit to it. 17, though, with an easy third-party opportunity here.
Trying to go for those flushes. The grenade's just not bouncing right for December 12th there. And VP looks like Nixie will get the res onto Luca Rux while Corexi holds the line. The rest of 17 is still hanging out in the distance. A problem for 17. Nobody else is looking over in their direction, so they are free to just hang out here and wait for somebody to shoot.
Golden opportunity for them to try and reset this one. It's December 12th, able to jump out the window, hasn't been able to get a rest on a teammate that will spot Luca Rux. No, yes, sees him just in time. As the second player comes around the corner, finds Beamy as well. Now he's going from one team into another. No, he's going back inside the building once more.
Retreats through the smoke, and now 17 is getting involved, and VP is falling apart at the seams. They are down. Do they have any players left? Yeah, Nixie's still alive, and it looks like Xiaowu is looking to see if he can maybe spot out December 12th. This is a heroic performance from December 12th here, staying alive for JDG.
Sneaky, sneaky little snake using the smokes to perfection, able to get back inside, get the flush and one down, and then take Corexi out with him. As now,
good flash.
Yeah, exactly. Bison some time issues. It can't really push through.
He's got that deployable shield.
He's going to lob it and go for the window, hoping that the audio cues won't work. I'm not quite sure what the play is here, but it's, I mean, regardless of what it does, it's a very hard position for him to be in.
It is indeed, and
good.
There to go. Okay, then lead from Lil Ghost will finish him off as 17. Looking for Nixie now. Can they clean up everybody? They can. 17 now up to 4 kills as they make their way from the southwest side where there is nobody left.
Exactly. Good on them for being as quickly as they were and executing this fight, because at Na'Vi finished their fight with SlamG prior, which effectively comes to an end now as SlamG backs off. Na'Vi could have been in a perfect position to hold 17 outside the circle, but not gonna happen as we now go down to Paraíso, where the Freaks are trying to prevent anyone else from getting outside city, but D has made his way here.
Sure if they know about the snake in their mix. Full sense will try to make their way through, and it is not going to happen between Forest and Slam. Forest, of course, getting the credit for those kills as they continue to just collect third-party points. 6 points now, or 6 kills rather, for them overall as we have made it to our top 9.
Yeah, and yet again a 0-pointer for Full Sense, a team who played incredible throughout PGS 9, having a really high time getting anything going here at PGS 10.
Looks like Slam, eyes down range towards Forest, but there's just not much to find. Oh, there you go, Boostic. Okay. Of course, it would be him, wouldn't it? Scappy will be the first one to go down in Lurix, being the tip of the spear, but Kiss is ready, and that'll be the trade as Boostic now hopping in the van to try to get a little bit closer.
Yep, try to wrap his way forward. Might be driving straight into that nade. Could have been Scary Baron, slops and then taking one over. Able to get one down with it. More util to be dispatched. Gets close as well as Boostic is down to half HP.
Maybe a little bit of rookie mistake there on the part of Slam, not expecting the grenade follow-up after the knock, and now Magori, the last one left alive, as Forrest just slamming him with utility, and Magori, he's dancing around on the edge. Does manage to get the heal off, but now he's all by himself.
They just threw literally everything they had. That's like, I don't know, 10 pieces of lethal util to take him out. Still, though, somehow Makora alive, but finally dealt with as Forest Gaming racks up kill number 10 and a spot inside the northern part of this one.
And a spot in third place as well, as we see Twisted Minds trying to see if they can find a way to dispatch with those freaks. This has been a battle that has been brewing all game long, and now it looks like it's finally ready to pop off as they have spotted out Heaven on the high side. That is a cooked grenade, but Heaven, quick on his feet, will move out of the way. Perfectix has to dodge to stay alive.
Yeah, they know exactly where they have him upstairs. Example, will find D, so that's a little bit of pressure being alleviated from Twisted, now able to push further forward. Human found as well. Deal does get Lou in return. So trading back and forth, but just moments later, now it's just Heaven left alive. And again, they have a really good idea of where he is. Able to find one with an 8, though.
Nicely placed grenade from him. And Example has to be real careful about how he wants to push this, as the grenade follow-up from Heaven not going to land exactly where it needs to. That one may. We'll see. Yep, he's going to find, well, his own player. That's a...
I think the play here was Deal crawled on top of them and was like, bro, they're on me. Just throw the nade. Doesn't matter that I go down. You can get at least one with it, too. Now able to get one at least. The loot flush as well. So Heaven will, in fact, be on his own here. And I don't think, Twisted, they're going for the rest. There's no reason for them to aggressively try to take this fight.
Problem for both of these teams is whoever does come out will be right in the sights of FaZe and or EA. As soon as they try to make their way across that road, as Heaven has switched over to the pumpy shotgun, will try to push through. He's going to hear Perfectix. He will take the shot, but it's not going to land. Now he has to go for the spray. Lou will go down, tries to avoid it via the drop shot. He's going to get stolen away, and Heaven is going to take at least one more off of Twisted. And there you go. Nurin's had perfect line of sight to take down Perfectix, so now Twisted down to just Example.
Yep, great play by Arena because they were getting pressure. They were getting pushed by Forest at the same time, but understanding the value of making sure you have that entire southeast clear. It's good on them. Fairest able to find Xiaowu, 17 down to just 7-7.
Na'Vi playing around on that northern edge. The Raps coming at perfect times. They managed to keep all 4 players alive this time around. It wasn't a day to write home about yesterday, but so far so good here in game number 1 as they're making their way over back towards the north, looking over towards Forest, who is just doing so much there, coming from that northeastern side, rather. So we see Example just trying to survive a little bit longer.
Casual phase 7 healing as he's trying to creep his way further towards the circle. Of course, there has been no insta-kill on Twisted, so everyone will have at least one guy looking down towards that roadside. And for FaZe, I mean, while all this fighting was going on between Twisted and DN Freaks, FaZe and Gustav over early cleared the initial perimeter across the street. Now 3 on that side of the road, but still, you leave Vard behind to hold off the ankle as Forest Gaming. They're inside circle, and they're trying to keep Na'Vi out, because if they get a foothold in on that northern side up on the hills, it really prevents Forest from taking advantage of having the high ground.
Olympus landing the spray there, doesn't get the knock, and there you go. Example will just go down to the blue in the end. So we've made it to our top 5 teams. So Pons, again, just barely avoiding this as, yep, 7-7-0 will go down. So now we have made it to our top 4, and this is going to be spicy. All 4 teams with all 4 alive.
Yep.
And you got EA with the compound. Forest has something there to work with, but Na'Vi has that high ground for now, and FaZe is just kind of out of line of sight of everybody, so they could just be patient with this.
Exactly. I mean, FaZe right now alongside Forest are going, Na'Vi, where are you going, guys? You're outside circle. You're the ones we are all waiting for, because the remaining 3 teams are ducking pretty deep. I mean, you have Forest Gaming up in the silos. You have E-Arena inside the compound proper, as you can see here. They're not planning on going anywhere. And then you have FaZe down on the southern side trying. They're effectively trying to force Na'Vi up in the north, and it seems like it has worked out for them. Na'Vi has a toe inside the circle for now, and that is literally it. The very rich line of this hill is in for the next 20-some seconds, but that's going to do it.
Na'Vi going to do their best to hold on to that high ground for as long as possible. See if they can maybe get a knock or 2 to open up a door. As you see, Forest just still looking up at that ridge line, waiting for somebody to peek. They had a C4 in hand, so it looks like if they can get rid of Na'Vi, they have a plan for how they want to take the fight next to E-Arena in the compound.
Exactly. For FaZe, though, on that southern side, mission accomplished. All they needed here was to force Na'Vi north, because if you get those kills, or if you force that fight between those two teams, you can then follow up the wrap-up. And here you have Na'Vi. I see a compound. I see a C4. I see a lot of downhill driving. This is, as long as they don't accidentally pull the handbrake and get out of the car, this could have a team wipe written on it.
I think if you're E-Arena, you have to have been watching this tournament so far, and you have to be knowing what to expect here at some point.
How deep do they send it?
Na'Vi is just they're gonna wait. They're gonna wait until they absolutely have to go, and then they will try to send that down. You have to imagine here's FaZe still trying to find some kind of angle, but I mean, they're chilling. Like, they have so much, they got a lot of room to work around here. They can avoid E-Arena for the time being. And really, it's just everybody looking towards Na'Vi right now.
Well, the issue right now for Na'Vi, that is the more time they take, this final circle is going to start closing in just a couple of seconds. If they wait too long, they're going to have to run in behind their own C4. And we know it takes a while for that one to blow up. So, guys, you might drive a C4 into a compound, but if you're running into that compound at the same time, too, that could be pretty dangerous. Here it comes, though. Lopped on over the hillside. How far are we going with the Flying Bronco?
Oh, it doesn't make it onto the other side of the fence, and Sosin will go down.
No, he takes out Ferris with it.
He does take out Ferris. Ferris was at the top of the hill. Oh, no. And yeah, okay. Well, it was always going to be a rough road for Na'Vi to try to make their way in here, and unfortunately, the bounce just doesn't work out for him, as Kiss will find Hakatori, and it now extends the last player left alive. Forest continues their reign of terror on this northern side. They also get a little bit lucky when it comes to the C4.
I mean, this was what I was worried about. Na'Vi simply won't have the time to try and make a play off of the C4, and let alone just the speed of the car, not able to fly that fence. So Forest lives with the scare, as Na'Vi will in the end fall. And now, again, two teams locked in position. FaZe Clan with the West to maneuver through.
Well, we saw the Expendables get a 22-kill win yesterday. And if Forest can get everybody left in the lobby, they'll be in rarefied air. But Fex has an angle. Ooh, nice shot from Olympus will force him to pull back down. But you can see FaZe, their armor is beaten, their helmets are beaten, and they have just they're starting to run out of high ground and ridge lines to play with here.
It's insane to me that every time we talk 20 or close to 20 kill performances, it's exclusively APAC that's been able to pull it off. We have Forest Gaming, as you say, closing in. Expendables yesterday, and then, of course, third on 5 in tournaments past, able to do so, as well as Scabby, able to find one more. These boys are locked in.
They're going to lay down the smoke wall. They're going to focus all their attention over towards FaZe, knowing that E-Arena is just going to try to hold it from the line, as James will go down to the grenade. Fex just having to heal through, gets knocked very, very low. Somehow still alive. Gustav will go down, and now Fex, the last player left alive, creeping through the smoke, as Forest will try to avoid the line of sight of E-Arena. Fex will try to scooch a little forward to see if he can maybe take one off of Forest.
Completely unstoppable, and now finally another team says, guys, it's enough. Norrin's able to find Baron, but not before he gets a double knock for himself. Kiss able to get the flush on one more as well. They creep over 16 kills thus far with 2 knocked players, potentially points to come for Forest Gaming.
Smokes are dying, then Amy's gonna spot out Fex, and he gets him, as that is going to be 18 kills now, but Forest is all of a sudden down to Olympus. E-Arena picking the perfect time to strike.
FaZe just sent Fex up to give E-Arena this win, and they will do so with the nade lopped on over. An almost instant triple kill for Fex. Shuts down Forest Gaming, and E-Arena out victorious.
That's a huge pickup there for Fex, and FaZe at the end of the day there being able to pick up a few more points off of what is essentially a washed situation.
Yeah.
E-Arena just gets to hide in their compound and come out and just take advantage of the situation that was laid in front of them, but you can't take away from Forest. What a phenomenal game to start off their day here.
Exactly. E-Arena came into it. They just took destruction from day one, and they succeed.
E-Arena, the masters of Puerto Paraiso, as they get themselves another victory from the location, as it was unbelievably crucial when they were able to do it in the group stage. And here, to start off day number 2, they were able to do it again, Martin.
Yeah, they were able to get a little bit up and further high. Yeah. Obviously taking this, but this was off Fex's shoulders. He got 3 knocks, 1 nade on Kiss, 2 guys on the low ground. And I'm actually surprised the Arena didn't prioritize getting the flushes. They left 2 flushes there. They knew there's only 1 left standing. Like, even losing a guy there is worth it for the 2 flushes that's on the ground.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to be honest. That end game was not punctuated by E-Arena for me.
Not really.
The most standout moment in that end game was Navi's incredible usage of C4. And the hijinks.
Well, no. Stop showing this. Turn this off. Turn this off right now. Get this out of here.
Oh, it's not so bad to be from the Americas anymore, is it?
Okay. The only standout to me here was Kiss and 1,000 damage and 6 or 7 kills. That was the big one there.
Well, that's the thing. We're going to have E-Arena take themselves the win here. We're going to see all the numbers. We're going to see whoever is the man of the match. But it was still going to be Kiss in our minds that is the man of the match, considering he had so much damage. Forrest was blasting in this game.
Yeah, Forrest Natural came in mid-tier on the leaderboard today to start out, and coming off of a big game, Kiss was hitting every single shot that he went for. It was actually really exciting to watch. You also got a quick look at Expendables there, who is, I think, the opposite of that spectrum. These guys seem like they're just throwing good money after bad. It's like one of our guys is caught in a rough spot. If one dies, we all die together. But this is the crazy part for me, is they're still happy when they wipe. It's the attitude of the Expendables that is shocking, confusing, but also in a way refreshing.
There's no way he just faked a death slam into the cheeky striker pose. Oh, Tanvu, lovely stuff. But yes, it's been a start to the day, that's for sure. One thing that's interesting for me though is the fact that, I mean, these down toward Puerto Paraiso circles are kind of rare anyway. Then to have 2 of them this close to one another, for E-Arena to capitalize, it's great for them, but for the rest of the teams, they kind of had that playbook, a second chance at being able to approach.
A little bit further away from the water, obviously, but still, again, the teams that have that home turf advantage is massive there. But 18 kills for Forrest here to take most points in the match. E-Arena obviously getting the win and 4 kills, but still, that's massive. FaZe only getting 2. Fex had 2 knocks on that. I think the only 2 kills was actually the 2 knocks on Forrest.
When we went over at the start of the show, historical kills at PGS's, I mean, 18 was basically just off that leaderboard, the screen.
Yeah,
right?
they only had
18 is a very impressive number to put up there. So I think,
and it's not even a win.
It's not, right? Imagine if they had.
Yes.
Imagine. But I'm saying,
that would have been 22 then.
Almost,
all of Arena was in.
They would have been tied for the new record.
Yeah. Crazy stuff. But they were absolutely blasting everything. And I could only imagine, again, we're going to look at E-Arena's numbers in a second.
We have to.
Which I'm not very interested in, considering what Forrest has actually done in this game. But
there you go.
Yeah, let's look at Forrest.
Take that, E-Arena's numbers.
But 1K clubber for Kiss.
Yeah.
It's good to see him up there again, obviously.
What
7.
a performance.
Yeah. 4 knocks for him only, so 3 Steelerinos.
3 Steelerinos. Yeah, I mean, but that is their MO. Good spot, take away, come in third party when you need to. Baron doing a great job getting those knocks as well. And it's nice to see Hackatory for Na'Vi there. Yesterday was a really kind of a quiet day for them. And outside the C4, they did get into a good spot. They made the late game. They did a little bit of work to get there. So it was definitely, to me, a better Na'Vi than we saw yesterday.
And they are Naruto running to the stage. Forest Natural Gaming for the next game.
Wouldn't you after those numbers?
I suppose. 24 points go the way here for Forest Natural Gaming. Who's cheering harder for them? Is it them, or is it anyone's legend at home sat there watching this, thinking to themselves, you're great, Forest Natural Gaming, keep going?
Yeah, I swear that's exactly what's happening. Forest is about to get another spot for APAC. If this continues, 24 points here, this could potentially put them on 3rd place, almost. I think.
If I remember,
there we go, or second.
Wow. That's
what a result.
Time. I feel like at our last PGC, we had a lot of conversations about how powerful APAC was becoming as a region, and how dominant they were at that event. And it does seem like everybody from that region is, again, sort of on this upward curve headed here.
That said, they don't pick the post number 1, though. Virtus Pro was holding down that compound for a long time. We had 2nd and 3rd parties coming their way to try and deal with it. It's difficult, that compound, and how kind of it can be to defend it. Usually those buildings are very easy to defend from that high ground position, very unpushable, but there was just so much utility going their way. Difficult with the divide and conquer.
I mean, they get the kind of short end of the stick for that one for sure.
Yeah,
but again, that's Forest on the other end. They remember how much they actually used in that earlier fight.
Right.
They committed like 7 nades, 2 blue zones.
To be clear,
Slam
VP
G.
had the short edge of that stick, but I do want to remind us that they had the most beautiful C4 stop I've seen in a long time with that grenade.
Yeah.
Kept the car from closing in, and they only lost that fight because there was a follow-up collapse by 17. So VP still looking really, really good to me.
Agreed.
Na'Vi here, they looked amazing in the group stage. It's
shortly on the camera because it's not
yeah,
relevant.
let's ignore everything that maybe happened in that last one. But again, here in the grand finals, it's not materialized. We want to see more from them, but it is time to get game number 2 for the day underway. Let's head over to Poro and Toby.
Thank you, boys. Great breakdowns as always as we go to Miramar for the final time here today. Great start for Forest Gaming, and again, I mean, I said it through PGS 9. I didn't expect to get to say it as much through PGS 10, but Thailand as a whole throughout these tournaments has proven to the world why they really would like to see this PGC come their way in Bangkok. Imagine that with so many good Thai teams playing right now, and a Thai team maybe looking to win PGC in Bangkok. That will be one of the biggest PUBG parties we've ever attended after that tournament comes to an end.
It'll be pretty fun. It'll be pretty fun. Well, you've seen E-Arena now win both the games that ended all the way down there on the southeast, as they won our last game of groups, and then they follow it up this time with another one. So I guess we go down to Puerto. We know whose territory it is. But I'll tell you what I'm excited to see here, Toby. Will Orca's feet actually touch the ground of Miramar this time?
Well, he's not next to Rello, so so that's a way to start it. He is close to E-Arena, down on the southern side of the mountain. Well, we will see if. You know what? I'm gonna call it early. He's fine.
Yay!
Somehow he glitches next to a rock or something, and just he gets sent into the underground. But no, I think it should be good. So do I think most, if not near all, should be all right, at least when it comes to making landfall. I am seeing Perfect X shooting at Song Yang right now as he's in a car, but that doesn't count because he made landfall. The circle takes us to the north.
And Orca's toes have touched the ground. Hooray! And the circle going all the way off to the north. Again, another far northern circle. So it's been fun to watch here. Full sense on the clock. Obviously, FN also looking pretty centered up. The Expendables, we'll see if they can stay alive longer than 16th place. Remember, yesterday's second game on Miramar was where we saw them break the record, 22 kills and the win. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on them, as we will also be keeping an eye on E-Arena and Rex. Oh no! Will unfortunately run right into Delwyn as the Expendables and FN Potion fight, early game fight continues.
Exactly. Not the first time we see that happen. I'll do so here again. And, well, I mean, for FN right now, set up in third, tied, almost tied, I should say, with Forest. They, I mean, we talked about it in the previous game about how Gen G might be stumbling over themselves a bit right now because they're playing overly confident, but we'll see here as we have a Rex interview lined up. That's the most cruel timing.
See if
ever.
the picture-in-picture.
We should have graded out.
다 같이 조금 뭐 노력도 노력인데 어떻게 해야 저희가 게임에 있어서 좋은 방향성으로 게임을 할까에 대해서 좀 고민을 많이 했던 것 같아요. 근데 그 고민을 좀 다 같이 잘 풀어 나간 것 같아서 오늘 잘했던 것 같아요. 일단 되게 저희가 설레발을 좀 치는 경우도 있어가지고 설레발 안 쳤으면 좋겠고 되게 좀 기복 없는 그런 꾸준함을 유지하려고 노력을 해야 될 것 같아요.
I wish I had paid any attention to what he was saying because there was a pretty impactful fight going on at the same time. And yeah, that was Pochon dying early game. All I really focused it on was a big Pentafaust running around the corner, an explosion, and then seeing them eliminated. But good on Expendables for being able to not only stay alive, but get the points and seemingly not take too many casualties with it.
Yeah, we'll call that both of those teams are 1-1 after Miramar.
Fair.
And we'll see if that continues going into tomorrow, because that could be a little bit more interesting. But FN Potion, obviously, a lot more to lose here, and Expendables, a lot more to gain. But they will get everybody back on their feet, and not in a second too late either, as looks like FaZe and Slammer are kind of rotating around. Meanwhile, Magore going to spot out Deal. He's going to spot out Guman. Guman will get the knock. As Magore maybe biting off a little bit more than he could chew.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, it's the same old story. Same teams that are getting into some of this early game shenanigans time and time again, and where, I mean, this was big part of the reason why DN Freaks did not make it to the PGS 9 Great Finals, the early game shenanigans. This time around, at least, they get out victorious, but I think they too would love to just, avoid it altogether.
Unfortunately for them, it looks like Slam is going to move on their merry way, sans Magore, and they do have Na'Vi coming up from the south, and the Freaks, they are not out of the woods just yet, as they've got the Expendables just ahead of them, as everybody is making their way from the south into this zone. Looks like they will both avoid each other for now, but yep, now we got Twisted Minds and Al-Qadsiya off in the distance, as you see Gen G in helicopters pick-upping their way across the zone.
Blue chasing this one down as he spots Rello trying to make his way further towards the north. Again, this being Al-Qadsiya trying to make a... I was going to say group up, but they're actually still trying to maintain their split. Rello wanting to get down to that compound and has made it there, but seems like he's going to continue forward. Wise decision on his part. I think that was the checkpoint, but now that he has an entire team behind him, if they see just one go into the compound, they're definitely pulling up on it.
No, absolutely. Cowboy still a little bit separated from the rest of them, but you see Slam, again, the Arctics just being the tip of the spears. We see the replay of the fight that was happening during that Rex interview, as Rex could not win that little peak battle. Almost did, though. Dell went down to 14 HP, and then the rest of FM Pocheon decided they wanted to come in and get a piece, and it was started off looking good until it didn't.
Until it didn't. Wait, it was Breakers that shot it and took himself out with it, too.
It was just unfortunate timing. I mean, he knew he was going to go down probably if he did that, but he did. Just the guy on the outside got spotted out by Tanvu, and sometimes that's just the way it goes. Well, Forrest will lose Baron early this time around, as Orca, now that he's got his feet on the ground, is looking like he's a little bit more dangerous than an Orca in the sky.
And it's again Gen G fighting early as well. I know I just said the same exact thing about DN Freaks, but it's surprising to me that they come out and take so many early games fight when through PGS 9 they were being, I don't want to say overly passive, but at least for the early game tried to avoid commotion, let's call it that, for the most part.
Yeah, getting a little bit further centered up than the edge, where we've kind of grown accustomed to seeing them, as we see Na'Vi still hovering around over here by Slam, Boostic, and Lurix, looking off in that direction, just making sure that Extends does not get any closer. Well, most teams already inside the zone. We do see VP just now arriving from the south. JDG should be arriving from the power grid. E-Arena all the way off in the west by La Cobreria. They will be some of our last to arrive into the zone, as we still see Freaks kind of moving around as well. Forrest also playing around up there by Campo Militar.
Trying to get set up, not so much in the area to stay, but more so split out and see how can we best position ourselves for the circles to come still. Trying to feel out exactly what sort of room they have to maneuver with. Heaven getting shot at there by Forrest as well. Again, this is a big vouch for anyone not having the map stream open to always have that second monitor on your phone, whatever it may be. Have it open, because there's a lot going on that isn't just these guys driving up towards Hacienda.
While we watch VP arrive here just to the south of Hacienda, keeping an eye on this. Yeah, this Na'Vi Slam situation. They keep driving around, and I don't think they knew. And now Solcid's going to find out the hard way that this space is occupied. Lurex will click him. And now Na'Vi, it looks like they're just going to go ahead and... No, Ferris isn't going to go in there, right? No,
I mean,
that might play the hill, yeah.
That would be
Well, even playing the hill just feels dangerous right now, as you're kind of putting yourself in the open.
Yeah.
But I think Ferris coming from the south side, I think he knows that nobody is making rotations up in that direction, so maybe a little bit safer. But they will go ahead and join each other, as Slam is now down to 3.
Yep, down to 3. So are Na'Vi, as Human set here on his own right now. Again, we talked about DN Freak spacing out and wanting to claim as much real estate as possible. Human has heard this Expendables team rock up and salute. In knowing that, he's surprisingly slow in trying to approach. This actually makes me think that they don't know that they're here. But the way that Okay, no, he is actually playing a Dima. Okay, I thought he was aware that they were here, but this seems like very much like a trap setup from Expendables to me.
Definitely has all indications of that. 3 kills so far for the Expendables after they managed to take out almost all of FN. The only one they didn't get was the guy who got himself. And see Delwyn still working around, and Gilby gets spotted out, and that's going to be him going low, and he goes down. Tanvu will start things off, and now Salute all by himself. The rest of the boys off to the north are looking back in this direction, but in no vehicles. They are not coming down here. Salute is on his own.
Yep, they'll win. Panzer in hand. Nate's instantly lopped on in. They know exactly where they have him, and there is no way really for Heaven or Deal to try and help out from this angle. Salute has to try and stay alive for as long as he possibly can, which will be at least for a little while longer. These Nates not quite finding the mark. That was a surprisingly close Nate given that he was in the corner room.
It looks like Heaven's actually making his way down here to try to provide some support, but he's going to get spotted by the Panzer, and now Deal also doing the same thing. So DNF coming in one after the other, and they are just feeding these kills over to the Expendables.
Yep, Salute going down now as well. Again, questionable decision in trying to collapse on this when you've already lost 2. If there were only been the 1, that would, been reasonable, but they know that it's a 4-man collapse on your position coming in and being split like this as well on the approach. A bit of a misstep from DN Freaks in my book, and that's saying it because we know how incredibly good they are at these timed fights where they pull up together. This time around, a bit too much space in between him.
We'll see what Deal decides to do. He might hang around on the periphery and see if he can maybe get those chips back at some point. JDG, meanwhile, they're going to move from their situation, make their way on the south, or make their way south on that western edge. Now, Oct-2 has angles, and that's going to be the reason why they stop at the top of this hill.
Yeah, this next circle looks great for now. A lot of teams able to split, but this is a very compound-tied circle. There ain't a whole lot, if any, room to really maneuver in the open as long as a lot of these compounds are still in play. And because of the hill where Full Sense is currently set, being in play, they have overview of effectively every single ridge you could try and prone in outside right now. So for this next circle shift, it's going to be pull-ups galore, because again, as I said, not a whole lot of any real estate to play around in the open.
Arena making their way through that Oct-2 split. A few shots being sent in their direction by Begopa as well, and they're going to find the smallest of compounds to play around, and that should be okay for now. It looks like Baron will be able to rejoin the rest of Forest on that north side as they found so much success playing slow from Campo Militar the first time. They're going to continue doing that here in game number 2.
Exactly. This is going to sound weird, but maybe there would have been an idea for Oct-2 and not popping those tires. Because if this circle swings away from that western side and Oct-2 looks to group up, right now, Arena is stuck in this position in the midst of their 2-2 split, right? So if you're Oct-2 here, you're pretty much saying, great, now now there's going to be players in between us for the entire game. Had they gotten the circle, the cars with them, we would have maybe left and allowed for them to group up.
Yeah, you got to figure it was always going to be a difficult cross, even with Begopa there before.
And
you throw in Arena as well, and that just makes it even that more complicated as we see Kiss just vibing out to the music, chilling, checking the radio stations. The Expendables still playing on that northern side of Kudavaye, and I don't think they were able to spot out Deal, but Deal is retreating all the way up into Campo Militar. There's no way he was able to get anybody's chip, I don't think. So I think he's just playing the survival game at this point.
That's one thing I wish we implemented into the observer mode. Just like we can put it right next to where the Nate logo is or anything. Just a small indicator that a player is looking at their map. Because when you have Kiss there, just kind of staring into the ether, screen not moving, and all, you go, why is he just mentally AFK right now? I was like, oh, wait. He's probably looking at the map trying to line up their next rotation right now.
Just pinging about everything they can.
Exactly.
See if they can figure out where the guys are. Well, you see the E-pickup popped by JDG just in case. Forrest coming in from the side, the north.
There you have it.
The circle will pop off to the east, so we'll see if JDG will stick with that E-pickup. And Full Sense, they've got to make a decision here too, and it looks like they're going to bring the south side of their split back together.
And this is again for the sake of the storyline. Look at Oct-2's rotation right now, right? They know that they have put Arena, stuck them in position, so now they're going to be forced to wrap all the way around them. And luckily for them, actually, Full Sense taking the bait on their approach, opting to go up to the hillside proper, should allow for the 2 stragglers on the side of Oct-2 to group up with their teammates.
Meanwhile, JDG going to hop off the helicopter a little bit early, play the western side around water treatment.
Smart.
And it looks like Alcatia, though, they're a little bit too busy to take shots. Twisted Minds only has 2 up here. They've got to be concerned about Virtus Pro, who is just off to the south as well, as Navi will be the other team that's coming in from the south. So all the Europeans coming in from the south very late. You can see, well, you can see that there's a plan, right? The circle was so far north that let's just play the edge, play around the edges, and see if we can maybe catch somebody coming in. The only problem for EU fans is the only teams that are going to catch coming in are other EMEA teams.
Exactly. If there was ever a doubt that EMEA is a very Western edge favorite region, then screenshot your map feed right now. Because yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds made it work, you know, a couple of years back, and everyone said, let's try and do what the Twisted Minds does. And
worked out pretty good for them, didn't it?
Exactly. They have managed to squeeze their way into water treatment. Twisted Minds, that is. On the southeast, Navi still trying to flex out, make more space, but of course, having lost one early, it does limit how wide they can play their split.
Force trying to find a way to come in on this northern side, getting hassled by Gen G. In a 2-2 split between a compound and the high ground. The Expendables still looking around to see if they can find Deal, who actually did finally make his way into Cruz de Valle. So maybe was able to find those blue chips. We'll see if he gets them back. As you see, Bean will get the knock on Olympus. And also worth noting, Alcatia able to get their team back together. So they managed to make their way through that E-Arena problem.
A bit of a detour was needed, but they got there in the end. Speaking of detours, Deal currently just running around the city trying to avoid confrontation. Is being shot at, but able to stay on his feet. I'm not sure if maybe Expendables picked up some of these chips or not. If not, then, I mean, hey, there is a rest possible for him, but he's running the opposite direction, so that tells me that these boys, they've taken with him.
Well, we'll keep an eye as Begopa will push down south and run right into E-Arena. And E-Arena is set and ready as the Begopa cars will drive past. Opan's able to retreat into the hard cover, turn his attention back over to Akan. Jacob still has that high ground. The smoke is down, but Begopa has arrived, and they're going to spot him. Guyon gets the knock.
Bigger fight for E-Arena to try and shut him down, but I was just going to say for Alcatia, this is even bigger. If your third party this successfully, which they're already doing right now, this could be huge. Clearing out this entire western side and then open up an opportunity for them to wrap north later would be huge. Roth able helping out, holding the north as Rello finds the double down the hillside.
Hard shift back up to the northwest and full sense in dead center as Alcatia continues to flex out, see if they can get these knocks and finishes onto E-Arena. Begopa now also looking down towards water treatment. They have to avoid Alcatia's line of sight as well, and that may force them right into gatekeeping anything coming out of water treatment, while Slam is taking shots over towards full sense. Alcatia still doing their most to see if they can get any points off of this.
This is the threat right now for Alcatia. Shots now being fired from Olympus up on that northern side. They are now aware that there is in fact a team sat up on the north side, so they can't fully commit to the south. And one main issue is right now Cowboys outside circle and currently being suppressed by Forest. So Alcatia needs to, I think, peek towards the north, hold that angle more firmly. Even if there are points available on the south side, you want to get Cowboy back in the game.
James will go down for FaZe as he has been spotted out and picked out. The rest of FaZe have managed to make their way just on the doorstep of Full Sense, but Gen G looking over in this direction as well. We'll see a Full Sense, a Flash, who's hanging out just above them. He can read what's exactly going on. Gustav has the angles over onto Gen G. A few more shots sent in that direction. The Expendables making their way in from the east, but they've got Navi rotating up, Slam making their way in. But the south side is where things might get messy here shortly, because Twisted Minds making their way through water treatment where JDG is locked in, and they've got Virtus Pro coming in right behind them, and 17 off to the east.
That's my curious thing, is where does Virtus Pro play this one? Do they filter into water treatment knowing it's practically shifted out already? Or do you try and huck that east side wall knowing that you're going to be shut up by literally half the server as to try to make that run happen? Hard decisions for them to make. Hard decisions here for Navi as well, who so far have gone unnoticed. Tanvu is sat with his back turned completely as Hakatori is creeping ever so much closer. Still sprinting though.
Still sprinting, and he's getting real close, but nobody from the Expendables is looking in this direction, and Hakatori has Tanvu dead to rights, and now he's got him dead as he will go down, get the flush as well, and the Expendables will continue to make their way in, but they are getting shot at by Full Sense as well, so they've got to focus on what's right in front of them, and that's where the next spot in the circle will be to play. Twisted Minds will lose Example, and they're going to try to make their way in, get the knock on December 12th, but you can see Virtus Pro off in the distance looking down as well.
Issue for Virtus Pro is they're looking too many directions right now. They have a fight right in front of them. Unfortunately for them, they're being successful at fending off. Beamy finds one Tigger, finds still goes a little bit of help from Full Sense there on the opposite side of Slam. G now as well. They're looking to join this fight in the east.
The Expendable, or Twisted Minds rather, making their way into the hard cover, trying to work their way through the smokes, spot out exactly where the rest of the JDG boys are. Cold 119, you can see, is sprinting over here as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, he is being blocked off by a smoke, so is able to just run across the road for free. As you can see the situation, Virtus Pro does clean up 17 Gaming, and now they will make their way into the circle, or will they come over here and see if they can third-party this?
And that's exactly it, right? They need to clear that south side if they want to be able to play inside circle proper. Twisted Minds know they have to do the same thing. Many fights for them to come in a match like this. Either this is going to be a 2-point game for them, or they're going to get away with like a 17-kill performance. First one comes through Susep, found with a nade on one side. Spaceman and Cold still there holding off though, as Cold is able to find one with a nade.
Trading utility back and forth, these two squads. Batulins and Lou will fight their way through the blue zone grenade. He'll spot out Spaceman before eventually retreating back. And you can see DN Freaks are eliminated, but now Bagel is here with the high ground, so Twisted Minds has to be careful about how they want to push this, as Cold 119, the last player left alive for JDG.
Third party could get fourth party, depending on what Alcazia opts to do from their position in the northwest. If they take the fight to Bagel, it's going to make this fight happening down here a lot easier to control, at least on the side of Twisted Minds. They know full well that it's Bagel set up on the hillside, so look to see them instantly make a play happen if they see Bagel active in the kill feed again.
Gen G fighting their way in from the east. They've got Navi pinned down just off to their south, but they have to be careful about how they push this because FaZe has vision, Forest has vision. Full Sense was dead center circle, and now they're down to 2 after dealing with Slam, as we see Twisted Minds trying to finish off Colt 119, and they will. And then JDG going out in 11th place.
Yep, they do so here. In the meantime, Virtus Pro able to get up on the hillside towards that north end. Good thing for them that they're able to do so as fast as they did, because they're now sat here effectively as the only gatekeepers of Twisted Minds. If they hadn't been here fast enough, could have been problematic, but able to do so successfully. Issue is they are vulnerable to Slam. G on the opposite side, and Boostic instantly punishes.
See the knocks being traded over there as Cowboy will go down to a beautiful grenade from Akan. Bagel Pa now holding off the push from Alcazia. D going to immediately go for that res, which is very dangerous. If there was any more utility left in the bag for Akan, you got to figure the follow-up grenade would have been right there, but instead he will sprint to get a little bit closer as Alcazia, the res will come through, but nice spray will get the knock on Arello.
Only seen him playing MP5s this entire tournament, but Akan can make it happen with the Org as well. As he peeks out over, double headshot to follow. Able to take him down, and Alcazia, I like the idea of them trying to push down towards the south side, but even more so, the read from Bagopan anticipating this push come through, as the C4 vehicle misses the target by quite the mark.
The terrain not working in their favor this time around, as Alcazia will push away from Bagopan. Twisted Mind still in a world of trouble. Batulin's the last one left alive, and Virtus Pro has all eyes trained down to the south after dealing with 2 from Slam. There you go, Twisted Minds out in 10th, as Slam will continue to take the fight to Bagopod. They're going to get the knock on a Guyon.
I mean, for VP, this could potentially be, they already have 8 kills and all 4 up still. If they can sweep that northwest, take out Bagopod doing so as well, this could be an enormous game for the team already sat in first place. You see the knock come through. Oh, Beamy
30.
With the Dragonov. Correctly there. They are dialed on in.
Now, Virtus Pro feeling themselves so far here as they continue to add on to their already impressive total. We see FaZe taking the fight to Forest. 2 knocked for them, and it's all down to Kiss. And who is that on the... No, that's Olympus. Okay, so Olympus, they do have angles onto Gen G, and they are causing Gen G all types of problems. So it looks like Gen G down to just Tosi, who is still well out of zone.
You were never going to make it in on foot from that side of the circle. Once you're seen coming in, everyone's going to be shooting at you. The issue is there's no one fighting on the hilltop proper, so if you can sit there, kind of lean back and just take shots at a distance, Gen G was never going to win that fight.
Forest losing 2 to FaZe there probably feels pretty bad, as FaZe flexing out from their spot. So good work by them, good timing, as Navi, well, they are just creeping under the fire of Flash. Fortunately for them, the vehicle will stay alive a little bit longer, but they are going to come over here to try to collect that final point off of Gen G. But they lost track of Tosi, it looks like.
I mean, they know he's got to be here somewhere. They didn't see the instant on him, and now they're hearing the shots hit the ground where Tosi is as well. They're going to play off of that info. Smokes deployed, wraps around the side. Ferris, nice little flick there to find him, and honestly, I wouldn't even fault Navi for just kind of conceding at this point. They know that this next play is practically impossible. Shots fired, no smokes to work with. Do they just deny here in phase 6? They might as well. I think they do. They know the importance of not giving points over. See if you can get a knock, maybe, but just die to blue. There's nothing else you can do at this point. Shows the difficulty of making a play happen from here.
Yeah, Hakator will go down first. Probably drop the first aids down. And,
yeah, might as
whatever
well.
he can get. He's got the jammer pack, so, well, jammer pack, obviously.
Not a whole lot left.
Probably nothing left on it as Alcacia is trying to make their way back down to the south once again, and they're going to run right face first into a full 4-man squad of Virtus Pro. They only have 2 of them. Roth has been left on the north side to watch Forest.
Huge for VP that SlamG didn't manage to clear out the compound completely. They know there's still a Funsen's player in there, which means they can't actively aggress on that western side. So even if this fight takes place, you can't really aggress on this if you're SlamG. VP, of course, knowing this, will play maybe a bit more aggressive as PB comes up, says hello with the BRDM, but then goes back the other way.
And Luka Ruck's getting knocked there by, I believe it was, I don't know if it was a grenade or just shots from Slam, so maybe just peeking a little bit too close to the sun there, but Virtus Pro look to be well and truly in good shape.
Oh, yeah.
Making their way on this southwestern side. You see D just waiting for the footsteps as the res will come through. Roth doing the same thing on the north to see if he can maybe catch Forest slipping, but a good knock on to Gustav may open up a door here for Forest.
Yeah, good circle effectively from Alcacia here as well, forcing everyone to go further east. Roth could maybe backfill, time it right with a push onto Forest. Could be a position inside the circle for him, but of course, that's a lot of wishful thinking. Kiss, though, making use of the util once more. Forest, from having a good game in the previous one, doing so here again as they take out face.
Forest down to 2, and they are still collecting points and taking names and writing them in their death note. Phase will be the next one, and they have nothing but room on that northern side of the zone. As you see, VP will hop in that BRDM, take a lot of blue zone damage in the process, but we'd love to be able to keep that thing alive as much as possible. And honestly, the eastern side of this zone is completely wide open. And yeah, well,
wonder why.
This is the flash problem, right? Yeah, I wonder why the eastern side is open. Everybody in there that's on the top of this hill just has vision down onto it.
Exactly. As long as the compound stays in play, you effectively cannot utilize it at all. 3 Quates untaken. Yeah, I can't speak today. 3 crates untaken.
It's adorable. I had to
Quicks. So we're effectively playing like phase 10 at this point because there's nowhere to go. Honestly, at this point, though, given that these fights are going to take place inside circle, since we expect this one to end off the edge to some extent, VP could send 1 player down, like play the dot and let everyone else fight. I think they just might. I think that's what they're setting up Beamy to potentially do. Take a vehicle, sit down on the low ground and wait this one out. They have the numbers. That's what you can do when you're 4 up.
Love
BRDM too. Just go chill.
Love that Flash has that rooftop location. Slam, ain't no way they're going to take the risk of going up to and jumping up to the top of that at this point in the game. So maybe Flash will get a few more placement points for the boys as Virtus Pro continue to work around that ridge line to see if they can catch anybody out. You saw Roth go down. So D now the last player left for Alcacia, and he's just slowly creeping his way into that compound to see if he can get away without being spotted. Slam looking off in that direction, though. They know to expect someone.
Definitely do. He's not going to be peeking anything anytime soon before the circle forces him to, though. I'd imagine. No one can really get to his position here either, so should be golden for, I would say, top 3 at least, depending on whether this circle hard shifts east or not.
Looks like the wall probably, yeah, he looks like he's going to be in. Okay, so he's safe. New circle will pop. The compound's still in. And but Forest and Olympus, man, they still have a lot of room that they can work around with.
Oh, yeah.
Virtus Pro does as well. It's really kind of, the ball feels like it's in Slam's court right now to determine who will they fight first.
I mean, the thing is with SlamG, they know they're infested by snakes in this compound, so they're like, we're not going anywhere until they let themselves be known. We know we have Forest North. We know we have a full VP on the southern side, but we also know that any step we take, we might be stepping on a snake. So let's just wait this one out. Let's let the solos reveal themselves, and then once we've cleared the compound, we can make that decision.
And Virtus Pro will obviously 4 up with that BRDM. They're not going to give up that high ground they're not going to give up that high ground to Slam until they absolutely have to. And they have a little bit of a path here into this compound as all three of Slam are just holding down. And the C4 question is
I was gonna say,
it really is. I mean,
I don't think they have any, but a BRDM C4 now into this one, that they should know at least that they have all of them in the saloon. Given the circle, given the position, but there's just too much at risk. No reason to send one in with the potential kills to follow, but when you have a position like this for VP, maybe not worth.
D makes his way in, but he's still got a long way to go, unfortunately. He could get right on the other side of the wall if he manages to sneak in while Artix isn't looking, but Artix is looking, and D with the spray will open things up here. Now Slam immediately has to run. Virtus Pro, they see that in the kill feed, and they're starting to make their way in as well.
Exactly, trying to wrap around the side here. Sonov in hands of Lurix, closing the door. Not that it has the biggest effect, but forces him to reap the other way. Olympus will find him, though. Had him sat here ready and waiting for anyone wrapping around that northern side. And while that takes place, we have VP now pushing up to try and claim the hilltop proper. Again, a bit surprised not seeing anyone from VP opting to play the lower ground, given that they have the numbers advantage here. But of course, still time for them to make that play happen.
Cautious on the part of Virtus Pro. We'll see if it pays off in the end as Slam gets their man back on his feet. They're back up to three strong. Flash, meanwhile, still just, he's the scoreboard, man. Yeah. He is above the game right now. And everything else is happening below. And Four still playing around on those cliff sides as the molly gets shot out of the air.
Yeah, I love the plays that you try to make happen, shooting your own molly out of the air, making sure that it doesn't bounce too far. In the end, not too much of an effect with it. Forest Gaming has plenty of room to maneuver to avoid this util coming in circle, though. Will, in the end, force them to make this move off. Flash jumps on down, set on the backside of this wall as Lurix is able to find Olympus.
Flash. He's playing a dangerous game at this point, but the blue zone forced his hand. Slam going to lose Artix again as Flash will survive through the blue zone. Will the snake strike here for Flash as Slam does get eliminated. Nixie still holding on to that high ground as long as he can. And now Forrest still collecting more points.
Yeah, I don't think Flash understands the pressure of where these players are coming in from. If he knew, he would be pushing north, trying to secure that second place spot. But to do so now, plays it slow, wraps around the side, finds one, Correxigon down.
They're not even looking. They had no idea. Nixie getting knocked very low. Good shots from Flash, but not enough in the end as Nixie will collect them. And it's a 2v1 Kiss surviving by the grace of the smokes.
VP 11 kills already, looking to make it 12 for the win here, but Kiss ain't done just yet. 850 damage for him. Rest does come through. The blue zone bounces fast. Still more util for him left to work with, though.
See the bounces coming through. He's going to make sure he tries to get the points. He's working his way close to another 1,000-point game as the util will come in trade. Kiss having to have the happy feet. He still has that high ground. He's got flashes left to work with. He's going to drop him down. He gets another one. He gets the flush on the Correxi, rather, as he will get the flush on the Nixie as well. Another 9-kill game for Forrest, but Virtus Pro gets the win in game number 2.
And what a hard-fought chicken dinner that was for VP, fighting in the open all the way out of the compound on the southern side of water treatment. Great effort from VP.
Fighting from the south just seemed to be such a slog, and you could see when they took the headphones off that was a tiring match, as there was a lot of stuff going on.
Not gonna lie, I love seeing this VP team play well, but even more so, as much as I hate global warming, I love seeing this forest on fire.
They were already #1, and now they extend their lead even further here as Virtus Pro's able to take the great spot. But it was close because good old Kiss, he's woken up, he's alive. He almost put the boot in against Virtus Pro, but no. Virtus Pro with the full control here. Joining me, Avenger and Toffees, as well as a special guest that we might hear from in just a little bit. But that, Toffees, is Virtus Pro looking amazing at the top of the board.
You know, that you said it's only a matter of time until this team hoists a trophy in a very passionate voice, just like like that.
Thank you.
And it was not wrong because they look incredible. Curexy has clearly been the secret sauce to unlock the power unending, but obviously it's EMEA at the top again. So Martin, you must be happy.
Yeah, it was a KISS show indeed, but damn. If it wasn't because everyone of us had players that got flushed on our fantasy team, we were screaming in there. Flash actually had a little bit of a destroying there, but KISS, man, a way for him to really unlock this. But 80% so far, it's looking like 90 or 100 for me.
And of course, we do have Tiggleton along for the ride as well here from Falcons. They played the tournament. Talk to me about this game, though. As a special guest here coming on, of course, your pro perspective. I want to know what you think about Virtus Pro here in these final moments.
I mean, VP, I've heard some rumors behind the scenes that they did make some IGL changes. There may be a new member who wants to remain anonymous, unnamed, in order to take the pressure off his shoulders.
Okay.
He's been studying the game. I know he's been working hard, and it seems to be pretty fruitful so far for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, coming into a kind of position like this, Martin, of course, we see some endings around this kind of high ground, obviously. We had Full Sense all the way up to the top, trying to hold down this compound. Everybody kind of collapsing on them, though. Impossible for them to hold fully.
It's a difficult compound to hold, but they had a BDM to kind of go front with, and also to clear the riches, right? To make sure that, you know, first you go forward with it. If people start shooting it, well, there's a guy there. The three guys just position around that. So it's a very strong tool to make sure you survive and kind of take space with it without getting hurt too much.
Sure. I mean, from your perspective, when you've got a compound like this, obviously, yes, eventually the circles are shifting away from that compound, and we ended up on that low ground. But when you've got this kind of compound, what are you looking out for? What are the angles you're trying to think of? What are you doing here?
I mean, the compound's just so big that it's really difficult to control. I think FS had the right mentality. They spread out on the ridges around it and tried to hold as much space for as long as they could. They ended up getting folded, but that's just the nature of the compound. It's bang or bust. You drop 25 or you get smoked. But I think they had the right idea. You can't just turtle in that compound and play defensive and wait for people to take space on you.
Well, we saw very briefly 22 points from that game.
That was very fast.
Straight to Virtus Pro being at #1 here, Toffees.
Why show them winning the match leaderboard when we get to show them winning the overall leaderboard as they walk away with the big 8-8? Forest Natural Gaming still up there at 73, but for me, Martin, it's the pull away. The fact that those top two teams are starting to run a little farther ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, the fact that Virtus Pro is now 33 points ahead of FN Potion is just insane. Also now, our kind of middle pack has started separating themselves a little bit. We have a top end and a kind of lower end, right? From FN Potion down to, let's say, the 40, 39 points in 70 games. It's still possible for these teams to kind of jump into it. But Forest Natural Gaming, man, KISS today, 2 games with 1,000 damage, and what was it, 6 or 7 in this one as well? That's crazy.
This KISS boy, he's a mad lad.
I mean, I'm watching these games back and I'm like, is this guy just the best player? He's lighting up the kill feed every 2 seconds. I can't wait to see him in front of the home crowd in Thailand.
No, definitely. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Evan Pochon, of course, great yesterday.
Yeah. Not
so much here to start things off. And we keep seeing Rex go down super early. There was that great moment where we had his interview. We were watching his death box. That was cinema.
Cold cinema. You know, but I got baited by Rex. I put on my fantasy team, and I think a lot of us did, and that was tough to look at that box while the interview played. Because he did play so well yesterday, but they've just playing really aggressive and getting caught in some bad early fights.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me here, Tiggleton. It is time for a short break. When we return, on the other side, it's our wildcard maps here for day number 2 of PGS 10 Grand Finals.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Cool. Yeah, baby.
Wait, where the hell is Johnny?
Hey guys, hurry up!
What's the plan, guys?
Gather as much scrap as you can. Oh, a froggy. And bolt out of here.
What's that weird noise?
Follow me. It's this way. It's not this way. Johnny, is that you?
Wait, are you a mimic?
Are you? Are you? Leroy! Johnny, no! Oh, a froggy. Oh, a froggy. Ah!
Shh, they can mimic our voices too.
Oh, what the fuck?
Come on, Johnny. Hurry up, man.
Hey, wait for me. Hey, guys.
Huh?
Hurry up. Hurry up.
Hurry up.
together. Suddenly they beat 2024.
Perfectix though able to get the first one, goes for the second, gets the second one as well, goes for the third.
Again and again, bringing home their fourth PGS trophy.
The Falcons are starting to kind of gather themselves, but Twisted Mind
That opens it up for a kickstart. He just runs in and 17 is gone. Side Flame providing some support. Lower section.
Longs at the back of this house. He's got him dead to rights.
That is filthy.
They're going to go for the res on to H-Win, but it doesn't matter. Tom move.
Between the windows, can they line in? And it is going to be 4 angry men that pick up the clutch.
Oh, that's huge for a tongue moo.
The flush as well, but Sparking will go down there from Bean. Will spot out Aries, but John will take him out. It's going! Oh, it's perfectly placed from Guyon!
Unless the space man can do something, but it's not gonna happen. Fago pop, they won't be Tago pop.
Going to change the game, has a problem. Oh, mission ready and trouble. Oh, is this going to be support?
He's got some kills.
This is the PP.
The spokes, is he going to spawn? He does, and that's going to be a follow-up.
And now, oh, Shrimsy had to go somewhere. Yeah.
Pretty Curdy gets an opening knock onto it. Alo follows up as well. Go for this one, doesn't want to go around too fast.
Live inside of full set. Spatulets with a Panzer in hand. Take out the approaching 4 AM. A triple knock for him.
We get the replay here of Batu. Yep. Oh boy.
What do you even do?
That's true. It was 22nd and 23rd place here, and honestly, that fight could be the deciding factor. Who comes in, who comes out, who goes up.
Yeah.
And for a, I would say, a somewhat home turf circle for FaZe Clan, I was actually looking for more points.
Sneak attack from the car as we see the replay. There's the grenade. Yep. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, right where it needed to be.
Navi trying to fight forward. E-Arena losing players. Jacob alive for them. He's the last one on his feet. He's at least going to get extends down. Looking to do more damage. Still have 2 trailing players.
Torrid being a bit more bold. Oh, good shots coming from Jacob.
Does the juke around. Hackatori goes down. E-Arena survives.
Get a look at 17's pins. What they think's going on is Hackatori will get that knock on the Xiao Wu. And the knock on the Xiao Bei. Can he get another one?
30 bullets.
Nah, Hackatori is doing a little bit of farming of his own here. He's gonna find 7-7 Owo on the drop shot. 6 HP. My man is still pushing.
11 bullets, push it on forward. No help to work with. Spot Slither goes as well. And with the final bullet in the chamber, Hackatori single-handedly takes out the entirety of 17 Gaming. Forest Gaming on fire. VP continuing the success that was the finish to the day yesterday. The rich right now are getting richer, Poro, and we're closing in on the halfway mark of the finals here. Who will be able to come back up from the bottom of that leaderboard and make something happen?
I mean, big wins to start off the day from E-Arena and Virtus Pro. Obviously, Virtus Pro continuing their snowball and trying to do everything they can when they get a good opportunity to put more distance between them and second. But, oh my God, has it not just been the KISS show?
Oh, yeah.
So far here today, almost 2,000 damage total for that man in 2 games is absolutely nutty.
I'm looking forward to see the percentage of him picked in fantasy from yesterday and today to tomorrow, because half the world is gonna have him on their fantasy team tomorrow, that's for sure. As the rest of us will look for the usuals, the comfortable picks, see if they can rise to the occasion. Of course, Tanvu, one of the main favorites of this tournament, and for the most part able to deliver, but it's been very hit or miss. Luckily for the Expendables, when they've been hitting as hard as can be. As we now go over to Tago here for the first of the 2 quote-unquote wildcard maps.
Wildcard maps. Well, yesterday we saw DN Freaks get an 11-kill win on Tago. Let's see if they can repeat anything from that performance. As E-Arena and Gen G also did well on this map yesterday. But new day cometh, and we'll see who will be the one that separates themselves here on the quote-unquote wildcard maps. I think that at this point they are pretty firm in.
They're just cards.
They're just cards.
The card maps.
The standard card maps.
We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen here. Plain path as vanilla as can be. Everything within reach. Ouyang, a stretch. But hey, I mean, who actively likes going down there anyway? So, yeah. That's the best I could tell you about Ouyang. It's a place that people loot. Rarely ever a success story in trying to take fights there, though.
Well, we did see a fight end very near.
Yeah, exactly.
Ouyang not too long ago, and I'm really curious to see if Forest can keep this going, man. This has been 2 back-to-back really, really nice games from them. 2 back-to-back seconds, obviously, with a very legitimate stack of kills, and it looks as though Tago will be free of any early game shenanigans for the most part here, as we watch Alcacia's Rello try to rejoin the squad.
What I've been the most impressed with when it comes to Forest Gaming is because many teams can have a back-to-back second place if circles go their way, you know, whatnot. But for Forest's part, it hasn't really been too circle played. Even on this one, where circles somewhat went their way on the previous Miramar, they knew exactly how to play it, and that's what I'm the most impressed with. They are so good at maximizing any opportunity they're given. A real step up from tournaments past here from Forest Gaming being able to deliver.
Well, with so many teams that are playing the edges, Forest actually finding success in those first 2 games, and that's, I mean, that just goes to show what happens when a really good mechanical team gets a little bit of luck going their way and how the edge kind of plays out in front of them. So we saw them being in perfect position to 3rd and 4th party stuff without even having any attention paid over towards them. So it was just pretty free and clear farming for them as we get to see the numbers from that last game and take nothing away from that big win from Virtus Pro. That was clinical stuff from them, how they approached that end game.
Honestly, a bit surprised to see the damage numbers being this high. I mean, and this is not me trying to say, oh, it could have been better. Given how many teams they were constantly surrounded by, they didn't have a chance, you know, to take pot shots at other teams, third party a whole lot at a distance. They were constantly fighting, almost with bayonets on their weapons, trying to make their way north up that hillside. But you know what, for now, as the Forest success story continues, let's get a listen in to Baron and hear what he has to say.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Forest Natural Games, Baron and Pooh. Well, 18 kills the first match, and you guys almost had the chicken dinner on the second one as well. You guys are popping off. Are you confident that you can surpass TE's most kills record that they just set yesterday?
ก็เกมใน2เกมที่ผ่านมานะครับฟอเรสทำได้ดีมากๆเลยเกมแรกกดไปถึง18คิวแล้วก็ได้ที่2ถึง2เกมติดเลยมันมีความมั่นใจมากน้อยแค่ไหนที่ว่าเราจะสามารถทำลายสถิติของ TE ที่เขาทำไว้22แต้มเมื่อวานได้ครับ
มั่นใจว่ามีโอกาสทำได้ครับแต่ว่าในรายการนี้ก็พยายามจะเล่นไม่ประมาทครับ
So I'm quite confident that we can do it, but we are trying not to make any mistake during the tournament because everyone is really good.
Yeah, you're confident, but you don't want to jinx it. Understandable. All right, thank you, Baron, and we're gonna go back to the game. Bye.
Thank you very much. Confident and don't want to jinx it. I definitely can understand that. I gotta say, it's comforting to see a guy from Forest wearing camo pants. I feel like that's very lore accurate as we see.
+1.
The man KISS himself. 20 kills so far, 2,700 damage. The damage, obviously, Corexy is just on another level right now, but Not doing too bad for Mr. Kiss.
Not at all. It's as if the Forest Gaming roster have opted to put freaking spikes on their brass knuckles out on those edges, and I think that's why they always crumbled in the past. When you have an edge team that doesn't dare take fights too often, they end up being collapsed upon by multiple teams. But now they found a way to make room for themselves and take fights in doing so.
Yeah, interestingly enough, they aren't going to hang around on the periphery this time. Instead, they're going to try to send their way a little bit closer to center, so we'll keep an eye on them. FaZe, meanwhile, the southernmost team, they're spotting out Navi just off to their north. Yep, this is what we were looking at. Scappy going to be the first one in, and they do not know that Begopa is up there. No shots taken yet. There we go. Park Pro will let them know that this space is occupied, and now Forest, they're in a little bit of a spot of bother.
I would love to see a statistic on how many times through PGS 9 and 10 Begopa has fired the first bullet of a game. Because it must be around like 20-some% at least. And if that doesn't sound high with a server of 16 teams, that is a pretty big number. They are constantly shooting at people in the early game.
They are, and speaking of shooting at other people, Vard from the FaZe clan will continue the EU on EU action here as Extends gets spotted out. Fortunately enough for him, though, the smoke will bloom in time, and he will get the pickup. The spray coming through. K will barely get out of there in time.
Able to weave out of that one. Dangerous when they're lined up like that. Slow acceleration on the side of the vehicle as well as what did that.
Oh no.
You know what? It brings a little smile on my face seeing a BRDM not being able to be used. I don't know if that's just me, but...
No, I definitely can. I feel very confident in saying that I don't think you're the only one.
The biggest deployable shield I've ever seen anyone call down from the sky.
Yeah. Well, Twisted Mind's playing around on the north side just by the river. You can see Lou getting some tasty little morsels for himself, but the rest of the team already split off. They've got two a little bit closer towards the center. Can't really move around too terribly much as they are currently surrounded on all sides. But Lou laying down that smoke wall just to be safe as the Expendables make their way in without BRDM in hand.
Yeah, without BRDM, safe on approach from the southwest side, though Tanvu approaching in front, and here we see it. Rock, paper, scissors, and then you have rock, tree, BRDM. And apparently tree beats BRDM every time of the week. Again, Forest. They'll beat anything. They'll beat anything. First it's the server, now they start taking out the vehicles too.
Oh no.
Damn, they're just too good today.
We're not attributing tree successes over to Forest. We can't.
Well, you can't not do that.
It's too much. It's too much to keep track of. Well, E-Arena coming in from the south side. They've got Slamrun on their backs, and they've also got FM Pocheon still in Ohyang. So we'll see if they run into each other anytime soon. Lyric's obviously the point man once again. You can see Slam still kind of riding as a squad right behind them.
And now I like the idea that Forest has like recruited the Ents and they're marching on Middle Earth. So every time a car drives into a tree, it's damage done by Forest as well. We'll see how this game unfolds. As again, it's been a quiet early game. There's been space enough in and around the circle center that everyone's been able to kind of set up shop. And this all happens because the north side is completely unvacated, is now, I think, a word. Everyone wrapping on the southern side of the river. And yeah, I mean, there's space enough to maneuver, but also means that the more clustered these teams sit in the early game now, any second circle that doesn't completely center up is going to be so hard to maneuver through because you just have many more neighbors in the early game right now than you would under normal circumstances.
Absolutely. Well, these guys are pretty used to those circles kind of centering up on C2 where they are currently occupied, and any deviation from that path would obviously throw a huge spanner in the works for just about everybody as we see FaZe making their way into the east side of Terminal. Now they've got 17 just off to their west, but so far so good as they are rolling 4 deep. They're being very, very careful. They know to expect somebody here.
Exactly. 17 actually usually would be playing out of the compound a bit earlier, but having Twisted Minds up on that northern side, of course, accustomed to that too, but them sticking around in where they are playing from right now has got 17 kind of forced to stay in the compound. We'll see if FaZe, of course, as you say, rocking up as 4 here, anticipating there to be threats abound, but I don't know if they're expecting 17 to wait the way they do here.
Well, they're being very careful about how they do this.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
As would be expected. Little Ghost just holding the line, holding the angles. Meanwhile, looks like most of our teams have made it into the Circle Slam and FN Pocheon will avoid each other for now, but E-Arena has set up a very wide split down there on those hills to the south, so we'll keep an eye down towards the south as we also keep an eye here. 17 starting to maybe see if they can creep around and find any angles. They know exactly where FaZe is.
Yeah, they've effectively dialed it down to just being 2 warehouses split, so well-placed util here, 3 nades in the hands of 7-7 as well, and maybe an overstepping FaZe clan member could be an easy engage for 17 Gaming.
I'll tell you what, you just saw FaZe, all of them, shooting off into the middle of nowhere towards nothing. I think that might have been posturing to let the 17 know, hey, it's not just 1 or 2 guys here, it's all 4 of us.
Could be.
So if you want to try to take advantage of this, if you want to push in, you're going to be taking on all 4 as we check in with Human from the Freaks. The rest of the team still north of the river, but Human serving as that point man.
I was going to say potential big nug if Human spots one of the Twisted players here, because they're caught in a set in a pretty wide 2-1-1 split right now. Twisted, that is. Circle goes up along the water once again. Oh, imagine this one going Yongchong. That would be wild. It's not the first time we see crazy water circles on Takeover. We'll see if that's going to happen or if not. But of course, with the water in play and probably no one opting to go north outside of Freaks, we're effectively playing like landmass, a phase 3 and a phase 2 circle.
Tell you what, it's not as dramatic, but it's still not expected, as Full Sense will send it right into Terminal, and 17 will already find, they're going to spot out James as well, so 17 getting pinched here a little bit, but they're doing a good job of holding their ground. They're finding kills here, and they're forcing Full Sense to back off. FaZe will still hold on to their spot here on the eastern side.
I mean, honestly, for 17 Gaming, the timing of Full Sense pulling up, honestly, probably couldn't be any better. I think it was the pull-up from Full Sense that made James aggressively go down and check, can we get a point on this? But in doing so, sprung the trap of 17 Gaming's engagement.
See Virtus Pro also making their way just off on this eastern side. So Terminal getting really, really spicy to start things off, as we've got 3 orange teams and a red team all fighting over the same little small chunk of area. Virtus Pro wrapping around on that northern side, and that could put them in a good spot here.
I mean, hey, it is Halloween, right? Or it was yesterday. It's pumpkins fighting over Terminal right now. Pumpkins. A lot of pumpkins making their way on through, as Virtus Pro as well, finally making it into that northern side. We're being tracked by 17 Gaming, but have been able to get here all 4 alive. Issue is, as you said, with so many teams in Terminal proper right now, how in the world do you get out of here in the off chance that the circle doesn't actually end in here?
And while we keep eyes on Terminal, because that's where most of the action is, we'll spot out off to the east, Slam running into a split forest. You see Arctic will get taken down there. E-Arena trying to find a way into the south side, but they are getting gate kept by Alcancia. FM Potion still trying to find a way for themselves, as it looks like they might be wrapping over towards the west. Meanwhile, the Freaks have left Yongchon. They've come back down to the south, so now the north of the river completely unoccupied.
I always like to talk about angles of approach when you have a new circle. So if you can kind of dial it up, calling parts of the circle green, part of the circle red. Right now we have a whole hell of a lot of red in trying to get into this circle. That's why you see quite literally every single team that wasn't inside this circle on Circle Pop are coming in from the exact same angle out on that southeastern side, trying to wrap all the way northeast.
Here you see the situation for those Freaks after getting out of the river. They've got Twisted Minds in a very tight 2-2 split here. Keeping eyes on them as well. Guman looking down the coast to see if he can spot anything, but Twisted Minds being very patient about how they play this. They will bide their time, and they will take the fight with Freaks whenever they are darn well good and ready. Meanwhile, back in Terminal, it looks like, for the most part, everybody has found their separate corners.
Yeah, plenty of players in here, but I don't think we're going to see a flush, unless if it's like a double nade lob through. We're not going to see a flush in here, at least until this next circle reveals itself. Right now, there's a whole lot to lose in trying to take a fight here early on, but not really a whole lot to gain in doing so, because you know there are so many teams around you already.
The Arena's still trying to find a way in, but as we saw before, Alcancia and Navi all kind of hanging around on close to those edges as well. Forest now creeping up. Oh, somebody, actually Guyon, will get the shot in it, so that's going to give the game away to Akan. The grenades will follow up, and Akan will immediately hop in that vehicle and get back to the rest of the team. Don't want to take any risks here.
31 throwables used by...
Almost double, more than double.
Insane as the circle shifts hard towards the west. You know what? This couldn't be any worse. I mean, outside of a potential northern shift, there was a reason why all those south teams repped east, because the entry point to the west side of this is nigh on impossible to go through. You're going into that field, you're bouncing all over the place, and you're going to be taken out in doing so. This is going to be so hard for all the teams out east.
Indeed it is. Alcatia already trying to make their way through. Twisted Minds will spot them out. Gen G going to go off to the north. It looks like they might be followed by Slam. Briefly, here's Alcatia trying to find any port in a storm. As you see the grenades still popping off in terminal. Little Ghost will get that knock on a beamy, but Begopa, they're on the move. They're backfilling right where Alcatia is, and Alcatia better be quick about setting things up here because they are about to have to take a fight.
Exactly, they better anticipate the fight come through, and honestly, there's probably more fights coming their way, even if they do take out Begopa here, hoping to get some help from inside terminal probably, but they got their own problems going right now, as Roth able to connect one with an 8. Rello, they're able to find the second one. Begopa in trouble.
Beautiful turn there from Alcatia. Rello going for the flanking angle. Good utility use will take down Begopa, but now Duck Juice has found the angle. Cowboy will go down. Songjang goes down. Begopa down to just Park Pro.
And this is the issue. You want to come down here, you want to lock down this real estate and keep buffer space for yourself, but there's simply too many teams around for you to be able to really peacock from this position.
Disregard is not Park Pro. Instead, it is a Khan who will send it into terminal and somehow makes it through and will survive just a little bit longer. Alcatia looks like will lose Cowboy. He'll get flushed out, so now they're playing forward as 3 as they've got Navi just off to their west. Gen G, meanwhile, from the north, they're going to try to cross the bridge right now. Looks like they might actually get away with it as we cut back to terminal to see Virtus Pro holding on to the northern side.
Yep, Gen G slowly creeping over from the north side. Great read on their part to backfill DN Freaks at the time in making their way into this position as Fix, alongside the rest of the Face Boys, able to find a knock on to 17, but again, do they actively make a play on this? I think they're going to have to, right?
Get a little distracted here. Navi had Alcatia dead to rights, but Forrest had to take the E-pick up, and they're going to try to run right into Navi territory. So far, so good, as Olympus will get very close to the ground, and it looks like all Forest players somehow will make it into the corner of terminal, but you saw the Expendables. They're looking over in this direction. Navi looking over in this direction. Everybody knows exactly where they are, but as soon as they hit the ground, they drop the smokes, they slow things down, and that might be what keeps them alive.
Half the server just shut at Forest mid-air, and somehow they made it to the ground with only being hit, I think, 3 times total.
Oh, no.
That is really fortunate as Nixie missing a couple of bullets there. Xiao Wu tried to jump to save his teammate, but it's not going to happen. Little Ghost will be confirmed.
A brave effort on the part of Xiaobu. Xiaowu, but the Little Ghost, as you said, will go down as the circle will cut down to the south. Gen G already has a foothold with Bean. They're going to send 2 more over, leave Orca on the northern side. But you see that slam over there in purple. Artix is coming back in off of the res, I believe, but the rest of the boys still on that northern side, so Gen G might be in trouble.
They're looking here going, how in the world are we supposed to get over there now? They know that Gen G is set on the other side too. The saving grace, as you allude to, could be that Gen G doesn't realize they're coming in from behind, but if they didn't, well, there's a guy parachuting towards them now, so you'd think that's going to be the case, of course. Now with half of terminals shifted out of as well, Full Sense alongside FaZe Clan and 17 and VP are going to have to fight this one through.
Looks like Artix did manage to make landfall, but Gen G knows exactly where he is now as we see Arena try to work down the coastline. The Freaks still have the compound. Twisted Minds will have to pull Batulins and Perfectix over towards the west eventually. But Arena, they're getting shot at. I mean, he's got that one player from Gen G left on the northern side. The rest is Slam. Oh, no, that's not how you hit it. Well, they'll lose the car, but they'll stay alive.
No Trackmania reward points for these boys here today. They did the bounce wrong, and therefore we'll have to swim the rest of the way. It's fine. They don't need vehicles in this part of the map anyway, right, Paul?
Should be fine. Should be fine. Now, Lurix might be in a little bit more trouble. Lurix is down to just bandies, and I think he knows it. Yep. His game will end here, and that chip will not get retrieved most likely. But Artix, good news for the rest of Slam, has managed to secure this compound at least temporarily. The rest of Gen G, though, they're working their way on the coastline a little bit closer as FaZe tries to make their way through terminal. Akan, the last player from Begopa, has that MP5, though. That could be very dangerous.
Definitely. Akan is creeping further forward. Of course, he hears the footsteps of the FaZe boys upstairs. Can they make this happen? MP5 as deadly of an up-close gun as you possibly can get them. For FaZe, though, they need to be able to trade this 1-1-2 without the info of where it currently is. Makes it pretty darn difficult.
It'll be tough. Going to be tough. Well, they have that high ground. They have that rooftop. They're inside circle. And they also are fully aware that there are a bunch of teams that are surrounding them. So nobody's shooting at them just yet, but having this high ground may be more useful to FaZe currently than trying to make it further into terminal, as we see E-Arena toying with the idea of a C4. Tosi playing on the beach will find Slam. Shots from Magore and Boostic. Magore taken down low. The nades are going to find the mark, and Tosi will have to retreat further down.
Yeah, Boostic pushing further forward. Of course, with the util being lobbed on in. Tries to go for one. Looks the wrong position. Is Tosi able to back off?
Now the blue zone has arrived. Arctics, you can see, is inside circle, just off to the north, but Navi is still looking down in this direction as well. So it's a tough push for Slam, as the circle will hard shift back down, and Terminal still in it.
Yep.
And most of our teams in Terminal won't have to do a whole lot of moving.
And you know what? Everyone on this server has been practicing in and around Terminal and west thereof for a long, long time in their TDMs. Now they get to put that practice into play. This circle could very well end up in there. Question now becomes how many dare to send it in. See these teams trying to make it off the coastline. This is what we're just talking about. Lack of vehicle in this position. Well, there's a bicycle there for you to try and utilize, but now they really wish they had that Dacia.
And Navi just causing all types of problems for Slam and Gen.G from this high ground position that they have. They are just free farming damage down onto everything on that northern side. You see Arctics trying to just stay alive as long as he can to get Magore back on his feet. Meanwhile, FM Potion will try to fight their way through JDG over here on the southwestern side. This is a big fight because other than these two teams, there's not really a whole lot more going on the west.
Exactly. If JDG can close this one out without taking casualties, they could flex up the hillside towards Navi's position, or even maybe try and breach inside of terminal proper. We'll see if they're successful in this. Rex, the Spear in this operation, as per usual, trying to wrap around the northern side, get around those smokes and make a play happen. They know that Navi is looking north right now. They have to try and make a play on this right now.
Absolutely. The only time, really, that they can come in. And JDG, the smoke wall, forcing them to pull back. They're going to actually give some space over to FN as, there you go. The Panther Faust will find Suze. Cole 119 has made it inside hard cover. He's looking for something, but nothing revealing itself.
Oh, good entry for them to at least get inside the walls proper. Now there should be an 8 barrage to follow, but JDG, they've been in this compound for quite the time, so I'm not sure they have a whole lot to work with. As Cole able to spot Zenith making his way in.
Cole doing his job, holding the line. Navi sending Sosit over here. And Forrest also has angles.
They know.
As, Rex, yeah, he tried to go for that cheeky little flank, but he has been spotted out, unfortunately. Cold will pull out the bolty. Can he put him on his back? Nope, he's going to have to leave. Too much utility.
And what's scary right now is that Navi have successfully fended off against the teams on their side. They could, if they wanted, to start look down in this direction, but they have 3 guys looking north instead. So this fight can go on for a little while longer uninterrupted.
And Rex just having to survive through the blue. Spaceman has nothing to do but hold the line, as you see the kill feed still lighting up from Navi. E-Arena will go down. Twisted Minds has made their way in, but they've got Freaks pushing them as well as JDG will continue. Oh, nice shots from Breakers, though. And all of a sudden, JDG, they're down to 1. FN Potion has been trying to make this breach, and it's gonna work. They get away with it, and Navi will get a couple of the steals off of it. And FN Potion now, the circle right at their backs. They can't even go for the heal.
Exactly, outside of the fadeaway nade there in the end. FN Potion able to get that play, make it through with 3 left alive. Incredibly impressive, given the pressure that they were under to try and make the push on through.
Oh, Hackatory goes down. Ends up leading out to the zone. So Navi with that high ground, they've gotten 5 kills so far, and they may actually, no, it looks like they should be able to get him. Okay. Akan still by himself inside terminal. He hears the footsteps of everybody making their way through. He lets FaZe make their way through, and meanwhile, VP and 17 will be scrapping on the north side. Full sense, meanwhile, I think FaZe realizing that it's hot off to the north. Maybe we can find a way over to the west,
If you're
south.
full sense here, you just go, let's just leave this all together. Let's try and get in on the western side. The issue is Expendables know exactly where to set themselves up for this to happen. Well, what better than a crowded city and C4s to boot? Let's see where Nix is planning on sending this one.
He's sending it right into 17, and He's going to let it take its time before he sends it through. The smokes will start things off. Nixie will try to escape, but Xiao Bei, he gets 2, but Nixie will get traded down in the end as FaZe now start to work off to the north.
So hard for 17 Gaming in this position too. Nixie coming in at the only angle from where they literally cannot do anything to try and prevent that from happening because they know that they have FaZe sat on the other side just waiting for them to make the play happen as Corexi peeks on out and finds Gustav.
Dirty spray from Corexi, but he's the last one left alive for the Polar Bears. Nice follow-up grenade, won't find Fex. As Vard trying to dance around through the doorway, will stay alive. There you go, Virtus Pro gets eliminated by FaZe. Can they get Gustav back? They can, Vard.
Oh, wow.
Good stuff from him, and 17 will be able to slightly reset as well. And while this was all happening, Full Sense made their way across the road from the south side. They take out 2 of the Expendables.
I mean, FaZe being the first team to take casualties in the terminal debacle and then being able to now make it through without losing any more. Incredibly impressive. Of course, still a push for them to make outside of this position. And even more so for now, Akan solo. We've seen what he can do when he's on his own, able to try and fend off here.
Fighting their way through the city as best they can. Meanwhile, Forest in a perfect position once again as they make the late game with all 4 alive. Twisted Minds and Alcazia. Well, it's a utility exchange, but none of the utility is going where it needs to for Alcazia, and Perfectix and Batulins will finish them off.
I think you got flashed right as he tried to throw that nade and just yeeted it into the air because he couldn't see anything. But valiant effort still trying to get one with it as Rex does what he does best. He has been engaged ever since this one came through, finds himself the triple kill, taking out the entirety of Na'Vi.
Who is he and where has he been? Rex finding his groove here for FM Potion, and now he has that hillside to work with by himself. It looks like Forrest sent 2 to maybe see if they could third party it, but in the end, it all came down to Rex, and they're going to retreat back to their compound as 17 will try to dance around FaZe.
Yep, impressive
and
by
Akan's
him.
Still there.
Yep, and he's waiting, MP5 in hand. That is the gun of choice for the man. 7-7, great play by him, finding the first knock, retreating into the smokes, now reloading, coming back for more.
The blind spray, but it's not going to work against Vard as he will finish him off. And now Xiao Wu, the last player left alive, as he hides through the smokes. Fex will find him, but Fex is going to go down, and Twisted Minds actually getting the knock on a Vard opens up a door for the solo player from 17.
And this is dangerous. Twisted Minds has that north side position to play from. Issue for them is that they're really living by the amount of smokes they've got available. Rex trying to make that north side play right now, single-handedly taking on the fight to Twisted Minds. Not sure that's going to work out for him. Down on the southern side, it's Akan still able to squeeze his way into placement points here.
You know, it might not work out for him, but Rex will get the knock on a Perfectix.
And he's alone.
He's not lying prone. He's not waiting for the fight. He's not trying to survive for placement. He is going straight to the face of Twisted Minds, and they are running.
Yep, they've got to reposition, got to get inside circle. Too much to risk here, and trying to take the fight to him. Perfectix will fall in the end. Rex will be traded, though. Good 1-2, but at the loss of 1 for Twisted. Big loss, losing Perfectix here in the end game.
And Twisted Minds will have to, Xiao Wu actually now, another solo player, but Scappy will find the knock onto Example.
What?
As he gets him from across the way, he finds Lou as well, and now it's all down to Batulins on the north side.
Forest Gaming back-to-back second place finishes. It was Kiss all over, but now they're here once again, top 5 guaranteed and looking for more.
They just can't miss right now. Every shot is landing. Batulins will make it to the rock and survive just a little bit longer, but Scappy has the angle. Batulins has to hide, and Kiss will be the one that finishes him off. Forest Natural Gaming is on fire.
They've been quiet on that western side of the circle, only getting their first couple of kills now. But now is when the time is right for them to engage. They have full sense on the southeast side, a full 4-man now with control of the north. Except for Xiao Wu, of course, being up there as a solo.
Xiao Wu just got himself a nice little loot infusion.
Yep.
And he has a nice rock to hide behind as well as the grenades from Forest trying to clean out Delwyn. Delwyn has that Panzerfaust in hand, though. He's going to go down to Kiss. And that is the Expendables eliminated in 4th.
And then I think he might have tried to see if he could take out the rocket midair. It might work for him as well as they get eliminated. Forest 4-man still full sense. This would be a huge game for them. Sat down the bottom of the leaderboard, a team that we saw, I mean, MPGS9 and the scene in the past as well, come out and play incredibly well. They need a turnaround. And what better to do that here at the halfway point of the finals?
But man, what a team to have to find it against.
Oh, yeah.
As Forest Natural, this as every single player on that team is just roasting right now. And they know exactly where the Full Sense players are. Kiss, as looks like they may have shot it. Nah, I think they have an idea that Xiaowu is out here, but the fight in front of them is one against Full Sense. They're continuing to play the walls as best they can, but Forest has so much room to play with.
I was just going to say, look at how bold they are and continuously pushing Full Sense out on the edge of the circle. Had this been a tournament ago, maybe a tournament and a half ago, Full Sense would be all over this. But Forest knows they have the momentum going their way, and they are being daring in their play style, forcing Full Sense all the way out on that eastern edge.
Forcing Xiaowu to drop the smokes as they had him spotted, and that's going to give his position away. The grenades are coming from Full Sense. They're not going to find the mark, though, as for now at least, it looks like both teams are fully engaged here by Xiaowu as he just continues to work through every smoke that's in front of him.
Realized it wasn't inside circle yet. Goes up, Charles Rule's next one. See for how long he can stay alive through this. Don't think, unfortunately for him, that there's a top 2 waiting, but we'll see maybe. And with both these teams looking his way right now, they could open up a peak to take out an opponent shooting at the solo.
The way they're playing right now.
It's a good nade.
Oh, that is a good grenade, and it's going to knock the deployable cover away, but fortunately for Thanadol and Tigger, they are quick with it. Belmoth will find 2, and all of a sudden, Forest, they are back up against it. Baron getting knocked low by Xiaowu as well. Full Sense, they see the kill feed, they know the situation. They're trying to see if they can finish off Xiaowu, but he is just being a thorn in the side. Scappy will find the trade. Xiaowu eventually goes down, and now Full Sense will push in his 3.
A tie v tie fight here to finish this one off as Tigger, M249 in hand, swings around the corner, flash there to find the trade. Scappy gone down now, 3v2. Numbers advantage in for Full Sense. Baron has a nade in hand, he knows exactly where he has all of Full Sense left playing. This is a perfect nade, bounced off the wall, finds Flash with it too.
The backboard into nothing but net for Scappy. Kiss has an angle to get one in as well. Flash will just bleed out and try to give his teammates some idea of when they push in. There you go, the flush coming through, and now a 2v2 for the end as every grenade is, we're just fishing at this point. But, I mean, look, Full Sense, they have to move first. They've got the blue right up against their backs.
Do you play inside building or do you try to wrap outside? That's the math they're doing. That's also the prediction game that Kiss is trying to make. I think that's a wise decision in trying to hold off that north side of the wall. You don't allow for Thanadol to run across that northern side. Tigger dropping the DMR, finding a sawed off here to work with as well. Will we see though? What a smart play. Jumping up there, avoiding the smokes for cover.
Nicely done by him, and now it's down to Thanadol. He's going to try to make the run. Gets to a tree.
Did they realize? I don't know if they did.
They might not have. They do get the flush as Forest trying to, they've gotten 2 second places in a row. Can they finish this game with a first place? The flashbangs come through. They have an idea of exactly where he is. Kiss will get to a wide tree, try to go from 2 different angles. Thanadol trying to hold it back, but it's not going to work. Forest Natural Gaming continues to farm.
2 second places on Miramar to start the day, and now with a win on Takeo to follow, looking to put up one of the best single-day tie performances we have ever seen in a global PUBG tournament.
A good game for 17 there once again. Full Sense looking like they might have found a way to right the ship, but a wild one outside a terminal will finally go into the pocket of Forest. 3 games, 2 seconds, and a first place. What a performance from these guys here through 3 for the first half of the day.
Well, it's a spectacular first half for Forest Natural Gaming. A win on the board here after looking brilliant in the last 2 games as well. And Kiss and Baron here towards the end, locking it down. I got Avenger, I got Toffees talking about this one. Toffees, Forest Natural Gaming looks great.
It felt like it was only a matter of time till the kiss of death truly showed itself and they got themselves a chicken dinner. These guys were absolutely dominant. Even when it came down to that 2v2, it was all tied up at the end, but they came away with a big victory. Thanadol unable to pull it out.
Yeah, man. Forest Natural Gaming's 2nd win here after 9 games. We're halfway through, guys.
Yes.
The only other team that have done that is also VP, right? So 4 out of the 9 to have won for Forest Natural Gaming and VP. That's also why they're so far ahead in the lead right now. Slowly becoming a 2-horse race, guys, to be honest.
Tough circle on this west side of the kind of market area from Terminal and trying to get out of here. It would be a little bit precarious. For Forest, it kind of goes towards this kind of more urbanized area.
Sure.
And then from that point on, taking out full sense towards the end. Lovely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's one of those challenges. How do you really play out of that terminal area?
Yeah.
They held it down. And it's one of those, like, once you get in, you're sort of just holding and hoping for the best. We saw a lot of chaos. A nice C4 attack by VP. Again, showing up, putting in fights every single time, finding points when I feel like there aren't very many for them to have.
Yeah, it's overall general in terminal and in market. That it's difficult to actually play it because it's super urban, right? It's very close, it's very tight. You have a lot of levels, you have a lot of Jameses jumping in there,
like
sacrificing himself,
Love that, love that.
Terminal. But a very tough round. I will say, again, coming out, Forest coming up with that is a very nice move. Full Sense is going to manage to get a lot of points. I don't know, they got a good amount of points off of this, considering where they were on the overall leaderboard going into this game. Very important for a team that will be at the big show.
If you are Forest Natural Gaming here, you're looking at Kiss and you're thinking to yourself, all of these people that are playing fantasy right now, if you do not have Kiss on your team for today, you might be in shambles.
Just like if you didn't have Rex yesterday, right?
Yeah. Although that said, actually, Rex did pop off a little bit in this game.
Did have a good
compared to the first 2 games of today. But anyway, those are the numbers that they do lay down.
And it's all Hackatory.
Is also back on board, baby.
I dropped him today. That's depressing.
I didn't.
Good for you.
Yeah,
well, Navi didn't feel super confident yesterday. They were playing a little bit passive. We also saw some hijinks. The cool thing about that is no matter what happens with Navi in the overarching scheme of the game, Hackatory is always performing. He's always finding a way to put points on the board. You gotta love that as a superstar.
I think about mid-table right now, right?
They are mid-table.
Is Navi. Let's take a look at the points from that game. 19 for Forest Natural Gaming, who were comfortably in 2nd place with trying to catch up to Virtus Pro, but this is going to put them in such a great spot to start assaulting, if not already in 1st place position at the moment. So that's exciting, because again, I do feel like for this PGS, okay, yeah, we've got teams here that could quite easily be repeat winners once again, Martin, but it feels like we're going to get a new champion here.
It tastes like it. It smells like it just a little bit. And Forest Natural Gaming is actually going to be jumping into 1st place with 92 points. Little 2-point lead ahead of Virtus Pro here.
4 feet on the ground for both of these teams. It's not a 2-horse race. It's the Deers versus the Bears as they run for the top, trying to make some moves. I will say, though, Twisted Minds is still within an attainable distance to get back into this, considering their pedigree and how good they actually are. But I think you're right. I think we are really headed down the scope of these 2 teams taking us into tomorrow.
Didn't you say the arena we're in, the basketball team here is the Deers?
That is true. There's actually a giant painting of them on the wall, so that seems apropos.
That's very reasonable, guys. I think that's possible. Entirety.
Yeah, I'm glad we've put 2 and 2 together here and figured it out.
Mystery solved.
So explain to me what happened in PGS9 then.
We don't talk about PGS.
Big brains.
Falcon is in the lobby, unfortunately.
I've got nothing for you, yeah. Well, of course, just moments out before we move on to Rondo. Any thoughts before we go in, Mr. Avenger?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a 30-point lead from Virtus Pro down to Twisted is huge. But right now, they have to focus on what does Forest do and how do we stop Kiss?
Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to. Those top 2 teams are going to keep pushing. Everyone below is running out of time to close that gap. You got to go hard.
Let's do it. Ready to Rondo. It is game number 4 of the day here so far. Forest Natural Gaming looks amazing. Let's head over to the casters.
Forest Natural Gaming, a team I would have not thought I was going to be talking this much about coming into this tournament, but my, oh my, have they been able to deliver to such an extent, Paul, that I saw the players walking back to their seats right now. You had Gustav and you had Example walking next to Kiss going, like, bro, how in the hell are you doing this, man? Can you please give us some points here? We need them.
Well, I tell you what, man. If I'm a Virtus Pro fan, I'm just sitting there like, what do we have to do? Like, they are absolutely showing up here in back-to-back PGSs, but in PGS 9, they get Twisted Minds going on an absolute rampage, and now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Forest Natural Gaming and the best. Virtus Pro has put together 2 fantastic tournaments in a row, and they're being outshined in both of them by just, Twisted you kind of expect sometimes, right? But not the performance they delivered in almost 200 points in BGS 9, and now Forest Natural. Oh my goodness.
It's like playing fantasy, Poro. No matter how well you do, there's always going to be somebody out there with the perfect run that just surpasses you and takes away that first place, but I'm sure you know how that feels.
That cuts deep right now. All right.
We see here 12.3 points per match for Forest Gaming so far here. It is, completely and utterly insane what they've been able to pull off today so far.
That's just on Rondo. That wasn't even including.
Yeah.
That was just the performance that Forest put
just
together
Rondo
on
things.
yesterday.
Yeah, and now they set Circle Center again. Let's see what they make of it. Our eyes, of course, go down here to the south where the Circle has put itself up. No real confrontations here in the early game. And honestly, for Forest Gaming, this last game, we saw them sit somewhat center, shift out towards the edge in the mid to end game. Arguably my favorite playstyle, because it comes with usually very little risk involved. And for Forest, I'm interested in seeing how they're thinking of trying to early split this one.
Yeah, like we've seen for the first 3 games, they've just kind of been. Well, they were in the first 2 games playing around the edge. Then the third game, they actually tried to go a little bit more towards the center, but instead got pushed away. As we check in some highlights from young Rex yesterday. Rex has just been a revelation here.
Oh, yeah. And this right here, this play in particular might have been what won Forest Gaming the game, because Na'Vi had a great position out. Like, they were the only team outside the terminal proper that actually had a chance to flex out and set up positions. Had they gotten into their vehicles, imagining the Rex weren't there, gotten into the vehicles and played the trees and rocks outside the city, they could have just sat there waiting, going, guys, you got to come out to us eventually, right? But Rex had other plans.
What a glow
And in doing so, has shut him down.
5 kills in PGS 9. Now again, he hurt his finger and didn't play on a couple of the days, and just kind of figuring things out. But boy, he seems to have worked pretty well.
Whatever the doctor did.
10, yeah, no kidding. Whatever they got is really working for him here.
Gave him an extra finger. That's what happened.
Yeah. The 6th,
a new one.
It's the 6th finger.
Exactly.
Look, all I know is when he's jiggle peeking, he's not doing it to the right. All right.
He knows what's up. He knows what's up. Keep our eyes here, of course, on Forest Gaming again. I love the fact that we see a team who, for Forest Gaming, they've made global tournaments time and time again and just never really been able to deliver. Finally, it's their chance. And it's not just, they've been getting circles all tournament long. No, they've gone out and taken matters into their own hand to as big of an extent as you possibly could. A lot of it coming down to the individual success of Kiss here. So you know what? What better than that us having a listen in to his thoughts as we go through here.
คิดว่าเป็นไปได้ครับที่จะเซอร์ไพรส์อีกในหลายๆเรื่องครับถ้าเด่นสุดก็น่าจะ C4 ครับระวังบ้านไว้ดีๆส่วนใหญ่แล้วที่ทีมเราต้องเติมมากก็คือเรื่องการตัดสินใจครับหลักที่สุดเลยก็เป็นการตัดสินใจที่เฉียบคมครับแล้วก็ไปด้วยกันทำอะไรด้วยกันที่เขาเรียกว่าวางแผนกันไว้แล้วทำกันครับเพราะว่าทีมเราส่วนใหญ่แล้วจะเกิดจากการที่ชุลมุนทำนี่ครับไม่ได้วางแผนไว้
he literally took the words out of my mouth. We said it in the previous game how they've put spikes on their brass knuckles. Now they've figured out how to play control on the edge. They've found a way to push teams away, and a lot of that comes down to active decision making. Everyone knowing at every single time exactly what their task is. And my oh my, have they been good at doing exactly that here today.
Let's say it's making the call and then everybody committing on the call, right? Like trusting the shot call. And it looks like that. They just are doing that perfectly right now.
Oh, yeah.
Olympus will escape as Twisted Minds took that E pickup from Test Track. Barely got away, too. Na'Vi had eyes on them as they were making their way through, but they make it.
Is there a story to be said now that they're doing so well that even Twisted Minds is hot dropping them? They know that they're the only ones that can stop them. Of course, I don't think that was the case, but hey, I mean, if you want to throw out conspiracy theories, then there's one for you.
Don't think so. Don't think. I mean, look, Twisted Minds in 4th place with 60 points. Like, it's not like it's been a bad tournament for them. It's just, I mean, VP and Force Natural are just having a great one.
Oh yeah.
Gen G still kind of trying to regain or re-find that group stage form that saw them actually just showing out, and it just has not really gone their way so far. But still plenty of time to turn the boat around.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, I said it before, we'll happily say it again, I think a lot of it comes down to them, and this time around, not being able to avoid the early game shenanigans. Oh, escalators. Oh. Never going to see them in play, though.
Nope. And the more we talk about it, the less likely it's going to be, unfortunately.
That's why I've never gotten a mirror mine.
That might be
island ending. Yeah,
that's probably it. If you're calling,
I'll keep doing it anyway.
If you're asking for it, you just never get it. It's like, you know, Santa only brings you the stuff on your list, though.
Yeah,
right?
that's fair.
So you got to ask.
That's fair.
Well, Slam, we got to see them having a little bit more success today so far, but still hasn't really been able to translate into any wins, but they've been definitely having a better game. We've seen them in the late game. Really, they were just kind of pinned up against the river by Navi, just in perfect position last time, but things going a little bit better here today as FN Freaks. Well, we haven't really gotten to talk about them much, and now they are running directly in to E-Arena.
Yeah, I was going to say, is Steel actually going to get out of his car here, just 180 and go away? I think he realized, wait, I'm driving at such slow speed uphill right now. Even if I try and turn this one around, I might be in trouble. So he opts to jump out instead, finds the knock onto Ponce as well. Of course, smart on him just to make sure that there's no one else around, and no Ponce, nothing he can really do but going, oh, Ponce.
The Bob Song head too strong, as the rest of DN Freaks will collapse and just make sure that E-Arena doesn't have any thoughts about coming to retrieve their teammates. Oh, well, Lyrics, though. Lyrics kind of hanging around. Well, we see James hopping onto a glider.
No Batulins this time around.
No Batulins this time around. They've managed to avoid after Batulins and the rest of the boys took that E-pick up. So this time FaZe will be able to play the game they would like to normally play, as that blue chip will get deleted.
Yeah, Gonzo. Wait, who else hit Ponce if Deal got the knock with only 73 damage? Because he definitely had full health, but I didn't see any other Freaks player be nearby when it took place. Huh.
Unsure.
Unsure as well.
Planetall finding himself in the same boat that James was in last time around, as this was actually, I think, a long-range knock from Slam. You can see him floating around on that high ground, but looks like Belmoth should be able to get down there and get his man.
Wait, was that Lyrics that got the knock with a Dragunov from the glider? That
pretty dirty.
Any observers out there with the replay? I'd love to see how that happened. If that's the case, that should definitely be replay worthy. Take up parting shots to Lyrics, forcing him off. This is our airspace. Trying to make sure that southwest side is theirs for the taking.
Looks like pretty much everybody has made their way into the zone now, with the exception of those Freaks who were obviously slowed down a little bit there by E-Arena, and FaZe, who had to stop down over on the east to get that glider. You see Delwyn, a lot of Air Forces in the air right now. Delwyn, this is the Expendables on the far western side.
And again, I say this all the time, but I'll say it once more. Whenever we see these gliders in air, especially in the early game, the info can be kind of lost on you if you don't have the map feed open, because as we've seen, the entire set of rotating teams coming into this one have been wrapping in around that southwestern side and coming in and playing really deep down on the south. So for the north right now, despite a lot of teams jumping there early, there is a lot of room to maneuver. And they're trying to go up north of Danchin in this area of the map. I mean, you know that too, Poro. You're kind of forced into small bottlenecks if you wrap north. So if we see this next circle go back north again, for the rotating teams on that southern side, it's going to be hard, if not near impossible, to try and make that play happen without running into opponents.
I see FM Potion popping that emergency pickup. They are in vehicles, though, so it doesn't look like they're going to stick around for it and wait for the circle to pop. Instead, they'll just make their way a little bit further off towards the west. FaZe Clan going to see that happening as they are just off to the north. Virtus Pro getting very close to Songjang, but fortunately enough for them, won't have the angle. Oh, maybe he does. Nixie will go down as the hard shift comes through to the south, and most of our teams are going to be pretty happy with that turnout.
Definitely. Circle the swing down there, and Expendables couldn't have timed their rotation any better. They were already on a southern rep trying to come through here. Now they're going to have a great entry to the circle. The issue is they ain't a whole lot to claim around there. There's a lot of space, but there's a reason there is a lot of space. You have one compound set out in the open, and then you have the hilltop, which you can't really get to unless you have a glider or e-pickup. So we'll see what they have to try and claim from down there.
See JDG making their way through. They're getting right behind Virtus Pro. Meanwhile, on the northeast, through Tuling, you've got Navi trying to make their way past Gen G. E-Arena also making their way past Gen G as they are once again in their usual split. As we get to see the knock on Athanadol. He even had it smoked out. Are you kidding me, Lurex?
My, oh my. I think the smoke, it came right there.
Oh my goodness. Well, Alcatia, they're going to be the first one to arrive and hit into Virtus Pro, but you see JDG, they're still there on your mini-map. So nobody really safe here as the Panzerfaust will take down Lukorux and the rest of Virtus Pro on the other side of the road.
Yep, Beamy trying to come down and fortify, but he is on his own on this side right now, trying to lob a nade on over, but no one playing the backside. I say that, actually, I thought the ankle cheated me for a bit. Cowboy is kind of stuck out there trying to make his way to safety.
JDG, they're sniffing around. No angles presenting themselves just yet. Beamy trying to do the most that he can as a solo player. Corexi has now made his way across the road and will provide some support as they are down to just 2, and this feels like salvage at this point for Virtus Pro.
The issue is this is a pretty clutch position to take control over. So unlucky for VP to lose 2, and of course important for Alcatia coming up victorious in this fight, but not just that, but doing so without taking any casualties.
Rexy has to stop down to go for the heal while Beamy continues to work around, find the angles. He's going to find Roth. That'll be a big knock onto him. Can't get the flush just yet, though.
Have to keep going.
Yeah, now JDG, yeah, you see the grenades starting to fly in, but JDG, they've got grenades in hand. They're starting to make their way down here. So Alcatia, they are up against the wall.
And VP knows that there's only going to be more teams looking this way with the circle closing. And 17, as you say, encroaching from that one side, and SlamG looking this direction from the south as well. They know we have to keep on pushing. We have to keep on taking fights, try and see if we can get knocks. Damage is being done to Alcatia from behind. And VP, again, aware of this. As soon as we peek out on the eastern side, if you're Alcatia, they're being suppressed from the other side. As FaZe, that's outside circle in the southeast, taking a fight to FN Pochon.
And they're going to win the fight against FN Pochon. They should be able to get Fex back on his feet as well. As nice win for FaZe, and Alcatia going to lose 2 more as the duo from Virtus Pro is dominating. Corexi will get spotted out by Xiaowu. Beamy will stay alive through the smokes, and he will try to push in, try to see if he can get something here. Good flash, but he's going to get the win against Cowboy. Beamy is on fire.
There's no stopping VP reading right now. They know that they need to keep on pushing. There's so many teams around them. Roth missing crucial shots there. Somehow, Beamy able to stay alive, continues to take the fight forward with just 1 HP.
How does Beamy stay alive there? Roth has to be kicking himself over that spray. Almost got him dead to rights, but the flick from Beamy just too good as he will make sure to collect that final point. New circle does pop. It's going to fall right on top of Slam, and all of this still inside zone.
Surely 17 pulls up on this now. They have been tracking every single shot fired in this compound. They should know that it's a 1v1. They have 4 guys just sat there outside circle now waiting for a chance to pounce in this compound.
Smokes go down to slow things down. As Roth continues to work around the outside of the wall, JDG still looks like they might have been forced back by the appearance of 17. 17's little ghost will hop back into the car. They start to try to figure out how they want to do things as the other duo is still off to the north. Ooh, Roth, nice spray down on a Beamy, but Beamy once again evading just in the nick of time.
I know I'm putting a lot into this, and I might be, overthinking it, but the fact that 17 doesn't pull up on this goes to kind of show the story of 17 as of late. We talked about confidence committing to plays together. A former 17, peak 17 would have pulled up on this, claimed 2 kills, and moved in from this position any day of the week, or at least tried to go for points down here. This time around, they play safe. They backfill up on the northern side. It's not exactly giving them more space to maneuver.
Perhaps they spotted out the JDG and
could be.
Didn't want to take the risk there of getting third-partied, and they do have a spot on that northwestern side of the circle that is a high ground hilltop position, so maybe they prefer to play that one through as Beamy will continue to just keep cycling those smokes over and over again. Roth playing against the wall. Nobody making their way over here to take shots at him just yet, so this is about pretty clear and safe. You see a few shots being sent from JDG, but I think those were at Beamy, so Roth knowing that he's safe.
And for good reason. I mean, JDG expecting there to be more 17 players inside this, or in and around this compound, so they're not exactly too eager to make an aggressive play towards the west. The road right now cutting this circle in half. You have Slam, G set, circle centers. This fight is probably going to stall for a bit. Roth is going to, of course, hold on to the ankle, but I don't think Beamy has any plans of going aggro from here. He already got 3 points. It's a good salvage. Now it's first aids and placement points. Is the next chase for Beamy.
Exactly. Well, we get a replay of that fight between FaZe and FN Potion as Gustav just puts him on his back immediately. FN looks like they were camping this. They wanted this fight.
Yeah.
And in the end, they only end up getting one knock before getting completely flushed. So well played by FaZe as FN Potion will sit this one, the rest of this one out. Gen G, meanwhile, working around on the north side. They've got Bagopa and 17 in front of them and one player knocked.
Yeah, so difficult, if not near impossible, to make an entry in the circle on that northern side when you're coming through the swamps and the open fields as deal. Oopsie doopsie. Spotted now by example. Slow speed moving forward. Will be able to avoid getting knocked there, though.
Twisted Minds, ever the consistent squad. See them over there on the east, holding the Freaks at bay. The new circle does pop and it cuts over to the west. So Roth and Beamy can still hang out here for a little bit longer. JDG, meanwhile, their position still safe as well. Arena hanging around that revive station as Songjang and the rest of Bago Pa move in on Gen G, who are now down to just Orca and Beam.
Yeah, once again, it's Bagopa and Gen G fighting one another. That was the story of all of yesterday, and it has not changed today. Bean able to get a little bit of revenge as Xiongyan's found with the links in hand. Now it's just Orca. The chance to pull up here. Flame could potentially get rest. I think he might just be able to, especially if Guren keeps being suppressed.
Guyon has to move away, and that's actually going to be, I believe, Forest.
Yeah.
Taking those shots at him as FaZe going to run into another team on their rotation, but this time Navi in a little bit better position, but it doesn't matter. Vard finding the knocks will turn things around. Hakatori all by himself. He's got to stop down for the reload. Extends hiding in the smoke with half HP. Vard will find the grenade, beautifully placed by him, and now Navi in big trouble.
He chucked that one straight in his face. Not a whole lot he could do about it. Roth taken out there. I think there was a death slam we heard from inside the arena. Frustrated, of course, that they were on the defending side of this and lost it out to VP.
He does lose to a shotgun in the end, as Navi, Hakatori will still try to keep things going as FaZe gets third party down.
Yep.
Twisted Minds, though, still hovering around as Hakatori will try to go for these reses as quickly as possible.
That's what Twisted Minds does best. Never fully engage unless if there's no other option. Take the 3 points. Try and see if you can capitalize off of third-party opportunities. Twisted Minds off of doing so. Already up to 6 points, and now they know the time has come. The opponents are wounded enough that we can make the play happen, but do not count out Hakatori just yet. Able to find the knock on one, but goes down after.
Looks like Example's got his eyes back on as he finishes off Navi. You see the shots being sent over in this direction. They're still outside of zone, so this is really just going to be a stop down to heal up, pick up whatever utility they can off the boxes and make their way back in. Flame does get revived, so Gen G back up to full, or to 3 strong rather, but you see Bean already in the blue licking the heels of Flame and Orca as they try to clean out whatever's left of Bagopa.
Such a tough fight to have to take here. You're forced to push forward and all open angles and sides shooting at you at the same time. Now Blue is closing in as well. Simply, I mean, close to impossible to make anything happen here. Of course, they will try and commit, make something off of it. The vehicle goes flying. Would have been convenient to block off down the bottom side, but not quite speed. And here, the replay around the corner. Shotgun prevails.
As is tradition, and that puts Beamy up to 471 damage, and he's still alive, by the way. Hanging out in the blue, but Twisted Minds, they run in to a little bit of a struggle here. What a grenade from Tigger as Full Sense will take out Twisted Minds.
Wow, could not have been placed any better. Right in between their legs, taken down. And that's now Full Sense with more space maneuver. Issue is it usable space? They've cleared out, they've made sure no one's backfilling them on that southeast side. And with the dip that Thanadol now has under control, they're actually looking pretty good from up there.
Down to 8 teams, 25 alive, and it's only phase 5. This has been a brutal rondo so far, as Forest, though, still have 4 up. They're working both sides of the road that bisects our circle. Currently, they've got Kiss and Olympus on the south, looking over towards Full Sense. You see Tigger has been spotted out, but Scappy and Baron on the north. They've got 17 down to Xiaobei and Lil Ghost. They're pinned up against the wall. You can see them just looking over towards E Arena. Not really many moves they can make. Meanwhile, Bloomy is back in full effect.
How many first states does he have is the real question. There is a full team of Alcatzia players in here.
And his own
7
team.
is where he's at for now. It's just going to be bandages, but there's more crates outside that he could potentially try and go for.
All right, Kiss working down the road.
Dangerous play.
This is very dangerous, but when you're fragging the way Kiss has been fragging, you're not feeling confident now. I don't know what you got to do, and he just continues to run down the road, free as a bird. No, not a care in the world.
This is the thing. Look at the map right now, right? You have the 3 teams that are inside each their compound holding it off. Outside of that, it's only Kiss who's inside this circle. Everyone outside is looking for ways to get on in. We're in phase 5, and we only have 25 teams left alive because no one can effectively claim anything in the middle.
Absolutely nothing. Well, Baron does make his way across. Looks like Scappy's going to rejoin him. Lil Ghost now the last player left alive for 17, but it looks like he might be done so, as he is just emptying the pockets and making sure nobody can take anything off of him, as Forest will take that high ground. They'll play that roadside just above Slam, and Slam surely knows it.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. They now know full well that they're probably not getting out of this compound without a fight, and hopefully for the time being they won't have to even consider that. They would need a knock, preferably 2, going up against Forest up on this hillside. And maybe, if they're lucky, E-Arena can kind of look over their shoulder and shoot them. And there you have it. Bloomy making things happen when odds were against you. When you were down to a 1v3, he still pulls it off. We're up to 11 first states. We're somehow gaining first states by using first states.
There's more boxes that he hasn't been able to hit just yet.
He's looking at him already. He's pathing.
He's got his whole game planned out.
I love it.
Well, JDG, meanwhile, they've just been hanging down here for a while, and it looks like they're finally going to have to start getting active. As E-Arena's going to get close, they'll get the knock on the Lyrics. They've got Nuren's pinned down as well, as Jacob is trying to provide some defense from range, but what a grenade from Cold. Falls right on top of Nuren's head.
Heat-seeking in that one, and I guess that's, kind of a reward for sticking around. JDG, they did so initially, obviously, because they knew Beamy was going to push in eventually, but also there's only 2 places E-Arena could go. It's wrap around the west or the eastern side, and since Slam G had the east on lockdown, they knew full well it's only really to us that the Arena can come. So smart on JDG for being passive in that circle closing in.
The new circle going to force them to move, and unfortunately for JDG, the Expendables have since taken over a location just above them. As we see Beamy, well, he's going to continue as long as he can. 7 more first aids in the bag. We'll see if he can get another placement point off of it, but it's going to be close.
Did Beamy just use a first aid 2 ticks too early? Beamy. I thought you were better than that. No, I'm kidding.
It's absolute judgment.
Making his way on in, and you know what, Sousa? You've been looking out here for 10 minutes. If you get punished now for peeking off the side. Oh, his positioning behind that bush as well. They know that he's there. He's like, bro, please. I want to look the other way, but I can't. Now he's been spotted. There's going to be Delwyn from inside circle finding him. And Beamy, of course, he goes down to blue because no one is going to take him out.
Unreal stuff from Virtus Pro, and that actually that kept him in. That got him a few more points there, especially when you're in a close match with Forest, who's still 4 strong. They've got 95 points overall, 1 kill so far, but man, their position is so good once again.
If they win this, second, first, that would be, closing in on placements in a day, kind of, just record-breaking.
Shades of Twisted Mind once again.
Insane. Absolutely insane. In the MEA, we had BP team win 5 in a day, almost the 6th one as well. I think Forest Gaming is trying to make that happen on the global stage.
See what they can do. E-Arena will get eliminated as JDG will make their way on the northern side of this road. The Expendables will keep that high ground as much as they can, as Clories will get spotted out by Suze. So that'll force the Expendables to slow down just a little bit, and now they're getting shot at by Full Sense as well, so the trap is springing on top of the Expendables.
Yeah, trying to make their way around here, being forced to make moves. Having exactly, it's right at his feet, but I think I'm actually bounced a bit far. December 12th does stay alive. Second nade to follow, though, will take him down. Now Cold. Smoke just blown, forced to push further forward.
Suze gets to Tanvu, though, and Spaceman will try to come over here and see if he can catch Clories while he's going for the res. As Tanvu will get finished off. The utility going to fall just a little bit too late as there you go. Duck Juice will get spotted, and JDG now starting to make their way up the leaderboard. 6 kills for them so far.
Given how little space JDG had to maneuver, they're putting up a really, really good fight and making this happen. They've cleared out their entire western side. They can now freely look towards the east, where Forest is trying to stay alive against Slam.
You knew Slam was going to have to leave this compound eventually, and unfortunately for Forest, they're getting shot at from multiple directions, so they couldn't focus their full attention down here as Arctics will find Olympus as well. Forest now down to just 1. I believe it's Baron, yep, hiding in the smoke, trying to go for the res onto Scappy. Oh, he's got to pull away.
Exactly. Boostic able to peek on over, find the flush on one. A lot of damage done in return, though. Baron somehow able to stay alive through that spray. And Boostic, of course, disengaging here, wants to rep Northern. They have a play potentially to make inside the circle. The issue is they can't do so as long as Forest is alive across.
Yeah, JDG in a beautiful position. Slam just trying to finish off Forest before turning their attention towards their next move to get inside the zone. Full Sense obviously still has the ridge lines that they currently have to work with. Belmoth going to be joined by Thanadol. Tigger holding down a nice little line, but JDG not being too greedy here, only playing the position that they have. They like where they're at.
Exactly. We talk about Forest all day for their performance. Full Sense able to get second in that previous game. Now here in top 4 once again. Played incredibly throughout the PGS 9 finals and trying to get back in form again. Maybe a day too late, but we'll see. If they can continue strong here and coming over to Erangel as well and then have a good day tomorrow as well, there's a good fly up that leaderboard possible for them.
And Slam has been having a great day so far. It would be just the cherry on top if they could manage to pull a win out here with a few more kills. They are currently in 12th place overall with 46 points and 2 kills, but they can find a way to take JDG down. This could be their game to lose.
And that's the issue of that compound that SlamG has been set in, right? Every single fight that's been taking place has happened outside of their line of sight. So they haven't really been able to engage in anything from afar. It's only now that they've been able to really get anything going. 2 kills thus far for SlamG. They need the placement points, which would now push them up to 6, but points or kills with it too, as Baron will be found. Once again, a top 4 for Forest Gaming.
That's the 8th kill now for JDG. Who's
yeah.
Now made their way up to 9th place as Cold 119 has a spray, but won't get any knocks. Trying to stay alive through the smoke is SlamG. They've got a C4 in hand. What are we planning to do here? This is a bold decision.
Where do you drive it to? We have to accelerate up the hillside. Lurix trying to wrap around. Is he going to go all the way to the edge of circle on JDG?
Looks like that's the play. He's going to try to send it over there, and Cold 119 and Suze are already on the move. It's going to find 1, but Suze just barely staying alive, and Boostic will try to take the spray over there. Lurix will get taken down by Suze, and now the rest of the boys have arrived. They're going to try to take Suze and Cold down before they can reset.
Well, you asked for a hole in the wall. There is your hole in the wall for SlamG to run on through as they come wrapping around the side. Suze committing to the rest here. Bros don't fake. Try to see if he can make it happen. He does. Cole's back in the game as the peak comes out, but Boosting is there ready and waiting. Magora also found one across the street, so JDG in trouble. And I was just going to say, if you're Full Sense, you have to capitalize on these two teams fighting each other right now.
That's exactly what they're going to try to do. They send Thanadol to the south side of the road. Arctics is all by himself. Magora going to go down to the grenade from Cold 119 as now he will play that ridge line. Boostic has to lie low. Magore finished off. Boostic has Arctic's support from the side, but as we saw, Thanadol is starting to make his way over, so Arctics might be in some trouble. Perfect timing for the peak from Thanadol. Gets the knock on a Boostic, and now he's going to find, Cold 119 will finish off Arctic. As Full Sense now in a 3v3 for the win against JDG.
This is where Full Sense gets so scary when they get into late game and are able to get some of these fights. Just give them the smallest advantage and they will make it happen. Issue for them has been they have had such a hard time making late game altogether. But now they're here in a 3v3. That nade,
oh my goodness.
Bounces a bit short.
Full Sense will keep everyone alive. They've got Cold 119 pinned out. They know exactly where he is. December 12th and Spaceman continue to work around the edge. The play from Thanadol trying to get over here as quickly as it can. Good spray from Spaceman, but he doesn't get the knock.
Forced to back off here. Maybe if he held his fire a bit longer.
Oh, that's a good
Could have
grenade.
found him on the other side. Thank you, Pico Bus. So damage gets mitigated completely. Thanadol doesn't take any damage in that one whatsoever, but nice wraparound on the side of Thanadol too, understanding the pressure come through on the other side. Full Sense has Tigger poised on the dot. Everyone's going to be coming to him.
They still left Belmoth on this north side of the road. The utility will come through, and Colt 119 is going to see it, but Belmoth wins the 1v1 before going down to the blue, and now everybody from both teams, it's a 2v2 on the south side of the road.
It's effectively a relay race. It's a 1v1, a 1v1, and another 1v1 on that northern side of the circle.
It looks like that was it. December 12th still has one flashbang left, as it looks like Full Sense knew he was on the roadside and decided to send two down there to finish him off. And Spaceman now the last player left alive for JDG.
Goes for the flush, knowing full well that they need every single point they can get, but in doing so reveals his flank to Full Sense on the other side. They know exactly where they have him, and nigh on impossible fight for him to take home. And in the end, it will be Full Sense back on top.
And Full Sense came into today in dead last place. They needed to have a good performance. So far, the wildcard maps have paid off huge for them, but JDG, 12 kills in a second place. They are climbing the leaderboard.
Oh my, Thailand riding their way into PUBG history here. Success galore for the boys here. Beat me a smile to the camera as well, knowing that they got effectively everything they could out of what would be the final wildcard map of the day.
And in the end, Forest not getting a win there and not finishing with a whole bunch of kills. Good news for Virtus Pro, good news for the top of the lobby, and everybody still in the chase. We've got two more on Erangel to go.
Even Full Sense is here for game number 4. They get the victory on Rondo here after moving on Dan Seth and going up against... What's wrong with you? Why are you smiling at me?
I can't help. You can't help yourself.
You got
They're just holding on to that still.
It's
but
not
yeah,
going away.
Full Sense on the wildcard maps though, guys. A little bit of a step up for them. A little bit of points here for it, but still very chaotic and very kind of difficult area to play off.
Yeah.
Sure, we had the gas station, we had the shenanigans, little Alcatsia and VP.
Yeah.
We had some pull-ups from FaZe, Twisted Minds, then third party that. Like overall, just very third part heavy, and that's what it feels like, especially here for the wildcard maps. You're looking for a timing where you can third party someone else that is already engaged in a fight to see if you can get in. Full Sense did it as well. SlamG tried to do it on the north side onto JDG. Like, it was kind of crazy, some C-Force as well.
I get the turmoil that the teams have to go through because for these kinds of circles, it's a relatively open area, and as this slow slope down, there's not much cover to really work with for a lot of the teams now.
No, I think this is why it's going to be probably the best game of the day. They traded back and forth with these other teams in the end game, but there's no chance to really hold a strong four-man position. So we're going to lose one after another. You're going to start to sort of filter down, and then it comes down to who just happened to throw their bodies at the right time, right? So we end up with JDG versus Full Sense, and they played out that final fight really, really well. So that said, as much as I kind of have been watching them saying group stage heroes, I don't expect a lot of you out when you get to the big show here in the grand finals. They have actually shown us a climb today. They've ended up in the top 4 multiple times. And where they started in the bottom coming in today, they I think are going to be mid-pack now.
And important points for JDG as well, who are in the final moments of this game. Aside from them as well, SlamG was there for the longest of times in the middle of this circle. And actually, I mean, they've been able to hold down, as you can see them here, some of those central spots pretty decently, but not round things out against a lot of these teams.
I mean, with the C4, if that had a better impact, or even if it was driven and you didn't lose a player, if like that Lyrics going down there, like if you're throwing bodies, you need to be sure that you're getting the points and you're getting the knocks, right? So you need to make sure you can follow up. And kind of the flow with the punches, run after it, make sure you're following up. But 12 kills for GG, though, that's massive.
But how does Twisted Minds have 9 kills with 500
That's
damage?
the thing about
the third party.
That's the thing about Twisted.
It's the third party.
Little tickle.
They stole a few knocks there, that's for sure.
They're like, we don't want to win this one so nobody watches us going into PGC, but we certainly can't just let it go without dominating here and there.
I see.
Full Sense does come out with that big win, and it's not, I guess big win might be an overstatement when you look at those damage numbers. Flash with 36, no one over 497, but they do manage to walk away with a little something.
No, definitely. And number 1 looks like it's going to be, well, unless the damage accounts for something a little more from Thanadol, but I suspect the 4 kills for good old Tigger will be getting him the man of the match.
A lot of thieving there.
Yeah.
With 222 damage, only 1 knockout, but effective. Obviously, you got to make sure you got it. And the 4 kills here. There's more kills than some of the other guys, but still, being able to lock this one down here, he's going to get the man of the match.
He only took 49 damage. He was definitely hiding behind the rest of his team.
He was stealing a lot of knocks from other teams. I guarantee you that.
He had the gun set on Thanadol, the shoulder, and was like, all right, go ahead, I'm following you. I got this.
breach.
Exactly. But again, that was a really tough spot to play, and it was defensive. That's how you win that one. So they come away when they needed to.
There you go.
Example does walk away with 5 kills, so still looking very, very good. And Boostic with 6-12. And again, I kind of want to roll back to SlamG gets themselves into the top 4.
Yeah.
Right or wrong, I want to give them the same grace that I'm sort of layering on QAD, right? This is a team, this one in particular, with significantly less LAN experience across the entire roster. And talking to them yesterday, they're like, you know what? We got rocked at PGS9. We were not ready for the international system. We have put things together and are working harder. And to see them have games where they're coming in on the top 5, they're getting decent kills. This is something where I'm like, this is a team that as we look in the future of PUBG, it's going to be SlamG for sure.
So whilst we take a look at the numbers from that game, you actually spoke to them and they were saying how they feel like they're the best Edge team from EMEA. Obviously, that didn't work out at PGS9. And then you talked to them. Did you get anything from them out of the idea of like going more center? Because we have seen them in some of these center spots, and technically they should be able to hold them down, but it's not fully working out yet.
According to them, they said our system was still, we want to focus on the edge, but we weren't ready for how packed it is and how good those players are.
Right.
So they are sending more often, but they are still focused on their edge system.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that, as we do have our full leaderboards here. We've got 97 points for Forest Natural Gaming. Once again, they were getting into the late game here, Martin. Maybe not a huge swathe of kills, but they've just been constant throughout the day.
Yeah, they have, for sure. And I got to say this, now that we're beyond the halfway point here, guys, from 14th place, 45, up to 6th place expendable, it's only 12 points.
12 points.
Our kind of mid-pack now is kind of separating themselves. We're going to have a top end from Twisted Minds to expendables, only 12 points there as well. But the 2 guys and the 2 teams in the lead, still, even on bad games, getting steady points here. Both 5 points for Forest, 5 points for Virtus Pro here. It's still steady and not having those 0 and 1 point games.
But as you were saying, Toffees, the story of the deer and the bear for PGS 10 at the top. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to catch up with them if they continue this on.
The only way you catch up to them is if you are a big brain. And I will say, Twisted Minds, they were farther down the board with 40 going in a little bit earlier today. They're slowly grinding up, and their percentage get over the others is actually looking decent.
All right, well, thank you very much, gents. It's time for a break. When we return, we will have 2 more games here for day number 2 of PGS 10.
Multiple unforeseen disasters falling from the sky. It's all we're supposed to know due to Stay signed up.
Right. We need to stay the ring.
In the wings for the connect.
Is he gonna punch the can?
No.
자 여기서 이제 오른쪽
웰컴 수류탄 위치도 괜찮은 것 같은데요.
자 백파크 진짜 도망가야 돼요. 그냥 쭉 도망가야 돼요. 싹쓸이
这地方是看不到车的。
铁
拳，
扣扣铁拳1红2，
停下来打吗？我们还有一个，这是苏泽把12月给炸下来了。在自己还有一发铁拳，苏泽打一个1炮，
怎么还有？
You know what? I want to know. I want to know exactly what the devs thought about this. Like, is this a rating for the game? Like, Toffees, is that assault?
이런 대폭발 사고 안 일어났죠.
네. 사크는 위로 올라갔고 여기서
자, 내가 책임진다. 간다 더블히트.
야 파켈 피하면서 이거는 뭐 자 같이 가자. 와 2개예요.
Themselves in this position. It has been pretty successful. BWD making a mad dash for it. He goes down. More shots coming in from Lurex. Takes down Spiro. Quizzy, the last remaining one alive, and he gets
Slam G here. What a great game for them. Others sending it in. They want to make sure that this last one doesn't get denied here. Molotov comes in. And if you're Kilyakai, they're in fire. Oh, they got it as well.
然后我在旁边就抽一个，
就来，哎呦，
太难受了，
机会特别大，哇、就看多少分吃鸡了。
哎呀，斯维斯曼这里急了一点，但是影响不大。恭喜 JDG。
좀만 기다려줘.
Attack. Can they get some more out of it? Rock does go down. Explosions just rolling around.
Have to come back and commit to this fight.
So we go back up. Here comes a set coming into the blue zone. And CJ, he got run over.
One versus one versus Lou. It's gonna be a miss once more. Lou goes for the swing and he gets some headshot. Boostic falls down. But now it's next up. It's Example.
Turns into the fight for the circle. Tending blows, heavyweight fights, no speedo. He might have to go for a desperate attempt. In the wings for the connection though. But it goes back to twist.
3. Is he gonna punch the can?
No.
I'm not sure. There you go.
来，直接就撞你这个最好的房子。和这一颗雷，对方是一个火力车，全是残血。火，这个火真的太好了。哇，苏泽，完美的封住了对方。苏泽1穿4。
And most of them is more full aggressiveness, full control, and Flash, he got the hit. He got the second hit as well. That will lead to the knock here.
I'm pretty sure at this point.
No Aurora actually earned a lot of points here, but real homie on the other hand, this is just one of those few risks. You're dropping it into a spot where there might be a team here. And unfortunately, of all the teams here, it was iconic.
2 matches left in the day here for day 2 of the PGS 10 Grand Finals. I'm Toby, joined by Poro Thesaurus. And so far today, it's been Ty's supremacy with Forest Gaming starting off strong, now followed by Full Sense. And good thing for VP is they're able to keep it up, because right now Ty is popping off.
Yeah, I mean, it's Forest and VP's world right now, and everybody else is just trying to play catch-up. I think VP has a 25-point lead-ish on Twisted Minds right now, but I mean, these guys are just not slowing down at all,
nope.
And it seems like everybody's just playing catch-up, and now with only 2 games remaining, the time to play catch-up is starting to grow very, very slim.
Exactly. What better day for VP to rise to the occasion here than on their 22nd anniversary as an org in esports. Congratulations, VP, for having been in the game for so long. I say the game, but the esport as a whole, 22 years. A lot of you kids watching probably weren't even born when VP was founded. As we now go over to the first of the last 2 matches here on Erangel.
22 years is unthinkable.
That's almost before James got into esports too.
For esports, just be around that long. It's
yeah.
So impressive.
Polar bears can get pretty old.
They can.
I think.
Yeah, who knows?
They can swim. I mean, there's that.
Where are you going with this?
Polar bears.
Okay.
Yep.
Fair enough. All right, we're going to cut down south once again. Are we going to get blessed/cursed, depending on where you look, with a military circle? We've seen a few so far in PGS 9 and PGS 10, but we've also seen a lot going up towards that Yasnaya Stallberg area recently, so nothing set in stone just yet.
I will say, for at least for the game matches that we've been casting, that we've been pretty lucky to see a good variety outside of the, PGS 9 millies back-to-back. A good set of variety. We had a good Milta finish. We went up towards the Alba, as you said. I'm trying to think of an area of map that's been underrepresented in the last 2 tournaments, and honestly, come to think of it, I feel like we've sort of been all over. Good job, Erangel, for giving us variety.
Thanks, Erangel.
Thank you.
You're doing good. You did good.
There's always one map we can rely on. Erangel.
Old, reliable. Well, looks like everybody's going to avoid each other on the drops to start things off here. You see JDG dropping early, getting in those vehicles, going all the way up to South George. FaZe, meanwhile, getting a little bit close to Na'Vi, but Na'Vi going to go ahead and work their way back over towards the west. And there you go. Circle will go down towards Milton Power. So Alcacia, this is where they've had this opportunity before, and unfortunately weren't able to capitalize. Maybe this time will be different.
Yep, so one of the JDG players there playing without a headset on, going, you know what, this is so far away. I'm gonna chill for the next foreseeable future. Then we'll take the issue whenever we get it.
He better put his ears on, his cups on pretty quickly, because JDG is coming into the west side of South George, but Forest is coming in to the east.
That's true.
So we'll keep an eye on that to see if they cut up north to North George or not, but it looks like they are going to go ahead and loot up in crates. So these 2 teams will be a little bit closer than maybe each other were expecting.
Yeah, you called it pretty well there. Well, I thought for a second the JDG were definitely going to wrap up on the northern side, but no, they're opting to sit, at least for now, in and around South George. Good thing for Forest is that they are going to send 2 of their players up on that northern side. And I was looking at plane path alone, it would make no sense for JDG or Forest, for that matter, to try and backfill into the circle via Potato, via the south side. They know that's where the biggest concentration of teams is. So you're setting up on the northern side to be able to make that hard northern wrap into the circle and come in up in the in Mansion area.
Well, yesterday we saw Virtus Pro take a 2nd place with 9 kills and a 1st place with 13 on 2 Erangel maps. Meanwhile, Forest had an 2 eighths in a row. So the Erangel map not being as kind to Forest yesterday. We'll see if they can turn their fortunes around as we take a look at FaZe.
Yeah. Let's listen over to Fex and see what he has to say with how FaZe have been playing through the day so far.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with FaZe Clan's Fex. It's good to see you guys back at PGS. Even better for the fans that FaZe is actually peaking a little bit, right? Well, I wanted to talk to you. What's it been like having Vard on the team? Are you feeling that Team UK synergy?
I think it's really good. I really enjoy playing with Vard. I think me and Vard play really well together as well. Like, we're kind of like the pair up front. So I think we play really well, and it's been great to have Vard, honestly.
Yeah, all right, that's wonderful to hear. Thanks, mate.
No problem, mate.
I know I make a terrible British accent,
Thanks,
Bella. We gotta go to accent school together, Bella and I think maybe we take some classes from James, Mr. Calaris. He's like a northerner, right? He got those accents down.
Yeah, he's all right. He's all right.
Even if he doesn't like to admit it.
He's somewhat loquacious. He seems to know his way around a word. Well, Navi knowing their way around Milta and will have managed to avoid FaZe for the time being. Continue hugging that coastline as FaZe leaves Milta proper, but they're going to start pushing their way over into Al-Qadsiya.
Yeah.
VP coming in from the north as well, so Al-Qadsiya getting a little bit pinched here. We'll see how they deal with it.
I love how you casually just did not mention that top 5 damage dealer board at all, because it had 4 EMEA players on it, and then a little kiss out there, of course, with how well he's been playing, joining that one as well. Fair enough. Fair enough. Looking at you going, But nonetheless, incredible what Kiss has been able to do, and also, I mean, throughout that the EMEA boys have been able to dish out as much damage as they have.
As we look at Gen G making their way in, worth noting that JDG, who we saw earlier in South George, looks like they're going to find an emergency pickup, so that'll be how they make their way into the new circle. But at 5 minutes in, it's already very, very populated in there, so it's going to be interesting to see where they decide to go. As we can see, Virtus Pro already spotting that side flank of the western, I guess the northern side of the 2-2 split from Al-Qadsiya.
Actually, a bit surprising to me now that you mention it, that we have so many teams opting to set up in the low ground as a whole, like down in and around Milta Power and mini Milta Power. Let's hold that thought for a second, see if Tozy can hit his shots, because what better than Korean teams fighting each other in the early game again. I feel like every single game has that happen. As Tozy, this was just him saying hi, I guess, with guns. Oh, there you go.
Well, you probably should have gotten down there pretty a little bit quicker there.
Oh, they're cutting him off.
Mr. Zenith, and oh yeah, Gen G actually going for this. They're going to find it too. Orca with the knock on to Zenith. He didn't need much time at all to finish that one off, as FM Potion will continue to make their way up the coastline, and Orca having to retreat just a little bit as, oh, nice shot from Breakers.
Holy headshot from
All right, where are you guys going?
Orca there. Yeah, where do you set up shop? They gotta be going big power, right? That's
possibly.
I mean, either that or Milta proper. Like there's.
I guess it's 6 minutes and a half in. You're thinking maybe Milta, the cliffs around Milta Power Major would.
You know, this is perfectly lined up. Thank you, observers, for giving us that intel. You can see what they've marked. They've lined up in the compound up the hillside, and they've lined up Milta Power. So that's the 2 spots they're looking for. Maybe the pins being put down right now is them spotting players or vehicles from the sky going, great, so that's not where we're going. Issue is you gotta jump out of here eventually. So what are you committing to? They are going up the hillside in towards the in towards Lumber proper.
Ambitious drop. We'll see if that pays off for him, as the arena is very split in that logging camp, and you already see the shots coming in from FaZe, but nothing coming from the arena just yet, as JDG will land on the ground quickly. That's the one good thing about dropping on this mountainside, is that you don't spend too much time in the air.
Exactly. Also, everyone sat down below is looking at one another, scouting compounds around them, so not too many, busy looking into the sky. Good rotation there from JDG, and from where they are, not in a big need of vehicles, at least for the time being here either.
JDG found that E pickup, and it works out in the end. Forest, meanwhile, doing the long way. They're coming in from that northern side, and they're going to be backfilling where the Freaks are currently making their way past Mansion. Begopa, the farthest north team from there, as they're playing currently just to the west of Prison, and Guyan out in the fields, just spotting anybody that comes through.
Everyone on their way towards the circle. Anytime Slam G have just up to say, nah. Circle is east, we're going west, boys. They can't force us. I think what they're doing is looking for an extra E pickup, potentially one on the vehicle, to get their rotation going. They will no doubt be the last team inside circle, as Red Zone has presented itself over Milta with the grey teams of Evan Pochon and Expendables. We haven't really seen the Red Zone have too much impact in global play yet, so outside of Martin and the Danish boys in Nations Cup losing 2 to it. But outside of that, not a whole lot been going on with it so far, luckily.
I saw FM Potion after losing 1, once again finding themselves right in the middle of the Expendables. That was a fight that was continuing on from Miramar's. Oh, nice shots from Park Pro, and Batulins will be taken down early here, as Begopa, they were playing around that northern side on the hills. They've still got Guman off to the north, So they don't have the full squad just there just yet. And E-Arena, they hear all these shots, and they're starting to come over here to see if they can maybe take advantage.
Another issue, of course, of the East Coast being so kind of collapsed upon by all these teams is that even if you had a rest station anywhere nearby, it's practically impossible to like kind of squeeze your way out of this now very congested circle center and get to one. So I'm not sure what the play is for Twisted. I think for now they're going to just kind of concede and commit to playing as 3.
I mean, when you look at this circle, and essentially 75% of the zone is water, or something you wouldn't want to play like Novo, it really limits your options as to where you want to go, where you want to play around. The one good thing they've got going for them is that we are playing around that mountain, so you can take up positions and get really close to another team, and they won't even know you're there. So Slam will be pulling in very, very late. They're backfilling Full Sense, who is hanging out on that shark fin area as we wait and see the new zone will pop, and it will go directly on top of Twisted Minds.
I didn't know that Phase 4 activated in Phase 2, but apparently that's the case. No more water for us, it would seem. And for Forest, who just came in completely on their own on that northern side, they are going to be laughing seeing this hardship come their way. Because look at the concentration of teams on that now southeast side of the circle. They are effectively, I mean, they almost have that entire square to themselves up on the north side going, oh, I guess we'll take Hall of Fame for free.
So much room on the web. I mean, Slam, G, Full Sense, and Forest all getting a little bit lucky there. And Circle 2 will pull away as Roth tries to make his way down the hill under the watchful eyes of Gustav. And he better get there quick. Okay, looks like he should be okay. The E pickup from Navi will pull them. Where are they going to go?
I fully respect their E-pickup as well. They're sat there on the southern side going, great, we have to backfill half the server to get inside this next circle. What can we do? But also on the flip side of that, they know full well that with how far south this first circle was and with how many teams they already saw coming into it, there is going to be space up on the northern side. So look for them. Honestly, there's a world where they take this E-pickup almost to the very edge of the circle and go hard north into the blue for vehicles to try and come back down from that side. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. They are jumping out a bit earlier actually than expected. Are they going shelter?
Shelter, yeah.
Okay.
That's a roll of the dice for Navi, but it ends up paying off big for them. And they're able to get down without taking a single shot from anybody. So well played by them, although Forest definitely saw them. And they're all
get a car.
Get a vehicle as well. I mean, it's a buggy, but
car's car.
It's something. It's something. As Tigger will go ahead and pull into the other entrance of shelter. I think he might have spotted Navi coming down as well, so he knows the deal.
And you know what, even more so, now that one team E picked up to their position, the reason Navi jumps down there is they know if there's a team there, teams always park those cars right out the front. I think Tigger is going, wait, if one team went here and didn't see a car, maybe we can get another team to come to my position if I hide my buggy down below and maybe catch a couple of people by surprise. Speaking of teams and vehicles, here comes El Katsia trying to make their way towards the north, wrap around this on the southern side. Lookarooks, double headshot connected on the trailing player of D. We'll get him down.
Yeah, Katsia had to go somewhere, unfortunately, pulls away from their Milta drop spot, and they're going to pull right into E-Arena territory. Fortunately for them, E-Arena very split up right now. And also the Freaks playing on that eastern side of the prison walls, looking over towards Bagopasa. So they're a little bit distracted as Cowboy will force Nurens to pull back down, and Roth will survive to fight another day.
Definitely. Lookarooks gets the flush reward for finding that lonesome El Katsia player. It doesn't really matter too much. This building couldn't fit 4 players anyway.
Not comfortably. Well, Jacob trying to reposition. He's going to get spotted out by Suze. So JDG, their success from last game, starting to pull into Erangel as they will find Jacob, try to flush him out before he gets stolen away, and they will, as another E pickup has been popped by the Expendables in Milta, and you can see Clory's actually getting spotted out by Star-Lord before they're able to hit.
I mean, as much as it's put up by them, I'm wondering if it's just as a bait, if they wanted to like lure FN Pochon out of their hidey holes, and indeed it worked. The issue for them is that they also came with casualties to boot. I don't think, are they going to go for it or not? They would leave one player behind. There should be no world in which they take this hill, and no, they won't.
Absolutely not. No, the bait may have worked, and it worked too well, and now the circle is going to pop. It's going to go back up to the north center around prison. You see Freaks already on the move, and going to go ahead and opt that 2-2 split, but Milta's going to have to come to a head here as FM Potion will try to clear out or try to find a way to get through the Expendables. It looks like they're going back down south, though, but Gen G is playing around on that western side, and they've got everybody back together.
And this is the issue, right? They know that they have Gen G set on that southwest side as well, making it very, very difficult for FN to really group up and wrap out of here altogether. What they wanted to do in this situation was exactly what SlamG has successfully done, wrapping the entire western side of this, come in on the north, but they're being slowed down by Gen G, and I think, I mean, the time is out for them to try and make that play.
Will since lose one as they get a little bit too close to Na'Vi, but they're able to keep the other boys alive, and they're going to play the cliffs just on the south side of Prison, which should be safe for now, although you can see Park Pro and the rest of Bago Pa kind of sniffing around over in this area. That E pickup was popped by Gen G. We'll see if they actually decide to take it. It looks like they're calling everybody back over there towards it, so we expect to see Gen G in the air here shortly.
Definitely Bago Pa. It's been early game action and not a whole lot more than that for them throughout this day of play so far. This time around at least, a phase 3 they find themselves in. Center circle with all 4 players up, probably ready and waiting for this Gen G team to come in, because who ain't magnetized more to one another than Gen G and Bago Pa at this point?
It feels that way, doesn't it? FM Potion will get Zenith back on his feet. We'll see if they can take over a position that they can defend and get him back and get him geared up as quickly as possible. But coming from the south is going to be a tall task, as the Expendables are currently finding out as they make their way through 17 and E Arena. Looks like Gen G will favor the hillside right now, getting shot at from Freaks and Correxy.
Yeah, exactly. Gen G flying in on the east. Expendables threading the needle towards the west, but they're being suppressed by 2 fronts. E-Arena on one side, 17 on the other. I believe it's just Tamu left alive on this rotation. He's down to low HP as well. Just moments away from driving straight into the open arms of Bago Pa. This, if he stops his vehicle, does so just in time.
I feel like the Tombo was thinking, you know what, I haven't gotten shot at for about about 3 seconds. Maybe this is about the safest place to stop down and go for the heel. As you can hear, Park Pro really got those kitten ears listening for the vehicle engine.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks like Tanvu might just be hiding out for the time being and trying to survive as FM Potion trying to make their way in.
And we were just talking about it. They wanted to make that northwestern wrap, right? And that's exactly what they set up to do, even making it all the way outside the map proper. Filling in underneath this side of the circle. Issue is, as much as they wanted to go north, circle dives right back to the south once more. So they went all the way up here to avoid having to backfill multiple teams. Now they're looking to do the exact same thing. Anyways.
Oh, Zenith. And Zenith going to land right on Arctic's compound, too, so I imagine we'll see him in the kill feed shortly.
Yeah.
Rex, the rest of FM Potion are trying to pull in through that blue zone, but they've got the monster, the kaiju of the lobby today, Forest Gaming, right in front of them. But fortunately, does not look like Scappy is looking behind him.
Oh, big fight for Forest here. I mean, they need to clean this up quickly because you have Na'Vi on one side, you have Bago Pa set inside circle on the other, and who better on the side of FM Potion to make this happen than Rex? Had Baron not found him there instantly, that looked to be one more knock come through first bullet, a headshot once more.
Rex, man.
Popping off.
That was pretty filthy. Yep, Zenith will go down in the end, and the smoke walls will get laid down by FN as they try to hold the line. And Star-Lord gets the knock on a kiss, so now all of a sudden Baron and Olympus all by themselves. Olympus will hop in the UAZ and try to make a move while Baron gets left behind.
Good aim and confidence. Playing is contagious when you have a player like Rex trying to make things happen for you. The rest of the plate will rise to the occasion. Unfortunately for them, too many angles, too hard to hold for FN Potion as Forrest will stay alive through it.
Extends being in the right place at the right time. Unfortunately for Hakatori, the exact opposite as he goes right into the midst of Twisted Minds, and they will take him down. So Na'Vi now down to just 2 as Opans and E-Arena try to take the fight to 17. Nice grenade. We'll get the knock on a Xiao Bei, and Lyrics follows it up with a spray on the Lil Ghost and 7700. Lyrics, where are you at?
Finds himself a triple. Nate lopped on over, second 2 to follow right thereafter. Good job on E-Arena, first dislodging Expendables on the initial push, now taking the fight to 17 Gaming and taking them out in full. It's just Xiao Wu left alive, knowing full well that faces on one side and what they thought would be the quote-unquote easier fight up in the northwest turned out to be deadly.
Gustav sniffing around over here, but Not finding anything. Might be able to spot out Lil Ghost. Yep, Fex will actually do it. So that'll be a point stolen away from FaZe Clan as Slam G trying to make their push into Freaks before they are able to get everybody back together. And right now it's looking pretty good until now. Heaven will find one. Guman will find one. Guyon will find one as Bagopa getting involved from the other side of the cliffs.
It was too quiet for comfort for Slam G. They were casually walking into the maws of the beast in DN Freaks. Now I'm doing it too. Steel try to fend off here. On his own right now, but knows exactly where he has Moko. One will find the final player of Slam G.
Nice little air burst there from Deal. Mr. Bob Songhead salute. Should be easily resable here as well as the new circle will hard shift back up to the north. So full sense with that full send into the prison cliffs. Looking pretty nice right now.
The only good thing about these hard shifts coming through is that everyone's playing on foot anyway. So it doesn't matter too much. There ain't those big rotations happening from here on out. So, I mean, everyone knows they're going to have to take up close fights with one another anyway. But I have to say, 40 players alive in this circle is actually kind of rare. They've been able to coexist here on the southern side for surprisingly long.
It's a good thing DNF won that fight cleanly with Slam G as they have pretty much control over the north.
Yeah.
Everything east of prison belongs to them. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, looking over towards E-Arena, who's kind of in the middle of taking a fight with FaZe, but looks like Suze and the rest of the JDG boys have angles as well. So FaZe a little bit pinched, and there's still that solo wildcard player, Xiao Wu, hiding in the blue.
Exactly, my eyes are on him.
Oh,
FaZe, oh my, completely sandwiched between JDG and E-Arena, two teams who both have found good success here today. JDG now in 7th, looking to climb up even further with just, tied effectively with the Expendables.
Aaron's doing a little jump peeking.
They know there's one more out there.
Yeah, they know that Xiao Wu's down there, but they just lost track of him as Lyrics has just been on point right now here so far through this game. That AK working pretty well for him. JDG, meanwhile, saw FaZe getting taken right off of their plates, and they didn't appreciate that. So they're going to try to put themselves in a position where they can start looking over towards E-Arena.
And that's what's been so successful with E-Arena in this game in particular. Their individual time to kill has been bar none. There's not been 6 bullets shot at a guy before the knock came through. So they're able to get these fights done with quickly, able to reset, look a new way. And that's why Twisted Minds haven't been able to try and make a play. That's why JDG hasn't opted to wrap further west. Because as you said, Lyrics, I mean, as soon as he lights up, 2 bullets, boom, that's a knock come through and flush immediately to follow. There he was.
Xiao Wu, the snake will strike. As Lyrics, unfortunately, was not looking in the right direction at the worst possible time. And the Nurans and Opans, well, they've got their hands full trying to fight off Twisted Minds. You see Twisted has that hilltop, and yep, their example will spot out Opans. Meanwhile, JDG still creeping over here.
You have to follow west if you're JDG. There's no room for you to make your way in on the eastern side. Issue is now E-Arena fell down. They wanted the knock to go through the other way, a chance to make that play happen, but they don't like the odds of going up against a locked-in, kind of hunkered down Twisted Minds on the west. So they're going to try and squeeze their way straight north instead, but I'm a little worried that's just disaster prolonged.
Yeah,
or postponed, I should say.
December 12th already found him a little bit of a spot to play. You can see Tanvu playing the snake role as well, just off on that northern side of logging camp. Baron still trying to make his way in from the blue as Bagopa not looking. So Baron will survive just a little bit longer. Oh, Akan, you're playing with fire. Do you spot him?
Yeah, nope. He's going back north again. Or is he? He is definitely looking in this direction, but I mean, you have Park Pro north of him, and that's why, I mean, he's in between the two, so there should be no real reason for them to start looking for this person. It's Park Pro who's prone right now, waiting for the Twisted Minds push over that northwestern side, because that's the flank they're expecting, right? For them to wrap up this direction.
There you go, Virtus Pro trying to take the fight over to Alcatia. The smoke wall slowing things down just a little bit. Cowboy with C4 in hand. He's going to plant it. Did he plant it? I'm not sure if it actually got there. Yep, he's going to go ahead and try to send that coop down there. He's waiting, biding his time, going to send it down the hill. It's going to roll. It's going to go through the smokes. VP is running, and they will avoid it for the time being. So good movement and good ears from Virtus Pro, keeping them alive.
Yeah, great attempt from Cowboy. And it's just a bit surprised by how quickly that vehicle accelerated down the hillside. Smart attempt from Alcatia, but even greater disengage there from Virtus Pro.
Thing was schmoving. Well, Virtus Pro still slowly just moving in with the zone. Force Natural. Okay, Baron will end up going down to the blue. So that is our lobby leader down. Virtus Pro still have 4 alive. And they are only 2 points shy of first as we hear another one. Lucarux. What's going uphill, though? This is a little bit more complicated.
What you did to us, we'll try and do to you. Here he comes, Lucarux. The Orc with the flame in hand, running for Helm's Deep, is stopped short.
He got some damage. The Orc with the flame in hand running to Helm's Deep. That's too good. Okay, Gen G. Remember, they took that E pickup. They found a nice little spot here on the north side. They haven't gotten active just yet, as Virtus Pro still trying to see if they can finish off Alcacia, as I saw Tanvu get taken down, so that is the Expendables out. We are down to our top 8 teams, 29 left alive. Alcacia, they've lost D, but they're still 3 up.
Exactly. VP trying to maintain space here, but because they don't find the knocks they need, they're being pinned down. Finally, an opening coming through on the northern side in the hands of Corexi. That should allow for them to run further forward. They spot one more, and that's Orca. 2 different teams now being fought at the same time from him.
Corexi, only 12 HP, but he's finding knocks onto Gen G as Suze actually is backstabbing Alcacia while they weren't looking. And now all of a sudden they are down to 1. Nixie will go down in the blue. Corexi getting spotted out by Guman as well. And Virtus Pro will go down, but not before they collect 3 kills and they take back first place.
Exactly, difficult hold for them. Good thing for any Forest fans out there that they see them fall. Next on the chopping block should be Twisted Minds if you're a fan of the teams trying to buy their way for the top. Susie with the triple come through as Twisted now pinned from 2 sides. Bagopal on one, JDG on the other.
Park Pro trying his best to find the utility, but Akan will get the knock onto Lou, but Tulins gets flushed out. Park Pro making the push. He'll find Example. It's all down to Perfectix. JDG's going to lose another one, though, as Perfectix is lighting things up.
How are they still alive in this? Perfectix single-handedly applying pressure on the east side. He had Example there helping him out earlier.
No.
They will come out victorious. Might just be moments before they're going to fall regardless, but nonetheless, Twisted Minds getting a lot of points before their eventual downfall.
JDG, if you're going to come for the king, you best not miss, and they just whiffed right there as Perfectix will stay alive. Bagopal still trying to control that entire western side, and Guyon getting a little bit too close to the sun. He will find himself knocked by Full Sense.
And this is the issue now for Bagopal. They committed so many resources to collapse on that southern side, so they left one solo set up north, but they didn't manage to finish the fight. Now they're going to have to commit Akan to holding the south while they're being pushed up from that north side by Full Sense.
5 teams up, 10 alive. Deal still the last player left up. He'll find Bean, and that'll be it for Gen G. So 7 kills for the Freaks as they find a little bit of success here on Erangel. Bagopal in Full Sense with 3 up, and then you've got Perfectix, the raid boss, down on the south side, and Deal the last player alive for the Freaks.
Again, a similar situation to what we saw in the Takeo game earlier today, where Full Sense playing a little quiet, laying low, and smart on them for doing so in this game. Only 1 kill thus far for the otherwise very aggressive Thai team, but knowing full well that there's nowhere for them to go. They were pinned down successfully so by Bagopal on those rocks for the longest time.
Bagopal maybe biting off a little bit more than they could chew here. They're trying to keep control of the entire side, and Park Pro, he's going to find Tigger, but he gets knocked very low. The utility barrage will come, but it's going to fall a little bit shy. Park Pro able to get the heal off as he plays around that crate.
Allowing him to get the flush as well, knowing that they have a good off angle on it. The issue is they didn't know exactly where they had the other player, and that's them now actually able to get the DP out of it too. Not too often we see people ending up picking up the double shot shotgun, but here we go. Semi-auto. Back in play for Park Pro.
Wonder what his ammo situation might have been that he's pulling up this DBS, but the smoke cloud will keep him alive for the time being. He's going to recycle that as well. Keep that thing going. Deal, meanwhile, will move to a better position, closer towards the center of the circle. Perfectix still alive as well. Flash and Belmoth hiding on their bellies, spraying through the smoke, seeing what they can find. 2 duos, 2 solos fighting this one off. Song Yang trying to crawl towards Akan, I think, to maybe get rest here, but look at how open this is. And with Perfectix on the other side again, had they cleared this side of the circle, it would have actually been doable. He went for the committed rest here, but goes down and trying to do so. Oh, and Park Pro tried to make a move while they were looking at his teammate, and he ends up going down to Belmoth. So good teamwork coming in from the duo of Full Sense. They lose 1, but they are still in a good position here as now Akan hiding behind a tree, Deal hiding behind something. Perfectix has that cover, so you got 3 solos and the duo. This is still anyone's game.
Exactly, and this all is really, in the way I read it, because Bakeopa were not able to finish the fight in the south. Had they taken out Perfectix, they could have flexed out, they could have taken way more control, but because they have to commit resources looking at northern side, it gets very tricky for them. Now here, Belmont knows exactly where Akan is at. No util to try and flush him out from behind that tree, but they have the angle on lockdown.
It's one thing they've got going for them is that nobody's really got any utility left in the bag. The flashbang's about the only thing they can throw at Akan as he will stop down, heal back up. And, I mean, you can see all the rest of the boys are just staying still. They're like, you know what, Akan's the only one in trouble at the time being. As,
they're running.
They're gonna push back. They're like, you know what, we don't know where everybody else is.
Fair, it's an open push. And you don't want to make that happen. A duo and a couple of solos to boot, and they're all proning, waiting, hoping that some placement points will go their way, waiting for the push to come on through. Akan will be forced to move out of the tree. Nice idea of him to try and backfill the rotation coming forward, maybe allow for them to be the snowplow and move them into top 2, but not going to happen.
The ultimate bait. And Akan bit on it, hook, line, and sinker. Well, it is now down to these 2 solos, but Full Sense has no idea where these guys could be at this point, and these guys are being very, very sneaky. Perfectix has that tree that he can hide behind for the time being, but he's going to have to get on the move here shortly. He's got the blue right on his back.
Definitely. This is like, you know, like ranked game, in-game vibes of just everyone trying to do what they possibly can to come out victorious here. Very OG PUBG, I feel like we're watching right now. No one has util. It's all about gun skill here to finish this one off.
And if Perfectix actually can pull this off,
that'd be huge.
That'd be huge.
They could
for
line it
Twisted
up
Minds. They might be right back in the mix in this top 3. As Deal, he's going to hear him, but yeah, he's just lying prone, but Perfectix gets spotted out.
When does Deal pop up is the question. If Perfectix finds the knock, maybe there's a play to make, but look at this. As soon as he peeks over, there's trouble brewing. There's a nade ready for it, throws it on forward. Does it get stuck behind the tree? Just exactly. Not enough damage. He's the only player really with util to work with. Perfectix, not a helmet to work with here either. As Belmont in Full Sense realize now we got to try and split this one out. We got to try and see if we can catch off angles. They're both sat behind trees or behind hidden cover that will leave them exposed to one angle or the other.
Well, they're trying to go for these.
Oh, he has him.
Oh, they're trying to go for these big flanking angles. Perfectix, he knows exactly where Deal is. He's going to get the kill. And now it's a 2v1. 616 damage for Perfectix, but it doesn't matter. Flash will finish it off, and Full Sense finds a win.
Once again, out victorious. Full Sense. What an effort. What a performance from them here in the latter part of the day. Still with one more match left to play. As much as it was struggle bus for them yesterday, they have really risen to the top here today.
Absolutely. Getting outshined a little bit by Kiss and the boys from Forest and the boys from Virtus Pro, but once again, the cream rises to the top as you see Twisted Minds making their way to the late game, Freaks in the late game, and Full Sense. They are not done yet.
Not done at all. Once again, Thailand reigns supreme. Love to see it. One more match still left to play here before we round off day number 2 of the PGS Grand Finals.
Full Sense is back again. They get themselves another win on the board and take down Erangel. That is game number 5 done here for them as we get what is, again, quite a similar circle to the ones we've been having here throughout this. Joining me, I have Avenger, I have Toffees, and I have Tiggleton. If everybody could just scoot that way slightly. No,
Perfect. Perfect.
Martin, how dare you? Talk to me about this game, though, Martin. Full sense, yet again, another
Yeah,
win.
for sure. It's almost like we've seen these circles before. These, like, south of Prison here, we've been here a few times before, guys. Not so difficult if you just played against the similar opponents here, but full sense, man. They have really stepped it up. Twisted Minds with a bit of trying to reel it back in here. So yeah, rough for these guys.
That's true.
What's that like? So we've seen repeat circles a couple of times here, Tig. What is it like for your teams? Like I see Q8E going to the same spots. Like, is it hard to sort of mentally know it's a different game, or what do you approach it when you say, I know this circle?
I mean, it's always a good time when you can go back, VOD review how you could have played it differently, and then come back in and reset for the future days. I think that Gen G may have done that and realized they could bridge camp, like some people coming off military. They managed to catch one at FN at the start of the game, and it's nice to see these niche little adaptations.
Nice. That's a happy way of putting it. I watched and I'm like, oh, we messed it up again.
But of course, full sense with this. I mean, this is a huge rally back for them. Like, I didn't really have many expectations.
Well, the mouse was the problem.
Maybe. I didn't have many expectations for full sense coming in today, Toffees, but they've been able to blast Solitaire. That's the key.
What a blast from the past. That's what full sense has been, a blast from the group stages. They're playing very much the way that they do, or did there. I didn't expect them to work in this lobby as well, and I don't know if it's because the lobby is so close and teams are making harder choices, but full sense, again, having another win is surprising, and I don't know how to say it more nicely than that.
A very similar circle to the one that was played out in the group stage, Tiggleton, of course. We get similar circles here, there, and everywhere throughout this tournament so far, but you know what? Full sense held on strong.
I mean, you got to give it to them. They're popping off. Today seems to be the day of Thailand. At one point today, I think full sense
popping off 5 kills.
I mean, but they were in 16th place.
What do you think? I mean, like, when you play against full sense, when you go into a 4v4 against these guys, what's the perspective of the team? How do you consider them a threat every time?
I mean, every team in this lobby is a threat. Really, in my mind, the raid boss is Thanadol. Thanadol, he just has this energy about him. He's got that swagger, and I feel like, you know, once you knock him, you're kind of like, all right, raid boss down.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem when we look at these results, though, boys, because Twisted Minds, 8 kills, and somehow Perfectix was able to salvage a little bit towards the end as well. We have been touting Avenger. The idea that you've got Forest Natural Gaming up there, you've got Virtus Pro up there, but quietly, just creeping on up, is Twisted Minds.
They are? Yeah, and both Example and Perfectix getting 4 each apiece here. Obviously huge for them, but still in a situation where VP still getting some points here and there. I will say this, though. With Forest and Full Sense in here, it makes it like the perspective of how everything's kind of unfolding in the lobby. A lot of teams are dying somewhat early. It creates a significant amount of space, right? And you're leaving a lot of teams coming down to it's 1 or 2 or 3 players live. You don't really have this full team just coming around, just completely destroying the lobby.
Yeah, potential terrifying prospect here. 14 points going the way of Twisted Minds. Bagopar gets themselves 12 points off this game. I do want to ask you, Tig, actually, because watching these final kind of formations of this game and stuff, to me, it felt like Bagopar was a little bit too split away from one another, even late into the game. What's your perspective?
I mean, Bagopar is one of the scariest teams to fight in this game for that exact reason. Wow. They did control most of the map, and they were taking space. These guys, I mean, maybe the leaderboard doesn't reflect it, but they're a threat in their own way. They kind of just surprise you out of nowhere, and I think the rest of the lobby should be happy that Akan didn't have an MP5K in his hands.
He does like the MP5K.
Yeah, he does like the best gun.
The best gun. It's such a good gun. What do you think about the MP5K?
No comment. I definitely don't like dying to it, that's for sure.
Oh, baiting you. Anyway, we've got the 99 points for Virtus Pro at the top, just 1 shy of that triple digit.
Twisted Mind was down by around 27 going into this one. They're down by less. I think it was 18 or
30.
19. 30 was what it was, and now we're striking in sort of 15 to 18 range. I'm bad at math, but it's close, and that's the worry for them. How do you stop a team that has central rotations, has strong players, and whether or not they're on the system, they win 1v1s and 1v2s on a regular basis? I don't know.
Final thought, Martin, before the last game?
Yeah, obviously, if we have the teams at the top, Forest and VP, not getting good games here, it's the time for VP to build that foundation we were talking about. If they're able to get close, within striking distance, Twisted Minds on a final day is scary to play against.
I saw Nixie just then employing the jacket strategy from the Koreans. There it is. He's using it. All right, let's get into the last game of the day for day number 2.
One more match left here today. If we are to follow the script written in the PUBG stars, it would be another tie win for the boys. Will that be the case or will it not? I'm seeing Expendables players beelining back to the stage, realizing, wait, the plane is already in the air. It took off without us. Jump scared. It is Halloween weekend, I suppose. So there you go. That's a PUBG jump scare for you.
If you want to think about something scary, Virtus Pro and Forest Natural, they've got some footsteps creeping up behind them.
Yeah, they do.
And if it's the scariest team in the lobby in Twisted Minds, it doesn't matter how good you do, how much of a performance you have, those guys always seem to be right there. When the final 6 games are about to be played, Twisted Minds is still well within reaching distance.
Keep in mind, Twisted Minds qualified to the Great Finals in 16th place, scraping their way into the finals, and all that will be forgotten when they once again probably finish somewhere in that top 3. We'll have to see. Of course, still one more day left to play. As we look here at the stats of this one, VP had a blinder of a set of Erangel games yesterday. The first one here, all right. Correct, was able to salvage a bit on the east side of Lumber. We'll see now if they can make more of it as they land up to the north.
Yeah, 13 kill win to close out day 1 for Virtus Pro, and that led them to be in first place at the end of day 1, and now through day 2, with the exception of this final game, they're still looking pretty good. And there you go, a circle we talk about. We're going all over Erangel. We're getting to see everything. We're going up to the northwest this time.
We really are. The prayer of a potential Saki ending still lives large in my my scrapbook of circles I've yet to cast, which is dwindling by the match, but in this one, we'll see how far northwest this one is planning on taking us as we look to E-Arena, the only tied team who haven't been able, at least in this tournament, to find the same success that the remaining teams have. Well, the thing is, look at the leaderboard right now. Because we have 3 teams up there soaking up a ton of points, from 16th place all the way up to 4th is just 21 points. That is insane. That's an 11 kill win. I know that's a lot to ask, of course, but even then, everyone is still in reach of top 4.
Wild stuff.
No one's playing poorly. Like, no one's having a bad finals. There's teams, of course, being taken down early, but no one is like zeroing out.
No, nobody really just having 2 bad days back to back. It's just the one bad day that's kind of setting you up against it. Even Gen G down in 16th place have shown moments so far this tournament. And after what we saw them do in the group stages, you can't really feel comfortable completely betting against them. As, they still have a long way to go to make it into this zone, as we see some crate work from FM Potion. We'll see if they can find themselves an E-pickup or if they're just going to take the long, slow trip in vehicles to get to that circle all the way off to the north.
Don't you like there being vaulting in the game now, Breakers? I remember the good old days where if you missed your jump onto the next container, like, oh, damn it, now I gotta start all over. Not quite the case anymore. Eyes goes north to Forest Gaming, who once again find themselves circle center early on with literally everything up for grabs. I am trying to predict in my brain where they're going to play this from. I would say the hill is good, but that's not really prior positioning.
Yeah.
Do you? I think North Coast could be a play here, but that's also stretching it thin.
Let's see what they decide to do. Nixie's got that flare gun in hand, but Deal is just quietly creeping around Plane Crash to see if anybody starts shooting at him. So far, so good, but I don't think he realizes there are some scary, scary polar bears hanging out just on the other side of this hill. The rest of the boys starting to make their way from Razak. Salute, though, is going to stop down after seeing the Expendables take over in that cube area just off to the east of South George.
Nixie gonna reposition his vehicle. His his spider sense is tinkling, going, Now would be the time for someone to shoot me in the back of the head, would It's happened before. I'm going to reposition and play it safe. Meanwhile, Deal, of course, hearing all this happening, sat ready and waiting with a scar in hand. Not the weapon of choice for many, but of course goes to show the early rotation come through here from Deal, who is currently sat now waiting for his teammates to arrive. Good thing for him is he will hear the vehicles driving north of him, so we'll be able to feed that information across to his teammates.
Here's the rest of the Expendables trying to go and rejoin their teammates over at Cube, and it looks like they're just going to barely make it by in time before 17 strikes, and now the rest of the Freaks have arrived. Now, Deal has not come up high enough to be able to spot out anybody from VP, but he might have heard those UAZs moving around at that plane crash area.
Oh, yeah.
And as a result, the Freaks are going to come in and push from the long way here, and they might spot out Beamy or Lukarux. Well, keep an eye.
Thumbs up to Gumin for not just instantly getting up over the hillside and taking shots right off the bat, but going, there could be a team in that compound too. Let's just make sure that we're not getting backfilled and getting done to us what we were trying to do to our opponents. There's a JDG coming in the north way around, opting to go back on that southern side into North George. I'm not sure if they're aware that Forest Gaming is still in and around here, but time will tell. They should find out real soon.
If I'm JDG, I'm probably assuming, since that's their loot spot, that they probably might have somebody around here. Salute going to go and join Deal as they continue to work out how they want to approach this plane crash situation.
Imagine the blessing VP would get here if somehow Deal or Salute gets knocked to the red zone, and that would be the indicator that there's an opponent in the nearby area. You just randomly hear a vehicle explode 100 meters south. You go like, wait, what? There's a team here? That would be a saving grace of any.
You in these red zones.
I mean, they're here. There's a lot of explosions.
I'm starting to think you want a player to go down to these red zones.
They're here. We might as well make use of them.
Well, Deal starting to creep a little bit closer. Corexy is playing from the crate and looking off to the north. I think what is he doing?
Creeping.
What are we doing? Are we looking at the map?
If you're prone, you take less damage from nades. Maybe that applies to red zones
Hands
too.
off keyboard and mouse. That's what Corexy's doing.
Chilling.
Just listening.
Goes to show that they're probably not expecting any opponents to be in the nearby area, that's for sure. Salute and Deal, they're creepy, sneaking their way further forward. And so far, without any confrontation, but they will soon find out that they are, in fact, all sat at the plane proper.
Oh, these Freaks. They got the 2-2 pinch here.
Oh, this is a bait. Look at the vehicle coming over to the northeast side.
Yeah, Heaven and Guman moving around, being noisy, trying to draw the attention of Virtus Pro. And so far, it looks like it might be working. As the rest of the team, Salute and Deal, trying to creep a little bit closer, and they're going to get there in time. Nixie will go down.
Great bait set up, waiting, and also patient in sitting here, waiting for this one to come through. They were wrapping all the way around the southern side, now going into position. I'm not sure they know that Corexy is sat here in the south, in between them as well. Beamy as well, finding the first one. Deal, though, instantly there to respond.
They don't have any idea that Corexy is there, but Beamy will go down. Corexy waiting to spring the trap. Salute's head will just be okay. Deal runs past certain death as the rest of the Freaks try to make their way over towards Lukarux. Corexy will spring the trap. He finds one. Will trade back, but Guman is on time and will find the knock.
Nate lopped forward. This is going to be the end of VP, though. As they go down. Nate's going to be close on by. Lukarux does find one. Luckily for the side of DN Freaks, there ain't any opponents in the nearby vicinity to really try and third-party this. In the meantime, up on the northern side, we saw Twisted Minds just before trying to collapse on this E-Arena position, but they are taking casualties and trying to do so.
Three-way fight getting overseen by Park Pro from Bagopa as the blue zone grenade will force Opans to move. Lyric's still playing low as the utility continuing to get sent over by Twisted Minds. Lyric's very low. He's going to spot out Batulins, but he gets taken down. There you go. Batulins will take down Lyric's in the arena. Oh, good grenade from Opans in response. Takes down Batu. Opans, though, all by himself, but you can see all of Bagopa starting to collapse.
Yep, if there's a chance to take out Twisted early on in this game, you know you got to pounce on it. As one more falls, Twisted down and out. First place team, third place team, both eliminated. Meanwhile, Forest Gaming are sat circle center for now, smiling, seeing this take place.
You heard Tig say it. The fact that Begopla plays so split makes them a nightmare to fight for teams. And this is exactly why Twisted Minds will be the ones that suffer this time. Opans is next on the menu as Song Jiang will finish him off.
Fex goes for the spray, swaps over to the Car 98. Try and see if he can get the knock. Not quite to be Begopla, able to stay alive for now. And now it's up to FaZe to figure, do we commit to this? Do we actually collapse in the building? How do we just really like this eastern side? I think for now you wait and see that next circle pop and see if it's worthwhile.
Ooh, that knock from Vard. That might make things a little bit more interesting, but the circle will pull away. So we'll see if FaZe decides to stick with it. Forest once again finding themselves in a good position. Slam G also in a nice little spot. Everybody also making their way up from the south side as FaZe. They're just going to go for the crash immediately, try to turn this around as quickly as can. Guyon not going to go for the first spray. The patience on Guyon as he waits for FaZe to reveal all their cards.
When do you start shooting? You now he does. Spots one, gets him down. Will be traded though immediately thereafter. Had he shot a second earlier, could have been able to get the double, but not quite to be.
Oh, Navi.
Vex alive with low HP. Navi are in the area as well. Now going straight through this Alcazia rotation. They're going to be pulling up in this fight as well. We might see a fourth team eliminated in this compound.
Hakatori in a perfect place to go ahead and pick the pocket of FaZe, and he'll find Fex as well. That Dragunov singing loudly for Hack as he's got himself 2 kills now. Can't flush Fex just yet, though, as FaZe is trying to reposition, and Gustav will force him to pull back.
Yeah, he's done for. You'd have to imagine nothing he can really do to try and get back up alive. Tanvu, too, taken out. That's happening on the east side. So all these teams fighting their way towards the circle, getting in to up-close fights way earlier than they would have initially wanted to. Tosi finds the knock on one. Flame there to flush as well as Gen G finally look to get something going.
Clory's the last player left alive for the Expendables. He'll find one, but will go down in the end. The Expendables out in 13th place with 57 points overall.
Expendables had 33, believe more, 32 points in one game. One game. They've gotten 22 in the remaining 11. Boop. That is as hit or miss as I've ever heard anything.
Not great. Not great for the Expendables. Well, good news for them is that there's still 6 games left to play tomorrow. So we'll see if they can right the ship. Meanwhile, Navi still taking the fight towards FaZe. They're able to get Fex back on his feet. And now Sosed, he's been pinned down. As Hakatori was able to get rezzed as well. So the fight continues. Navi will. Oh, Sosed going to get taken down by James, dragging off of his own.
It's not been often this tournament so far that the flex out plays from teams have been working up. But this time around, good job by the remaining FaZe team to kind of bait the attention, allow for him to peek over that ridge line, find the quick headshot, and then open up a potential rotation path for FaZe Clan. As we see the replay here of the initial pull-up, it's actually Arena that pulls up on Twisted. I thought it was the other way around.
Oh, just instant double knock as Arena. Oh, fortunately, Opans turns things around there, but the rest of Twisted Minds, once Begopla got involved, there's just not much that they could do. As Begopla, we see the last player left alive for them, will coincidentally get taken down by Gustav. So we are down to just 42 alive and 11 teams, Toby.
Just gotta say, with the tenacity for them, even though Perfectix finds a double instantly, to still go out and get something in return. Good job on them, as here Xiaobei was sat ready and waiting.
Oh my goodness.
Instantly got the first one, but could not connect onto the second.
As Gen G, their struggles continue. 17 hasn't been a great tournament for them either, but they're doing just a little bit better. Orca going to arrive a little bit a day late and $1 short. His Flame has been spotted out as well. Good shots from him will at least force Lil Ghost to reposition. But there are so many fights going on right here. And now the circle is going to cut hard to the west. It's going to include Half Water once again, Toby.
What in the world is this shift? Everyone now hard wrap north. Avoid the city altogether. You're aiming for the fields at this point.
FaZe still trying to get rid of Na'Vi. Hakatori, 4 kills, give him 5. As, Rex from downtown gonna spot him out. And Ferris now the last player left up for Na'Vi.
Complete opposite side of things, able to get one from a distance, keep their hopes alive, at least for a bit. A Slam G taking out Alcazia, happening very circle center. That could have been a huge push through for Alcazia had it worked out for them, but not to be.
Goodness. 35 alive And Phase 3 just popped.
It's absurd.
Absurd. Game 6 has proven to be bloody once again. Erangel bloody once again as Lil Ghost and the boys going to arrive on a flame. He's got the grenade prepped and ready, but it's not going to find the mark as he will spot out Xiao Wu. He peeks through the window and at least secures one more point. 5 for Gen G.
Great timing for him. Uses the nade, not so much for damage, but more so to mitigate any audio cues come through. Throws a Molly right there after to buy himself some more time to maybe reposition, but he's sat now in a tough position. Trying to make his way to safety. Will be able to heal through the Molly, though.
He's also buying more time for Orca, who's running up that hillside. Xiao Bei is looking, but hasn't spotted him just yet. Orca might be able to provide some support for Flame as he goes back around and will get, 7-7 Owo. Just barely winning that one. Orca spotting Xiao Bei, going for one last kill here for Gen G.
Gotta try and see if you can make something happen here. Xiao Bei forced back off the ankle. They're fighting outside circle now with some distance to it as well. And Orca knows this is an all or nothing type situation. Might as well try and see if I can catch the solo. But with every single second that goes by, the heals come through inside the compound. And 17 should be able to fortify on Xiao Bei's position. Good job on Xiao Bei of backing off in this one and not allowing for Orca to get the 1v1 that he wanted.
Backing off and spamming those flashbangs, making sure that Orca could not get any free peeks from the high ground. Xiao Bei listening for those footsteps. Orca repositioning, though, will spot him out. He's going to get the knock, so Orca will turn things around on a Xiao Bei, but 7-7 Owo is there immediately to provide response and support. Lil Ghost, though, they're giving him 1v1s here. This is dangerous for 17.
Down to no ammo. Goes for the double shot instead. Almost haven't you seen it on his face there as well. He knows how close that one was. As we now see FM Poach on all of them in the same vehicle trying to make this rotation happen. They should be able to get down to the antenna and we'll see, able to get there in time.
26 alive as Phase 4 pops. And still, players trying to find their way in from the blue zone. You see James creeping around. Ferris still up for Navi.
He's looking east. It's like, are there more players outside the map that we can't see?
Well, there we go. Xiao Bei will go down in the end toward to the blue zone. I think that was just point denial, really, for 17. Make sure that Gen G couldn't collect one more as FN going to continue to use their burnt-out husk of a BRDM for cover. James spotted out 7-7 Owo, but he is going to go down, and that's FaZe Clan out in 9th. And we're already in placement points.
Yep. This is getting wild, and honestly, I mean, as we see all this, we see there's a pull-up from Alcacia from before. Had they been able to weather this one, could have been big for them, but Slam G is shutting them down as soon as they hit the walls of North George there. I mean, we've been singing the praises of Forest Esports all day long. Right now, a lot of those teams are down and out. Full Send started the day in the very bottom. They have back-to-back wins in the last 2 games and are now set 4 guys up on the southern edge of this circle. If they can make it a 3-peat to finish off the day, they're in the mix for top 2 as well.
And they're not in bad position to do so either.
Not at all.
Fighting from the coastline of North George. So keep an eye on them. JDG, meanwhile, Spaceman just making sure that nobody can drive away as he spots out Slam G from distance. Slam G not in a bad spot either. This could be a big game for them if they can put something together. It's been a decent day for them so far, but I mean, still sitting down there in 13th place. But as you said, 54 points, one good game, and they're jumping up the lead.
Oh yeah, that we said mid-pack, but it's effectively everyone that isn't top 3 pack is very, very close. Smogora able to find one. Salute finds one through the smoke as well. Actually, on the backside of that is. But in the north, really good positioning here from the Freaks, leaving Salute out on that eastern side, knowing that there could be solos coming in from the east. So have him there, and then have your remaining teammates set up on the hillside.
Oh, getting them feetsies. As, I'm guessing FM Potion must just not have many smokes left to use here. JDG going to go for the push. They knew where Scappy was, and they will take him down as we are now down to 7, 21 alive. JDG going to have to dodge the utility being sent their way from Slam G. They also have the duo from 17 still alive on the south side of that road.
Congratulated the server for being able to have 40 people alive in a lumber mill ending in the previous game, and here we are with half that coming through a phase and a half earlier. So we now see Salute trying to flex out more. They realize that you have Fairest actually going for the rest station. It's kind of out in the woods, literally, on the south side of Saki. Not one that we see utilized too often, but able to go for it. Curious to see how many players he's going to be able to bring back into this one.
Looks like he might be able to stick it, and unfortunately for FM, Potion breaking, not able to get any of those revives off as the wheels of the BRDM not only go round and round, but they also are very, very high. So unfortunately, he's going to be picked out. But as Navi does get that res station hit, it looked like Freaks might have spotted that out. So they will be keeping an eye off to the north. Magore, meanwhile, will spot Outbreakers, and that will be it for FN Potion.
Big knock for SlamG Flush, I should say, to follow as well there, because not only, of course, do you clear the team in that northeast, but also you still have 2 players inside North George proper. Now knowing that you have that northeast clear, that allows for you to play out and try to make a flank pay on the east. You know you still have Salute up there as well, but much easier to deal with that one angle to the northeast than having players that are playing the trenches there too.
6 kills now for SlamG as they continue to try to add to their total and climb a little further up the leaderboard. Arctic's able to get out of dodge before JDG has arrived. They will continue making their way across. Arctic's left on the other side of the road just to make sure. Okay, looks like Lurix is going to join him.
Yep.
So a little bit of defense on that from that southeastern side. Flash, meanwhile, and the rest of Full Sense, they have the high ground, but they've got 17 creeping behind him as Fairest, he's going to go down before the revives can come through.
Freaks literally hard committed their entire team to look north. They knew there was a player up there, of course. If they didn't already, then the beacon would have given it away, the rest station. Now, Freaks have half the map. We're in phase 5, and they have half the circle. No one is in the field with them, and they know this. They're the only team up here. They've done a great job of saying, yes, there might be points available in the city, but we're playing north. We're playing for the win in this game, and they've needed it. It's not been pretty for the Freaks. They've been able to, weather the storm for the most part, but it's not been flashy the same way that we usually see.
Ooh.
So for them to bring home a win here would be huge.
Flash getting out of there just before the grenades dropped from 17 is Little Ghost. Will see him running away and try to backfill him, but looks like Belmoth might be coming over to provide some support, though, so the gig is up. As 17 will get spotted by Belmoth. Nice spray, but won't get the knock. Flash will, though. Little Ghost goes down.
If this end game ends up going the way that I think it does, and Freaks are set on that northern side, this might be like a walk-off touchdown type situation. But you just sat here going, I guess it's a 4v1, and we'll just win the game, because no one, the way I see it, is going to be able to play out into those fields from that south.
And meanwhile, you got Heaven on the highest ground with a bolty.
Yep.
That's terrifying.
Yep.
770 still trying to come through. Tigger's got the Panzerfaust in hand, and it looks like they spotted him out. So he will have to reposition once again, but the blue zone is pushing. There's only so many places left for 7700 to go.
Happy had a quiet game for Full Sense here. Sat on that southern side for the longest time. Playing it safe. Only 1 kill, make it 2. As Little Ghost does bleed out. And now 7-7, they know exactly where they have him, and they have inside circle as well. And well, speaking of circles, there's Freaks with the control of the entire thing.
See if the grenade will find something. It's more just hopeful from 7700. As the heal will come through in time, and I think this is just heal it out, waste their time, 2025, and eventually I imagine he will donate that point back over to the blue.
Yeah, placement points, always worth trying to fight for, especially when your mid-pack is this big. See if maybe an opposing team goes down before you, but everyone's eyes is on 7-7 right now, waiting for that final tick to come through.
Saw P90 in hand there for Full Sense as well, so that is on the docket. The new circle has popped, and of course the only teams in it. Hey, nicely done by Tigger to make sure they secure that point. Flash and FS needing every point they can get as they continue to try to catch up to Twisted Minds.
Everyone trying to do so right now. Actually kind of huge for the hunt for first right now is that we saw top 3 being so separate from everyone else. Right now it's 4th, 5th, and 6th all fighting for a great finish here to round off day 2.
Okay, JDG. That slam is there. They're going to throw the offensive smokes down, and okay. Let's do another C4 car. We haven't seen one be. We haven't seen him be very successful so far today, but maybe this will change things. Spaceman making his way through the clouds of smoke will arrive on Magore and Boostic. He goes down, but so do SlamG, as now it's down to Arctics on the other side of the road.
Yep, Alex at least able to get one. 7 kills for the boys thus far, but how does he cross over and get these reses up? Answer short, he doesn't. He's now, though, forced to fend off here. Does manage to get the flush onto Colt with a shotgun in hand. Sousa inside blue, trying to make a play happen. Has to wrap around the other side again. They know they're freaks just waiting, so might as well try and see if you can take this fight isolated first.
And these freaks, I mean, they are just positioned perfectly.
Yep.
As you see, Lurix will go down to salute, as it looks like he might have tried to go over there for a prayer of a res, but unfortunately for them, Freaks were more than up to the challenge. Arctics now still the last one left alive. Going down to blue, will open the door, see if he can maybe find something. He knows exactly where December 12th is, and December 12th will make sure that that point goes over to JDG.
I like the play here from Full Sense, knowing that all the chaos kind of commenced on the eastern side, saying we could backfill that, take shots at it, but also comes with the risk of DN Freaks back for like wrapping around on us. We gotta play west, we gotta play for top 2 guaranteed, and that's exactly what they've done. Issue is they still have Heaven up on that hillside to try and deal with, and for Heaven, most importantly right now, you cannot get knocked. That opens up a path for Full Sense to push through.
December 12th will go down to salute, and now we will get our 4v4 finish in Phase 6. Just as we all predicted, Heaven's high ground position has been spotted out. He has to stop down to go for the heal, but look at Salute, 663 damage, 8 kills for the Freaks so far. It seems like we haven't seen them up here in a while, Toby.
Definitely, and as great as they've been playing, not to be biased or anything, but would love to see the back-to-back for Full Sense here. We'll see if that comes through. Tigger, currently the point man up front, trying to deploy smokes and allow for his team to cross on over. Issue is Belmoth is tasked with trying to hold off Heaven, but this angle from where Heaven is peeking, there's nothing Belmoth can do, and he's realizing that now, to having to sprint forward.
Oh my goodness. Can't hit the bolty, but boy can he hit the spray. Tigger only alive in the smokes through Grace. Thanadol trying to get close with that P90, make it work. Flash gets spotted out by Heaven again, but staying alive as the shot's not coming through. Guman will get Thanadol down, though.
Heaven is going to have to get off this hillside real soon. He's outside circle up in that north, and I don't think he has a vehicle. So if Full Sense can wrap around the south here, there might be a play to make. Issue is Belmoth is isolated. Flash is stuck behind the wall, and they've already got a player knocked. So as hard as it looks on the side of Freaks to fend off right now, Full Sense, I mean, it's a tricky push for them to try and make happen. Guman now peeks on over, finds Flash as well.
They do get the res, though, in return, as Thanadol will try to heal back up in the smoke as Tigger, he escapes and Deal spots him out. Salute will find the man at long range, but doesn't see the man up close. He goes down. Thanadol staying alive.
Trying to get more points off of this again. Not a whole lot of kills, so you need the placement points, and even more so here. Trying to get the flushes with the Thanadol through the edge of the smoke, finds one. And just like that, it's a 2v2. Thanadol, though, spotted. Trying to heal on up, but Deal won't allow him. 11 kills for Freaks, making it a 2v1, and they know exactly where they have Belmoth, and that's going to do it. Deal out there, finishing off the day in style for the DN Freaks.
An absolute wild, barn-burning Erangel to finish off day number 2 to really shake up the leaderboard here, Toby.
And the Freaks coming out victorious, they were also the ones to start everything. They were the ones creeping on up on Virtus Pro and playing cash at the very beginning of the game.
Crazy day 2, lots of stories to talk about, but the biggest one left with 6 games remaining. Who will be our PGS 10 champion?
An important win for DN Freaks here as we have them getting the victory on Erangel, moving on up the leaderboards here. But what's most important here, is that Salute was flushed and these guys are in shambles. What do you think about that,
Yeah,
Toffee?
my captain got flushed with the fantasy, but he got important information. He's no.
He did the right thing for the team.
I can't
but the
defend
wrong
that.
thing for us.
That's why I
Correct.
think there should be a rule, and Tickleton can disagree here.
What?
If you're playing fantasy as a player, you should always have yourself captain. Yeah? And you're always maximizing points.
I hope that if you did have yourself captain, you'd make the same decision every time. He made the right choice. He went
True.
for information. It's just devastating because you wanted to see him get to the end. But I love it. Would you do that? Would you crawl up and get the info every time?
Every time.
Every time.
As it should be.
As it should be.
Of course.
But it's a good resurgence here for DNF, though, James.
Yeah, very important here, of course. And with a circle like this, they were one of the only teams in the north, I'm going to come to Tiggleton for this, having that control. And when the circles kind of shift into those fields, I feel like it's going to be very difficult for any team from the south side to be able to make a run for it. But what do you think?
I think everyone was trying to adapt to the circles that we'd seen prior around the Plains compound. VP valuing that spot heavily. DNF electing to crash them off the rip. I mean, Deal snuck up on them straight away, circle one.
Yeah.
And they slammed them and wiped them. And the circle didn't end there, but DNF did make the space.
Best C4 delivery ever, right?
It was cool.
Insane.
Straight in the porch. Straight in the porch.
Amazon.
It was that's a Porsche pirate.
Yes, I mean, Slam G was able to get to a lot of these later games, to be honest here.
They were, yeah.
So good for them, but then shut down by C4s, rough stuff.
Yeah, full sense with the P90 here. If it wasn't for Thanadol Raid Boss with a P90, like he levels up 50% with a P90. It's just a little bit rough for that. But DNF here, this could make them, push up the leaderboard a little bit. But I will say this though, FN Pocheon, I was hoping for more for them today, but it has been the DNF days more than it has been FN Pocheon.
Definitely been a bit of a disaster for sure as we take a look at some broken hearts across the lobby at the moment, unfortunately.
Smack the table. That's fine. That's a fine.
Yeah, oh well. No. But anyway, beyond all of that, when all of these teams coming out from North George Toffees, they're trying their very best to try and scramble through these buildings, transitions, but it is difficult.
I mean, the avant-garde circle has always been difficult. Getting out of George is never easy. We saw that whole hold up on the left side. I think it was DNF just made sure nobody was able to pick up extra points. It's the field ending. It is what it is. You want to get there earlier, you're not going to get in at all.
Yeah, tough stuff, but for full sense, they were in a great spot. But for now, let's get to some interviews over with Bella on the main stage, who is with... okay, Forest Natural Gaming.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Forest Natural Gaming's Olympus and our translator, Pooh. Well, spectacular day for the team to finish top of the leaderboard. And as the IGL, this is your chance to tell us what was the vision that you had in mind for the team coming into the finals, because you're doing so great.
ก็นะครับแทนช่วยเล่าให้ฟังหน่อยว่าอะไรคือวิสัยทัศน์หรือมุมมองแทนในการได้พาทีมเข้ามาเล่นในรอบไฟนอล PGS 10 รอบนี้ครับเพราะวันนี้เราทำได้ดีมากๆเลย
คิดว่าเล่นรอบนี้คือค่อยๆเล่นนะครับแล้วก็คือตามงานที่ทีมอื่นเล่นแล้วก็เล่นเป็นของตัวเองไปเรื่อยๆครับผม
I would say this time we play by the game. We didn't follow the plan much, but we only follow the other team that playing. So yeah, I think we take it slowly and just play game by game.
Oh, well, instead of sticking with your original game plan, they were adapting to each scenario that came their way. Oh, that is very impressive. And now we only have one more day for you guys to, take that trophy. And what do you think would be the biggest challenge when it comes to you fighting off the other teams that are in contention then?
ก็พรุ่งนี้จะเป็นวันสุดท้ายของไฟนอล PGS 10 แล้วนะครับแทนคิดว่าอะไรคือความท้าทายที่ยากที่สุดสำหรับเราหรือว่ายิ่งใหญ่ที่สุดในการเข้าเพื่อเป็นแชมป์ในรอบนี้ครับ
คิดว่าต้องลดข้อผิดพลาดแล้วก็เป็นตัวเองให้มากที่สุดครับเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้จะพลาดไม่ได้แล้วทีมอื่นก็ต้องเร่งเครื่องเหมือนกัน
I would say just try our best to make less mistakes and try to be ourselves because tomorrow every team gonna pop off as well.
Yeah, right. You have to fight off everyone. Well, you finished the day as first, so congratulations and best of luck to you for tomorrow as well. Thank you. Sawadika. I'll let you guys go now. It's been a long day. And because I have a very special guest who will be joining me on stage, and the name is... You could say your name too.
Mic working?
Yeah.
All right, good. What's up, guys? Yo.
Hi,
where do I look? There.
Right there, yeah. Well, I'm joined by Virtus Pros Ibiza. Well, ever since first of all, how's the weather up there?
I'm a little bit sick, so sorry if I'm coughing.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I hope the camera can get us
yeah,
both in one
we're in frame.
angle.
I see myself right there. Yeah.
It's all good?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
chilling.
all right. Well, ever since you switched gears from your original position and took on that coaching role, the team's looking really solid. I wanted to ask you, what was it that you wanted to bring to the team when you took on your new role?
I want to make sure that we're connecting. I have a really good understanding, I would say, of the communication and teamwork in this game. So that's what we've been putting a lot of focus on. And I feel like we differentiate compared to other teams. So yeah, kind of that.
Communication is key to everything.
Yeah, communication is key for sure.
Yeah. Well, I guess once again, you're so close to the trophy because, you know, if we remember what happened in EWC, you finished the first day of finals as #1. So what are you going to do differently this time to make sure that your hand, the trophy is in your hand this time?
We changed a lot of things since EWC. We changed our playstyle. Our playstyle is less risky. So we're taking less risk. We're not driving in blind. I would say our points per game went up a lot as well because of the playstyle. So we're going to take it slow tomorrow. And I just want the boys to be confident because we're a really good fighting team. Like the hard situations in this team, we're doing them really good. Easy situations, you know, a little bit less sometimes. But yeah.
That's great. I hope the boys keep their confidence. And I have a personal question.
Yeah.
It seems like you've been stepping away from me.
No. I'm closer in the middle. So.
All right. So let's close out the interview this time.
Yeah.
Standing as united front. All right. That is Bella and Nibi for the last post-match interview, and we're gonna go back to the desk for the final rundown. Say bye.
Yo, bye, guys.
Bella's a liar. She was stepping away. I can't believe what I've just witnessed. But anyway, thank you, AB, for joining along for some answers here for Virtus Pro. But let's take a look at that previous game. DN Freaks with 12 kills and 2,000 damage almost. This is putting them in the running here for the big tournament.
The foundation has been built. The pullback has been happening here, and it's going to be looking close. I'm hoping for a 4-horse race tomorrow. That'd be amazing, but it really depends on what happens in the first 1-2 games for sure.
Big time. I'll say to see Full Sense up there again in the top 3 position is been impressive as a team that's always been group stage heroes. They've made some moves, but DN Freaks from a start at PGS 9 that was horrific in that group stage to what they're doing now is very impressive.
Oh, they look so much different, right, compared to what we saw from them before. Salute looks like he's going to take man of the match with 5 kills as well as 700 damage going his way. It's just a shame, boys.
He died.
It's just a shame that
it's just a shame. Twire Fantasy should consider changing the rule. If a team wins all of the players, no matter how many is alive, should get the win point.
So let's peel the curtain back. That's how we played it when there wasn't fantasy.
The custom fantasy we did.
We did EWC. It was fun.
Now let's pivot away from our complaints about Twire to give some flowers to Salute and the Freaks coming out here. Salute has actually been looking very, very good in this grand final. And another name that was weak yesterday but has been carrying a Navi-shaped backpack, it has been Hakatori. He is consistently putting up these kills, putting up numbers, and honestly, with the numbers he's putting up, I'm shocked to see Navi where they are on the overall boards.
For sure. At the top, we have Virtus Pro still being able to frag on out, but it is not a runaway for them compared to Forest, compared to Twisted Minds, compared to DN Freaks as well, who have been able to try and keep up with them just a little bit. It's going to be an exciting race into tomorrow, because when we look at the overall leaderboards, it's close.
It is close. And VP yesterday, remember, they ended on 61 points, guys. I think they're going to be ending on something like 38 today.
Big leaderboard there. Big points coming for TNF, which is going to put them in that top 4. But for me, it's a bit of a juxtaposition of what we saw at PGS 9 with Twisted Minds in a dominant position coming out of day 2. And then we saw VP sort of start that day 2 push and closing the gap. Ultimately, they couldn't catch them because it's Twisted Minds. How do you stop them when they're that far ahead? But it's almost the exact opposite this time around. VP with a really strong push, and now it's Twisted Minds who have been grinding up that leaderboard, trying so hard to catch them.
Oh, definitely. A complete difference compared to PGS 9, because we finished the day 2 with like, oh my god, what is going on? But here it is. A tie and a tie for first and second, and then third and fourth. 99 points and 99 points for the top 2.
And a tie in first and fifth.
TN first
I knew you were going to do that. I was waiting for it.
I'm waiting all day for
14 points only. Virtus Pro kind of had a slower day, but Forest Natural Gaming, massive step up for them.
Yes.
I think they're going to end in something like the high 60s or 70 points for the day here. Massive, massive day for them. Freaks and Twisted, a little bit of a comeback for them. 14 points only.
Yeah.
But as I said, we're looking at a first and second game tomorrow. We're going to need to see the third and fourth place team step up.
I want to know how, if you're the third or fourth team, you catch up to those top teams. Like, how does Twisted Minds close that gap?
Great question.
What would the plan be in that situation if Twisted Minds, look at that.
Oh, wow,
let's
what a
get
great
this guy over
question.
here.
Wait, what's going on? A wild Batulins has appeared. Hello, Batulins.
Hi, everyone.
Good to see you, buddy.
Why don't you ask that question
All right,
again?
so at PGS9, you guys are in the position far ahead of everybody else coming out of day 2. You're kind of in the shift of that. So what do you do to catch Forest Natural, to catch the guys at the top going into tomorrow?
Well, first of all, I think we just use our experience of being, let's say, less stressful during the last games, because like the pressure is getting higher and higher for all the teams who never won.
Sure.
And I guess both teams never won anything. So that's how we're gonna catch them.
Are you relaxed about going into tomorrow? It's like, yeah, it's just another day in the office, kind of, right? But in reality, it's if you win tomorrow, you would have won half of all PGSs ever to have happened, right? And in the PGS era, that would be insane.
Yeah, of course. Like we're gonna claim the 5th.
Sure, nice.
PGS.
Nice.
Hopefully.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure, go.
So you got asked this after PGS9. I think you guys dodged it a little bit. Right now, you're the best team in the world. Why are you so much better than everybody else?
I always say the same thing, like just working hard.
You think
harder than anyone else.
Nice.
That's all. Yeah, I think in terms of every single, like, how we call it, stuff in the game, like individual skill, mechanical, team speak, macro decisions, every single thing.
Nice.
It's like 1% of to be on top. So yeah, you just need to work on everything, and I guess the work pays off, since you can see that we're winning tournaments a lot. And like before, we were getting third in every single PGC. So like I think I can say
So there's hope for the Americas.
There's hope. I will say I've got a last question here from my side at least. What do you think is different from PGS9 to PGS10 in terms of like how the lobby is playing out and how the teams are kind of changed a little bit? We only have 4 different teams, so the majority of the players and teams are kind of the same. Why do you think it already kind of feels so different as it is right now?
I think just every single tournament is different in terms of circles and in terms of how like some teams decide like what they're gonna do. Sometimes they just start playing slower, waiting for other teams to fight, and they like all these teams, they are changing tournament by tournament. Someone starts playing dumb, someone starts to playing smart. So like it changed the whole situation on the map. Also, since there are different teams qualifying for finals, they loot different loot spots.
Sure.
And it also makes some weird situations. As you can see, like for example, kind of every single Erangel game, we fight with Bay GP or E Arena or 17, like every single where they shouldn't. We don't supposed to fight with them, but we do that, and it makes our games harder, I would say.
Yeah, and delays your decisions to kind of get deeper in the game. You guys also a little bit. It's not going to be a question here, but there's a lot more third partying for you guys, right? Like you're deciding on, is it like more proactive or is it an active decision? Is it because you're reading the kill feed saying, okay, there's a fight over here, let's third party, we see 2 knocks, or is it because like that's how the lobby kind of is unfolding?
You mean like so what's the main
like so
question?
are you actively third partying and searching for it, or is it more proactive saying, okay, we see 2 knocks on FaZe or Navi, let's
I would say
up.
like we're trying to play that's funny how you do that. Yeah, we're just trying to play as smart as possible.
Nice.
And like we only start fighting when we have to fight. And yeah, I think this playstyle is the best to win the tournaments, because if you're starting to be over aggressive, something will start happening. Like maybe teams will be against of you because like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry for the word, like, but like, what are you doing? Why are you playing so aggressive? You shouldn't do that. Teams start to change their minds again about you. But if you just play your own game and win those situations where you have to win, you will be always on top. I think so. So that's what we're trying to do. Just don't get into some weird bad situations when other teams, like for example last game, it was very bad by us.
Yeah.
So we just lost our opportunity to overcome this first place because I think DNF won from this position where we should be. So that's what happens when you are doing something bad. You don't think too much. We were thinking like maybe E-Arena or Baigoba, they might come to us. But we were like, maybe not. So we just made 2-2 split.
Right.
Yeah, and that's why they crash us. We lost the fight and we lost the game.
Right.
So in every single game you have to think about it, especially when new teams coming to like these loose spots, which are like coming on the same direction of the game. So yeah. At least it's PGS, it's not PGC, so it's a good experience for us.
Yeah.
Because there will be group stage. I mean, is it fine that I'm talking too much or not?
No, it's good. I'm enjoying this.
Hey, sign me up for the
podcast.
PGC
Look, the rest of
post
Twisted Minds over there is saying time out, time out.
They're missing. They're gonna get on the last boss now.
So it's just a good experience before PGC because there
the best
will be
possible practice, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Right, so
say much more, but like that's enough.
No, I'm enjoying the Batulins.
I like it.
This is fun.
I'm pitching a post show with Batulin going forward.
I'm going to be honest. I thought, and this is my question to you, PGS 9 and 10, I thought you were completely avoiding coming anywhere near here because every time I say something to you, you're like, no, you've cursed us. This is a bad situation. Have you been avoiding me? Is this what's going on?
No, of course not. I just know if I come, like, I'm gonna talk for hours here. So
No, that's good. I want
And the whole team is waiting for you.
yeah, like
you can
they're just saying like, Batulins, please just stop. Like, please
No,
just
they
let's
can
take a
leave.
bus.
They can leave. You can come on our bus. You can come with our bus. They can leave already.
It's a lovely
fine.
bus. It's a lovely bus.
That's not.
Final words before we let you go.
As always, like, thanks to all the fans who are watching. Also want to say in Russian a bit.
Of course,
like,
absolutely.
Спасибо всем большое, кто смотрит трансляцию. Вот, болейте за нас. Я думаю, что все отлично. And good luck to all the teams. I guess maybe we will win again, but who knows?
Yeah,
but
nice. Good confidence. I like it.
I'm okay with that. All right.
Put some pressure on them. Make them nervous.
I mean, I know that everyone is already like tired of us winning. But, like,
No,
anyways.
it's not true. It's not true.
I like it.
The EMEA boys up here are definitely not. All right, well, thank you very much, Batulins. Go and save the rest of your team as they would like to leave. And we'll see you tomorrow for the games. All right, well, that was
great. Actually, I love that.
That's a free podcast right there. We started a little bit in PAS and PEC. Now we do it here as well.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, well, thank you to Crafton and Hero Esports for all of everything that's going on here as well. What an interview. Jeez Louise.
Always. Every time with Batu.
And of course, we have OP.GG. You can overpower your game. If you head over there and check out all of the stats, you can also check out how long Batulin's talked for over there on that as well. And that does it. That is day number 2 in the books. What's exciting is we have ties abound. We have 4 teams up at the top who are looking for a title here for PGS 10. Join us tomorrow, same time, same place, for all of the action. 6 games remaining.
Every skull tells a